welcome. Welcome to all the viewers at home watching live streaming YouTube. This is the Rotax South African National Challenge. This is the first of 4 in 2022, and the Capetown Killarney racetrack has got the pole position, so to speak, for our nationals this year. So we're here in Park Ferme. We've had unbelievable weather. It's rained for 90 minutes yesterday, and then it cleared up and it rained again last night, and that plays havoc on the track because every time there's a bit of moisture, it takes the rubber off the track, the drivers are losing grip, and so it's going to be a very interesting day today. Go, Lise. Oh, all right, thank you. All right, so we've got behind me, we've got the Bambinos. That's our first class. In total, we've got 106 entries for the first national, and that's very, very exciting. Our Bambino class, they age anything between 5 and 8 or 9 years old. They're real lightweight, and most of them are new to their class. So we've got a couple of old hats. We've got Zach McCauley and number 23. We got to watch him. It's his home track, and he's doing really well. He's doing 58 deads, which is 58 seconds per lap, and I think that's the time to beat in the Bambino class. So we wish all these littlies the best. It's beautiful sunshine here in Killarney. We hope it stays this way. We've got a long back straight, so if the wind picks up, it's going to be very, very interesting to see who's going to be doing all the slipstreaming and diving into Cosmic Corner. So it's going to be a very exciting event. We hope you stay tuned, and back to the commentary box.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Killarney International Raceway, the home of the Western Province Kart Club, and round one of the South African Rotax National Championships to be held here today. And we're looking forward to some very exciting racing out on circuit at the moment. The DD2 and DD2 Masters qualifying, and we're going to see some good battles out here today. Drivers from far afield, from Gauteng, KZN, down in PE, a big Cape Town contingent here from the Western Province Karting Club, and expect fireworks as we hit it off. We're busy with the qualifying sessions at the moment. Mike's side, Francois Butler, and I'll be doing the live streaming together with DT Film Services from KZN, who are proudly hosting this event. Shout out to our sponsors, Rotax, XPS, Vertex, Auto, EMR Karting, and Mojo Tires. And we're going to keep you abreast of everything that's happening here today. So, like I said earlier on, we look forward to some real solid racing. And the gloves are off early already. We've seen down in qualifying. And also at the practices yesterday, everyone putting in their best efforts. We had a little bit of precipitation yesterday morning, but that didn't bother the drivers too much. They still went out there and dogged the weather. Today we've got some fine weather, a little bit of breeze about, and well, we don't expect any rain, good sunshine. We'll probably get about the temperature of about 20, 21 degrees today. It's a nice cool ambient temperature. Track temperature should be not too far off, around about 22, 23 degrees at about midday. So expect for good performance and good grip out on the circuit. Well, there we see on screen, we've got Brent Walden on the screen there down in pit lane as they get ready for their qualifying session. At the moment, like I said, the DD2 Masters out there. Nicholas Veal putting out the top time of 40.8. Connie Hughes, local man, he's out there on a 41.2. Jared Jordan, local man, also on a 41.4. Jonathan Peterson, man from our country, on a 41.5. Keep an eye on him today. He'll be out to upset the apple cart. Marco Vigesh on a 41.6. He's a local lad. Eugene Brits, well, probably one of the best in the world in his class. And already he goes up to the second on the table, up behind Nicholas Veal. So between Nicholas, Eugene, Connor, expect some great qualifying, great racing there today. Next up will be the DD2s. They will go out and qualify. And we look to see some fine racing. On screen at the moment there, you see Holes Hook for the viewers at home. And to the viewers at home out on YouTube, thanks for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you with us. You can see there the beautiful circuit that is the Killarney International Raceway kart circuit. As your drone pans in there from the southern side up over pit lane. We are in our commentary box just to the left of that. Devon Brock sitting there in pit lane, and he will be entertaining us as well. Lots of very well equipped and seasoned drivers out there today. So a good crowd turnout. I'm sure the crowd will build up as the day goes on. So join us as we take you through today's racing. As I said to you, the viewers at home, we're busy with qualifying at the moment. The DD2s are going out onto the circuit for the qualifying. And you see them all lining up there in pit lane, ready to be ushered out as they go out one by one for what we basically call a hot lap. They'll have one lap and then a hot lap to see what kind of time they can post. And it's almost like a super pole. So plenty happening out there as we expect some fine racing. Well, if you're sitting at home and you've got nothing to do, hop in your car, come down to the circuit, bring a picnic basket, even a packet of wood, light a fire and get it going. Lots to enjoy down here. There's a kiosk as well, some fine fare. So you have absolutely no excuse. Don't sit at home and watch it on the telly. Come down and be part of the live action here at Killarney International Raceway, as we expect some great racing. The racing will commence probably around about 20 minutes time, and we will be going on towards around about 5:30 this afternoon. And trust me, there's nothing like live action. Like I say, some of the best in the world that we have here today in quite a few of the classes, and you can expect some fine action. On screen you see the drivers in the pits all ready to go out and do their thing. Qualifying out on circuit, crowds up on the top stands in your picture at the moment. You see all the sponsor flags there from Rotax out there, and a big shout out to Ed Murray of Rotax Karting for hosting the live stream today, together with DT Film Services and myself, Francois Butler, bringing you all the live action here from the circuit down in a sunny, cool, breezy Capetown today. Well, there you see our commentary tower in the picture at the moment. You see all the blanking out in the windows for the sunlight. We've got a whole load of screens in here that we need to work from. My producer Neil sitting up right here behind me. He'll be calling the shots today for all the cameramen, bringing you the best live action possible here from Killarney. Down they go into Boss Corner, Boss Freight Management, down into Golf Club, through Boggs Bend, down towards the clubhouse. There's your start-finish line. You see the flag marshal waving his flag for the session complete. Currently Kian Grottis in DD2, 41.6. Rafe Taylor, 41.2. Devon Brock, 41.3. Brent Walden down on 42.3. And Michael Jordan, local lad, on 42.4. So we're just having respective sessions here. They got like 4 or 5 at a time, so that the track is not too busy, and gives them the opportunity to post their best times. Like I say, it's a Super Pole shootout. They get 2-3 laps to get out and post their best times. Nicholas Spanianis out on circuit at the moment. He'll be joined by Nico Zafiris. Nico led up from Gauteng, ready to see what he can do. Brandon Smith's out on circuit as well. Some more karters entering the circuit as we speak. Jamie Smith also out there now, and it's basically, like I said to you, a Super Pole shootout, and they will see what kind of times they can get. At the moment, Kian Grottis in the DD2s heads up the pack there with a 41.6 seconds, and Devon Brock already coming on the 41, almost dead. Rafe Taylor on a 41.2, local lad. We'll just keep an eye there on what they're going to do. and everyone's going to be chomping at the bit to see what they can do in terms of their point standings in the National Series, the Rotax karting series. So we have quite a few classes here today. We've got the Bambinos, we've got the Micro Max, the Mini Max, the Junior Max, the Senior Max, the DD2s and the DD2 Masters. Nicholas Veris goes up to a 40.6. So already showing his intent on doing well here today. Brandon Smith right up there on a 40.2. As I said, the gloves were off early yesterday already, and everyone out there doing the best they can. A lot of photographers around taking some fine photos, both for the social media and for the drivers alike, for the teams. Going across the line there is Nicholas Spanianis. And then in picture we have the 55 of Brent Walden. Karts coming through the 180s down towards the Boyd Boss Freight Management corner. It's 63 of Nicholas Spanianis that was in picture. So basically that qualifying session coming to an end. I say, as you can see on screen, the weather absolutely beautiful. Nice cool morning, lots of sunshine, little bit of cloud about, slight breeze, but I'm sure that the breeze won't affect the drivers and it'll basically just keep the track nice and cool. Well, out on circuit now, Michael Jordan, Carl Visser out there, Sebastian Boyd, local lad, probably one of the odds-on favourites to take the DD2 class. And with him, Joseph Ulse. Joseph Ulse, last year's champion. Basically, him and Sebastian Boyd were basically neck on neck. Going over the line now is Carl Visser. Sebastian Boyd over the line. He'll be followed by Joseph Ulse. Carl Visser makes his way up into Boyd Boss Management corner, down into Golf Club. Youngsters down there, you see the timing on the screen. And the young lads that are the Bambinos already down in pit lane, chomping at the bit. Right, Sebastian Boyd up on the top of the sheets on a 40.023. Carl Visser then fourth on 40.321. Brandon Smith third on 40.5. Joseph Ulse right up there behind Sebastian Boyd on a 40.048. So like I said, Sebastian Boyd and Joey Ulse up there already putting their hands up saying we're here to come and play. Plenty happening out there on screen. We see all the little Bambinos, the future of South African karting. And they're all on their way for a quick meeting with some of the officials. Checkered flag comes out for the end of the session. And Sebastian Boyd heading out on top of the leaderboard there on DD2 qualifying on a 40.051, followed there by Joseph Ulse on a 40.048. And Brandon Smith, Carl Visser, Nicholas Zafiris, Jamie Smith, Devan Brock, Kian Grottis, Nicholas Spanianis, Rafe Taylor, Brent Walden and Michael Jordan. Right, so next up we're going to be starting the day's racing with heat number 1 of the Bambino class. We have 3 heats in each category. So look forward to some fine racing. And as I said to you, a big shout out to all our sponsors, to Rotax, Email Karting, Mojo, and all the other associate sponsors. Together with DT Film Services, we're bringing you this live stream. And we expect some great action here today. Free entertainment, what a pleasure. Can it be any better? I think not. Right, there we have a view of Hull's corner down on the northern side of the circuit. Track in fine condition. See some cars moving in the background. There's a track day currently busy till about 1 p.m. As the Bambinos take to the circuit, they have one warm-up lap. There you see the pace cart leading them out down into holes. They make their way there into the 180 complex. Sharp right and a sharp left. They come up, they hit another left and a right, and they make their way down the back straight down towards Table Mountain side of the circuit. Container terminal in the background there on the north side of the circuit. And they work their way up towards us. These young lads and ladies will be chomping at the bit, ready for some fine action. The pole sitter will dictate the pace as they roll there into Bosfred corner, down into Golf Club, which is basically a 180 horseshoe. They come in there at high speed and then they have to fling it left through what's known as Boggs Bend. There you see them coming out of Boggs Bend on your screen, so you get an idea of how the circuit works. Slight kink to the right and then a hard kink to the left and the right, past the kiosk, as they make their way down towards the start-finish line. Right, so saddle up and get ready for some hot action as we're about to get the racing underway. Lights on, lights off, and away we go. Up front, Noah Cronje and Brady Darling make their way down into holes. Second row there will be Ronaldo Kuhn and Diego Antunes. See already some jostling for positions there in the front side of the circuit, trying to find their way through into the first of the 180s. They roll around, take a tight corner there, it'll force you out wide towards the right hand side. Come back down and work your way down the back straight. Pick them up as they come up towards us. Try and pick up the number. Looks like it could be young Noah Cronje, son of Mark Cronje, ex-rallycross star here from South Africa, as Noah takes it down and works his way past the kiosk for the first lap. Up behind him, Brady Darling, and up behind Brady, Ronaldo Kuhn. They make their way now through the kiosk king up over the line for the first of their lap. And it's an 8-lapper, so plenty to do. In fourth place, Diego Antunes, 5, Liam Wharton, 6, Michael Mahoney, 7, Adrian Stein, followed by Zach McCauley, Amalema Mfana, and Benjamin Gibbard. That's your top 10, as the leaders already making their way into the 180s. Still Noah Cronje leading out. Brady Darling right up there behind him. Young Noah Cronje, new to karting, but I tell you what, he's already stamped his authority on the local series as he leads out, and I'm sure that's where he wants to stay all day. Down towards Boss Management corner as they go down flat out down into Golf Club. Beautiful aerial shot there. As they reel around Golf Club, you see the black stripe. That is the ideal racing line that they're taking, and young Noah Cronje is leading out the pack. Comes down towards the kiosk. Hangs that sharp left and right hand sweep, makes his way over the line for lap 2. Already there's a little bit of jostling up behind him. Looks like Ronaldo Kuhn's having a go there at Brady Darling. Is there space? No, I think not, as you see them reel around, making their way through that little kink up towards the 180 complex. Into the 180 complex they go. Noah Cronje leads out. And see the body language of these young lads as they work their way through. right up there behind him, Brody Darling. Want to work his way through behind Brody. There's Ronaldo Kuhn, and Liam Wharton has moved up into P4. Local lad Liam Wharton wants to do well. He's always a front runner here at local races as they work their way down into Golf Club. Through Golf Club. And look at that. Already No Cronier under some stiff opposition there from, looks like Ronaldo Kuhn that sits up there behind him. Ronaldo Kuhn and Brody Darling, Liam Wharton. Liam wanted to get closer. And Liam interviewed recently on some local Facebook Live programs. The youngsters always chomping at the bit. Right, still so. Out front, No Cronier. Leading out from Brody Darling, Ronaldo Kuhn, Liam Wharton, Michael Mahoney, Zach Macaulay, Adrian Stein, Diego Antunes, Amalima Mfana, and Zach Bossoff moving up to P10. Already the first four, as you see on screen, breaking away, making their way through towards Boss Freight Management Corner as Noah Cronier looks over his shoulder. He's guarding his position as he goes in, and the front four now getting nice and bunched up. There you see the aerial shot. Tight racing, and Noah doesn't want to be disturbed as he leads out, but he's got no choice because he's got three fine runners very close up behind you. They're so close you're going to have to cover them with a blanket as they make their way to the start-finish line. Already there, it looks like Ronaldo Kuhn having a look up on the inside. Can he dive up on the inside? I don't think so, as the four carts work their way through the kink up towards the 180 complex. Still No Cronier leading out. Liam Wharton has a look up on the inside. There's no space. Oh, he's very eager to work his way through. Going to the second of the 180s. They go right up onto the curbstone, work their way through. It's a left and then a right-hander down the back straight. Still Cronier leading out. Darling's there. Kuhn is there. And Wharton. The front four absolutely setting up some blistering pace. And Kuhn has gone through to second. Ronaldo Kuhn up in second place. Cronier still holds sway over the front position. Through the kink down towards the kiosk kink. And Brady Darling secures second once again ahead of Ronaldo and Liam Wharton. Up over the start finish line, you see them go into holes. Beautiful aerial shot coming out of the drone. Work their way around. Different lines of attack coming out from every carter as they work their way down into the 180. Wharton has a look up on the inside, no space as Kuhn holds him out. So still Noah Cronier leading out. Having a look there, the two separate battles there between the respective drivers, Brody Darling and Noah Cronier there in the front, and behind them Ronaldo Kuhn and Liam Wharton. Looks like Wharton's got through. Has Wharton got through? Yeah, Wharton's gone through to third. So Liam Wharton moves up to third place. Capetown man eager to get to the front of the pack now, and he's trying to keep Ronaldo Kuhn up behind him as they make their way up towards the start-finish line. A slow carter coming into play now. That could affect things ever so slightly. Cronier has a look up on the inside, gets slowed down by the slower carter, and they make their way now up towards the 180 complex. Cronier has a look up on the inside, puts the slow carter between himself there and Brody Darling. Creates a little bit of daylight and some breathing space. Blue flags will be waving at that young man who could be in the way as they work their way through now and make their way down towards Boss Freight Management Corner. It's still Noah Cronier, Brody Darling, Liam Wharton and Ronaldo Kuhn. Liam Wharton's getting a little bit closer to Darling as they work their way down into a golf club. Lovely aerial shot coming there from the drone, and you see Wharton closing up, but Darling's also right up behind Cronier. Oh, this is going to be very tight. We have only got 3 laps to go as they work their way towards the line. And Darling now moves up alongside Cronier. Cronier stays firm on that pedal, and Wharton having a look up on the inside. Just not enough space to work their way through. Carter spins out there into the 180s. As the leaders work their way through the 180 complex. That four-way train really, really close. And Cronier trying to make that cart as wide as possible as he works his way now down the back straight towards Boss Freight Management Corner. He goes defensive, keeps Darling behind him. Wharton's there. So too is Ronaldo Kuhn. And Noah Cronier, you can see, has been educated by some of the best, as he knows exactly what lines to take. And a young lad, probably only, 6-7 years old, and already some great skills coming out of him. Darling sitting right there, looking for a way through. Slow Carter coming into play. Wharton goes defensive, tries to keep Kun behind him as they work their way down into holes. Through holes they go. Now already the Slow Carter coming into play there as Noah Cronier goes defensive. Wharton has a look, there's no space. Darling keeps the door firmly shut. Out the second 180 they go and work their way back towards the back straight. And they basically on their last lap, this is their final lap, and Cronier doing everything in his power to keep Darling behind him. Wharton has a look over his shoulder. Darling goes wide, tries to create a bit of a switchback going down into a golf club, but Cronier, a wily character, keeps him behind him and works his way through Boggs Bend down towards the Kiosk King. Well, will he do enough? It looks like the crowd already applauding a young Noah Cronier. As for Heat 1, he makes his way towards the line. Darling's right there. Darling comes up alongside him. And Cronier takes it from Darling, from Wharton, and Ronaldo Kun. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Next up, we local lad Michael Mahoney. As the drivers cross the line, Mahoney over the line. Rest of the field coming through: Adrian Stein, Diego Antunes. And, well, it just gives you an idea of the pace that's been set by the front runners. Noah Cronier punching the air much better as he goes through the second 180. And he'll be absolutely ecstatic on an away from home win. And heat number 1 of the Bambino class. Well, if that is the cue that has been set for the day, we're up for some fantastic racing. And I can assure you, it can only get better from here. Big shout out to Rotax, XPS, Vertex Auto, Email Karting, and Major Tyres for bringing this live coverage to you today here from Killarney International Raceway. Mike side, if you haven't joined us yet, Francois Butler, and I'll be bringing you all the action as it takes place here. Well, there you see the next class already lining up. Everybody getting ready, all the little fine tuning taking place. As we have a look, next up the Junior Max. Pole position will be Casey Enzer Smith with local lad Reese Curzon, Eric Haystek, Vian Bossoff. We've got Nicholas Vastanis, Saad Variawa here, Reza Levy, Jaden Goosen, Divian Naidu, the man from the KZN, Ethan Deacon, local lad, Ashton Repsalt, Joshua Smith, Jono Wilson, Dylan Watkins, and Oliver Roach. Well, if you thought the Bambinos were crackerjack, wait till you see this crowd hit the circuit. The juniors, they're sort of on their way to high school. And trust me, they will all be chomping at the bit. Well, Casey Enzer Smith, man from up north, they're going to be taking on local lad Reese Curzon, Eric Haystek, and young Vian Bossoff will be wanting to say otherwise. Up behind them, Nicholas Vastanis and Saad Variawa. I'm sure they'll have other ideas. See in the pit lane there for the viewers, that final come on lad, you can do it, been handed out there. All the pit mechanics with their respective charges in their carts. You can imagine the words that are being shared there with the drivers. You can do this, it's up to you.
Right, that was an exciting Heat 1 of the Bambino class, and I've got with me Liam Wharton. He was the only Western Cape local who was in the mix in the front pack of 4 karts. Well done, Liam. You came in with a brilliant third, and you must be very impressed with your own performance.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with it, and I have to thank you, my mommy and daddy, for letting me do this sport.
So you really enjoy it, eh?
Yes.
And do you have high hopes? Are you going to carry on karting? You're going to go through to the micro and the mini and the junior and the senior and the DD2?
Yes.
Awesome. I think you've got a wonderful future ahead of you. Well done and good luck for Heat 2.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. We're going to go back to commentary box.
Right, so next up, Junior Max Heat number 1. They're out on circuit. There you see them warming up. They come around onto the back straight. They'll start forming up. There you see them going through the 180s. A lovely aerial shot for our viewers at home, those that have joined us. Welcome, and thank you for affording us the opportunity to bring this next race to you. You'll see them start forming up. There's they start slowing down. Your pulse sit out there. Casey Enzer-Smith and Reese Curzon. They form up, coming past the kiosk kink on the outside. Casey Enzer-Smith on his inside. Reese Curzon, Enzer-Smith will basically take them to the line. You see them going through. They will have to split those tram lines that you see lying ahead of you there on the circuit. Watch, the lights are on. Bring it up towards the line. Lights out, and away we go. Down into holes, and it looks like Enzer-Smith has the upside of it. Oh, looks like Reese Curzon gets forced a bit wide as the drivers come through. Double yellows waving. It could possibly be a false start as they get through. Not sure why the double yellows waving. As Enzer-Smith gets away. No, we're at full race mode as they make their way down towards Bosfred Management Corner, and it looks like Eric Haystack has got through on Reese Curzon. There everyone dives down into Golf Club, work their way around. High Speed Snake working its way through, and at the moment in time it's Enzer-Smith that's getting away. Casey Enzer-Smith on the first lap already has got about a 1.5 gap up behind him. Reese Curzon is sitting up behind Eric Haystack. Nicholas Verstanis and Vian Bossel follow them. Bossel would like to be higher up. Reza Levy, Divyan Naidu, Saad Varihawa, Jada Goosen and Ashton Repsol make your top 10 out into the second of the 180s. Now, can Haystack get a bit closer there to Enzer-Smith? There's Casey, gets his head down, makes his way up to Bosfred Management Corner. Curzon right up there behind him, but everyone's there. Nicholas Verstanis, Vian Bossel, Reza Levy, they're all in it. Out the kiosk kink they come. And everybody wants to get in there. Divyan Naidu, Saad Varihawa, they're all in there racing away. But already Casey Enzer-Smith building up a fine lead, and he's got a gap of about 1.2 seconds over second place man, Eric Haystack, into the 180s. And Curzon trying to get through there on Haystack, but no opportunity afforded to him at this moment in time. Out of the 180s down towards Bosfred Management Corner. And Curzon having a look up on the inside. Curzon dives up on the inside and takes back second. A good maneuver as he works his way through Golf Club. Out of Golf Club, Curzon 9 second. Will he go and chase the back of Enzer-Smith? And Haystack coming under some attack there from Nicholas Verstanis as they make their way down into holes. There you can see that differential between Enzer-Smith and Curzon. But Curzon will want to reel him in as soon as he can. Into the 180s. They reel around. A beautiful drone shot coming out of them as they work their way through the second of the 180 complex and hit a right-hander down that back straight, down towards Bosfred Management Corner. Into Golf Club they go. They work their way past the Rotax factory and make their way past the kiosk. So Enzer-Smith will be quite happy with this kind of gap between himself and Curzon. As you can see, Curzon's got a lot of work to do to reel him in. And you've still got Eric Haystack and Nicholas Verstanis breathing down his neck. Curzon, local lad, and a champion in many of his own rights, will want to bring Casey Enzer-Smith a bit closer to him. But it's hard work. And but they've still got 12 laps to go. Curzon gets his head down as he makes his way down towards Bosfred Corner. See the closeness there of Verstanis and Vian Bossel, not too far off the front three. And working their way down past the kiosk. It's a left and right hand sweep as they make their way up over the line down towards holes. And the gap, well, the gap has come down considerably with about 0.6 seconds. Reese Curzon closing down on the back of Enzo Smith. There you see him going into the 180. Curzon, unfazed of what's happening up behind him, is chasing up the back of Casey Enzo Smith. There comes Enzo Smith. There comes Curzon. Slower Kart up ahead of them. Enzo Smith goes in. Curzon goes in. Haystack. Leon Boshoff. Nicholas Vastanis. As you can see, Boshoff has got Boss Vastanis. Now they make their way past the kiosk king. The left and right hand sweep. And Curzon is starting to pick up the pace. He's breaking away now from Eric Haystack. Into holes. Lovely picture there. Coming out of holes up towards the 180s. And Curzon still chasing the back end. There's a slow marker. There comes your leader. That's Casey Enzo Smith. There comes Kenzo Smith into picture now. Working his way up towards us. Enzo Smith. Curzon. Haystack. Boshoff. Boshoff all over the back end of Haystack. He's going to be giving him something to think about pretty shortly. He'll want to work his way through. And there goes your leader now through the start-finish line. Casey Enzo Smith close up behind him. Reese Curzon. Behind Curzon, a titanic struggle between Eric Haystack and Vian Boshoff. Right, so Casey Enzo Smith leading up there towards, as the slow card stays out the way now. Enzo Smith coming up towards Boss Freight corner. Up behind him, Reese Curzon. Eric Haystack has still got Boshoff up behind him. Boshoff trying everything to close down on the back of Haystack. Up behind Boshoff is Nicholas Vastanos. The end screen as they work their way through up over the start-finish line. It's still Casey Enzo Smith leading out. Reese Curzon trying to close that gap, and he is closing it. He's making the gap ever so much less as he fights his way up behind Enzo Smith. Now through the 180 complex, he's markedly closer. Now he works his way through. Vian Boshoff pushing hard behind Haystack. Coming up towards Boss Freight corner on screen. Curzon. It's Haystack and Boshoff right there behind him. There's Boshoff sweeping in through Golf Club past the Rotax shop. And tell you something, Haystack has got his hands full. Boshoff has got other ideas. We've still got 8 laps to go as they cross the line. You can see Curzon is reeling in Casey Enzo Smith. Reese Curzon, local lad and a local favourite, I tell you that, is trying his utmost to see if he can put this one in the bag. Now you can see how close he's getting with that aerial shot. Boshoff up behind Haystack. Haystack's got his hands full. But yeah, coming up towards Boss Freight corner is Casey Enzo and Reese Curzon. Curzon there, and Boshoff all over the back of Haystack like a cheap suit now at the moment as they make their way through the Rotax kink there up towards the kiosk. Through the kiosk kink and then make their way up over the line. Now you can see that Curzon is markedly closer to Casey Enzo Smith. Less than half a second in it and into the 180 complex. On screen there, Vian Boshoff right up there behind Haystack. Boshoff looks up on the inside. I think Boshoff has squeezed his way through. Boshoff moves up to third. So Vian Boshoff now moves his way up into third. And Curzon chasing the back of Haystack. Eric not Haystack, sorry, Casey Enzo Smith. Casey Enzo Smith goes through. And then Reese Curzon and Vian Boshoff. Now Eric Haystack now has got Nicholas Vastanis up behind him. So Haystack is doing quite well in the beginning. Now suddenly has Vastanis having a look up on the inside, and Vastanis goes through on Haystack. Down in holes. So Vastanis gets through there. You see on picture Vastanis getting through there on Eric Haystack. Just ahead of them, Vian Boshoff getting through. There come your leaders. And Casey Enzo Smith has got Reese Curzon right there with him. Reese has still got about 4.5 laps to do something. See if he can pull a rabbit out of the hat here as he sits right up behind Casey Enzo Smith. They make their way up over the start-finish line up towards holes. into holes. What is going through Cuerzen's head? Can he do something? At the moment, it's Enzo Smith who's attacking the circuit and not going defensive. So the lines are open. It's up to Cuerzen to pull the pin. He's not quite close enough yet to mount a challenge. And I can tell you something, good pace coming out of Casey Enzo Smith as he makes his way up to Bosfred Management Corner. There comes that following challenge there with Vian Boshoff, Nicholas Vastanis and Eric Heistek down into Golf Club as the drone gives you a lovely shot, aerial view of the third, fourth and fifth cart as they work their way through the King. Into holes, there's still Cuerzen up the back end of Casey Enzo Smith. Will he do something now? Is he going to be late on the brakes? Gets right close. He's can reach out and touch Enzo Smith up ahead of him. Yeah, they're going to leave this one and take it down to the wire. We'll have to wait and see now as there's the next three coming through. But yeah, your leaders making your way up towards Bosfred Corner. Enzo Smith and Cuerzen is rubbing the back of Enzo Smith. Then it's going to be Vian Boshoff with Nicholas Vastanis and Eric Heistek. Vastanis all over the back of Boshoff. Boshoff will have to know his P's and Q's here to keep Vastanis behind him as your leader. Casey Enzo Smith makes his way down towards holes. And Cuerzen already sweeping left and right to see if he can work a way through. He's all over the back. Enzo Smith now goes slightly defensive. Cuerzen tries to go around his outside. Tries to pull a switchback. Enzo Smith goes ever so slightly defensive, attacking the circuit at the same time as he works his way through of the 180. Makes his way down the back straight down towards Bosfred Management Corner, and Enzo Smith goes totally defensive. He knows he's got to keep Cuerzen. Cuerzen is quick. Cuerzen is right there with him. Cuerzen wants to run outsmart him, draw him aside and try and work his way through as the second batch get through. There we see on screen at the moment Enzo Smith. And the last lap board goes out. Last lap board out. It's their final lap of the Junior Max Heat number 1. And has Casey Enzo Smith done enough to keep Cuerzen at bay? He goes totally defensive. Cuerzen tries to draw him out, but Enzo Smith will have nothing of it as he covers his lines out of the second 180. Cuerzen realizes that he's not going to be able to force his way through, and will probably settle for second in this heat as Enzo Smith, for the final time in heat number 1, takes it down into Golf Club. Vian Boshoff still holding Vastanis and Heistek behind him there on screen as they make their way past the kiosk bend and up over the start finish line to take the checkered flag. Casey Enzo Smith, a great flag to flag finish from him, but a great comeback there by Reese Cuerzen. Vian Boshoff, Nicholas Vastanis and Eric Heistek take 5. Down in 6, a great ride by Josh Smith, working his way all down from almost the second last row. So that'll bode well for him for the next race. Divian Naidu, 7th. Jaden Cuerzen, 8th. Ashton Repsol, 9. And Riza Levy, local air, down in 10. Followed by Saad Variawa, Jude Stewart, Ethan Deacon, and Jono Wilson and Dylan Watkins.
That I'm trying to get
Well,
3
some great
races
racing
together for one
coming out of
interview.
the Junior Max class, setting the tone for the rest of the day. I can assure you, if this was fast, we'll get even faster as the day goes along. And next up, we'll have heat number 1 of the Senior Max race. Oh, here are some big names, folks. Charles Visser, Troy Steinman, Kate Bishop, Matthew Wavy, Ethan Steer, Jean Renel, Olorata Zukudu, Rashawn Goodman, Musa Kaji, Karaba Balamela, Yufeng Lee, Jalen Jacobs, Corbin Speech, Joe Hartman, Ethan Boslander, Anna Daniel, and Andrew Rackstraw. Right, you see the cars leaving pit lane. As they make their way out onto the circuit, they'll probably get 2 warm-up laps as they work their way around. So the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. They're led out there by the Pulsar de Schalfisser and warming up their carts, getting some heat into those tires. You see them bobbing and weaving from side to side. They'll also be fishing on the brakes, see if they can get some heat into those disc pads. Like I say, some of the finest drivers out there today. And quite a couple of them South African representatives in some of the world finals. Also all Africa representatives and also provincial karters. Down the picture into holes, they work their way around. They will come out of the 180 complex down the back straight, and then they'll slow it up as they form up. There you see Charles Visser slowing them up alongside him Troy Snyman. Second row, Tate Bishop and Matthew Wadley, two local lads. Tate Bishop, South African senior max champion, reigning champion, also a current Polo Cup driver, one of the youngest and quickest out there at the moment. And as they roll around now past the Rotax shop, make their way up towards us. So, local lad, Charles Visser will hold them up as they work their way around. You see him in that yellow and black ward suit as he makes his way past the kiosk. Up alongside him, Troy Snyman in SA colours. And they make their way up towards the line. The beautiful aerial shot now. Watch them split the tram lines. We'll wait for the lights to go. Lights off, and they make their way down towards holes turn number 1. And looks like Visser gets the whole shot. Visser works into the whole shot and makes his way down towards the 180 complex. And there's Visser. Up behind him, it looks like it's Tate Bishop that's slotted his way into second place. Tate Bishop together with Troy Snyman. Visser trying to get away. You don't want to let this lad get away. He's frighteningly quick on a cart as he gets through there and makes his way down into Boss Freight Management corner. Long behind comes the Tate Bishop, and up on the inside goes Snyman. Snyman up on the inside of Bishop, but Bishop has other ideas. Visser leads out through the kiosk bend down towards the start finish line. The first of 15 laps under the belt. And Visser wants to get away. Look at Charles Visser pedal that cart of his as he makes his way up towards the 180 complex. Visser getting in there. Looks like Troy Snyman sits there in second place, still up ahead of Bishop. Bishop will just try and get close to mount some sort of challenge. Up behind Bishop, young Matthew Wadley. This young lad has come along in leaps and bounds. Bishop up behind Snyman, not enough purchase to get through there as the rest of the field work their way through down into a golf club. Well, golf club, as you see on the aerial shot, it looks like a golf club, the corner. And Snyman and Bishop in picture there with Matthew Wadley as Visser crosses the line. They make their way down into holes. It goes through Visser, Bishop, first Snyman, then Bishop, then Wadley. Up behind Wadley, it's Ethan Steer, young Ethan Steer doing fantastically well there, followed by Olorata Zakuda, Musukaji. Visser still leading out. Can Snyman reel him in? And he's Snyman holding up the likes there of Bishop and Wadley. Bishop has to look up on the inside of Snyman. They're very close. So too is Wadley. Matthew Wadley in there too with a big shout as he work away past the kiosk king. Taking that left and right. It's a high-speed kink that they work their way through. And Visser still has some sort of a lead in there, but it looks like Snyman's reeling him in and taking with him Bishop and Wadley. A little bit further back behind Wadley, Ethan Steer doing a fine job of it as he lies there in P5. A respectable P5 of that too, through the 180 complex. And still Visser leads out. Snyman second, Bishop, Wadley. Up behind Wadley, Steer. Then Olorata Zakudu, Musakaji, Jean Renel, Corbin Spies, and Andy Rackstraw up to P10 from last place. Will Andy Rackstraw try and work his way through? You see Rackstraw on picture with a gold helmet as they work their way through Golf Club, but still it's Visser that leads out. Visser works his way through the kink down towards holes. Down he goes, and Snyman and Bishop follow there with Matthew Wadley. Ethan Steer down in 5. There you can see Steer just behind that pack in front of him. Those 3 cards together, and they're all behind Visser. They want to reel Visser in and change up that index. 3 laps down, 12 to go. Great racing here today at Killarney International Raceway, proudly brought to you by Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, EML Karting, and Mojo Tires. And I tell you what, the drivers tell me that new Mojo Tire has got some serious purchase on the tar. As we see Visser leading out. Snyman just not able to reel him in. Through the kink they go, down towards holes, over the start finish line. Across the line, we'll have 11 laps to go. So Visser still leading out. And trust me, he knows what he's doing. It's not like he's just out front and trying to get away. He's a very, very astute karter and not affording anyone to get close. Nicely there, still in 5th is Ethan Steer. He'd like to be closer and join that party, but it's a tall order because these guys are not hanging around. They're pedaling as hard as they can down into Boss Freight corner. Bishop having a look up on the inside of Steyman. Is there place? No, not at the moment, but he's pretty close. There's a loud shout, and they've got right up onto the back of Visser. Steyman is all over the back of Visser there, like a bad habit as they make their way down towards Hole's corner. Steyman up on the inside, and he works his way through to P1, and so too does Bishop. Visser gets knocked down 2 steps and going through there. Right, so a little bit of a coming together there. Not sure who that is. That's the 233. And that's Matthew Wadley. And looks like Bishop might have had a coming together, and Fiss is out front. Fiss is out front. And unopposed, and it looks like Steyman's a little way further back. Troy Steyman, Fiss leading out. Tate Bishop down in 3rd. Matthew Wadley having an unfortunate coming together. So we're having a look-see there. All happening out there at the moment. Charles Visser leading out. There's Steyman. Steyman looks like Olorata Zakuru going through there. Ethan Steers in there. Musa Kaji, Andy Rackstraw. Rackstraw moving up. He's got Postier already. Down in holes. And Visser still leading out front. Are they going to reel him in? I think not. And there's a change up in the middle of the pack there. Visser goes through. Then it's Steyman. Visser leading out unopposed at the moment. No one's able to reel him in. Troy Steyman still there. They're reeling Charles Visser. He's got a pack of 4 cards hunting him in there. Troy Steyman, Ethan Steele, Rod Zakuda, Musa Kaji. It's Andy Rackstraw in there. Oh, someone runs horribly wide. Oh, a lot of pressure telling there as the Carter runs wide. It looked like it could be Musa Kaji. Rackstraw gets through. We'll try and pick up the numbers for you. Rackstraw working his way through. So Troy Steyman still trying to reel in the back end of Charles Visser, but Visser making his way out of the 180s at the moment as he works his way down towards the back straight. That next bunch of carters there, Rackstraw pushing hard. Steyman still holds on to second. Rackstraw would like to work his way through as the power comes back up. Sorry about the power cut, folks. But all's well that ends well. And we have a look there at Rackstraw chasing hard through the King. And Steyman still trying to reel in the back end there of Charles Visser. Absolutely humding a racing at the moment. There we see going through is Troy Steyman. Steyman works his way through. There we see Rackstraw right on the back end there of a fellow Carter as they go down into Golf Club. That's high speed stuff. Make their way up towards the kiosk. The laps tick away. Junior Max karting here from Capetown. Some sensational. Have a look at the take there on the inside. And Andrew Rackstraw from currently riding GTC, young lad, only nearing his 20s and already showing prowess riding in GTC touring cars. Well, we saw Steyman. There's Visser already leaning out down towards the Kiosk King. Steyman up behind him. Looks like Sakudu that is ahead there of Rackstraw as they work their way down past the start-finish line once again. Only got about 2 or 3 laps to go. So the field getting pretty strung out at the moment. Visser with a very healthy lead over Steyman at the moment as he makes his way down the back straight towards Bosfreight corner. The Bosfreight he goes, and he's followed there by Steyman in picture. All the karters working their way through now. Nice take up on the inside there, and everyone fighting till the final death, as they say. Ethan Steer still in there as well with a good shout, not too far behind Rackstraw. So good points on the board. Leaders working their way into the 180 complex. Visser works his way out. Visser still leading out. Up behind him, it's not Stam, it's actually Tate Bishop. My apologies for that. And up behind him, Musa Kaji, who's actually the man that went off, is back on track. He's ahead of Rackstraw. Then it's Ethan Sear Steyman down in 6. Olorado Sakudu, Corbin Spies, Karabala Mamela, Roshan Goodman make up your top 10. So Bishop is still in second place there behind Charles Visser. Musa Kaji up in third, ahead there of Andrew Rackstraw. And Visser with a healthy lead there over Tate Bishop. They work their way in the 180s. There you see Kaji with Rackstraw up behind him. And Musa Kaji just playing it nice and cool, trying to keep Rackstraw at bay. Visser goes down into Bosfreight. Here comes Bishop. Behind Bishop it's Kaji. Then it's Rackstraw. Down into Golf Club. There you see that lovely aerial view shot as you see Bishop in picture past the Rotax Club. And then through the Kiosk King, you see all the fans sitting up there on the stands as the kart works by checkered flag time. So Visser takes it from Bishop, Musa Kaji, Andrew Rackstraw, Ethan Steer, Troy Steyman, Olorado Sakudu, Karaba Malimela, Corbin Spies, and Rashawn Goodman, Yifan Lee, Matthew Wadley working his way back up to 12th after going off, and Jean Renel, Jay Hartman, Ethan Bostander, Jalen Jacobs, and Heiner Daniel brings up the rear. So, lovely racing there. Well, already the senior maxers are setting the pace for what the day has to bring. A little bit of a topsy-turvy on the exit of the 180s early on there between Wadley and I think it was Steyman. So, but unfortunate for that. So, if you've joined us at home for the live stream of this, the first round of the Rotax National Championship down at Killarney International Raceway in Capetown, welcome. Thank you for joining us and affording us the opportunity to be in your screen. I sincerely hope that you'll enjoy this live broadcast. It's been brought to you by Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, Emo Karting, and Mojo Tires. So next up, we're going to have the Micromax, the likes of Michael Danks, Adam Beaumont, Taylor Patel, Matthew Roach, Rafael de Silva, Rafael de Souza, Emma Darlene, Christian Vayil, Matthew Shuttleworth, Juan Nolto, Santiago Frade, and Franco Gibbard. As you see all the young Micromaxes down in pit lane, getting ready to venture out for heat number 1 here at Killarney. See all the lads sitting in their seats, on their steeds, chomping at the bit, ready to go out there and fight the battle. Lovely view there of the track. There you see the drivers on screen. And some healthy fields here today at the National. Lovely, anything between 12 and 20 karts per session as the Micromaxes lead out onto circuit for their warm-up lap. There you see the karts weaving through the 180 complex. The pole sitter, young Michael Danks, local lad. Well, two local lads up front together with Aidan Beaumont. And they know each other very well. It'll be a slugfest out there. Taylor Patel will be mixing it up there together with young Matthew Roach. Third row, the two Raphaels, De Silva and De Souza. Fourth row, Emma Darling and Christian Vail. Fifth row, Matthew Shuttleworth and Johan Knowlton. The last row, Santiago Frade and Franco Gibbard. Always we have a little bit of a spinner here. Rafael De Souza getting a bit out of shape, but he'll be able to recover and join the pack as they get the second of their warm-up lap. Right, brilliant stuff there. As they warm up, you'll see them start forming up pretty shortly. They should slow up down the back straight as they do, and the carts start forming up as they make their way around the circuit up towards the start-finish line. Everyone bunches up, joins the pack. You need to hurry up. Oh, slow carter. It looks like Franco Gibbard. Young Keegan Beaumont there on the right-hand side. Your picture on the outside, left-hand side is Michael Danks. Michael Danks, South African Bambino champion, now finds himself up in Micromax as they work their way through the kink now up towards the start-finish line. They slow the tram lines. The lights go off and away they go. Make their way down into turn number one. It looks like it is it Danks or Beaumont? They'll try and pick it up as they work their way up into the 180s. Into the 180s they go and reel around already. There's jostling for positions up front. Lovely aerial shot there as they work their way out the 180s. Up towards us. Here they go. And it looks like it's Keegan Beaumont. Michael Danks has dropped down a position or two. So young Keegan Beaumont, Aidan Beaumont, sorry, Aidan leading out. Aidan leads out. Danks is in third. Looks like it could be Patel that splits them as they make their way up over the line. Across the line, it's Aidan Beaumont, Taylor Patel, Michael Danks, Rafael De Silva, Matthew Roach, Christian Vail, Rafa De Souza, Johan Knowlton, Emma Darling, Santiago Frade, Franco Gibbard and Matthew Shuttleworth. In picture there, we have young Aidan Beaumont. Beaumont with Taylor Patel right up there on his back bumper. You cannot afford to make a mistake here as they work their way up towards Bosfreight corner. And already having a look up on the inside is Patel. Michael Danks needs to get a little bit closer. Danks has to work hard. You see him there in that Dayglow yellow colours there in P3. Patel pushing the back of Aidan Beaumont. Aidan Beaumont absolutely no stranger to this circuit whatsoever, the local lad. And he knows every little nook and cranny of this circuit as they work their way now out of holes. You see on screen the Aidan Beaumont leading out 47.1 seconds, not too shy of a very good lap time. And they work their way around now. Danks getting a bit closer to Patel. Now he creeps up onto the back of Patel. There's about 5-6 carts in it. And they're all chomping at the bit as they make their way down towards Bosfreight Management Corner. Into the right hand, down into Golf Club. They'll come out there past the Rotax shop and make their way through towards the kiosk. Beaumont acutely aware of the fact that Taylor Patel's right there behind him, and they're pulling away slightly from Danks. Danks has got his hands full there with Rafael De Silva. De Silva has a look up on the inside. Danks keeps the door firmly shut in his face. Behind them, Matthew Roach, Christian Vail, De Souza and Knowlton, all in it to win it at the moment as they make their way through the 180s. Well, having a look at Beaumont, he's starting to up the ante. He's pulling away there from Patel. And Danks gets a good drive out of the 180s and gets a little bit close to the back of Taylor Patel. Can he get closer? Well, they're down into Golf Club. Lots happening up behind them. Looks like Roach and De Silva also trying to make moves. Beaumont in the meantime decides he wants to check out. Can Danks get that much closer and perhaps do something going down into holes? Danks looks up on the inside. He's not close enough to mount the challenge on Patel. There you see them going to holes, work their way around up towards the 180 complex. Still young Adam Beaumont leading out. Talon Patel has Michael Danks up behind him. Right up behind him is Rafael de Silva. And not too far behind him is Matty Roach. So Beaumont leads out. Patel holding sway on second there. Can Danks get closer and mount a challenge as they work their way up towards Boss Freight corner? Not close enough. They're literally nose to tail as they work their way through. Danks looks like he could have been passed. He is. It looks like a Rafael de Silva. Rafael de Silva gets through. Going down into Golf Club. Took a chance and it paid off. Now he chases his way down. And he's feeling a bit racy. Oh, nearly collision there with Taylor Patel. So Rafael de Silva feeling very racy at the moment. He's there. The meat in the sandwich there between Taylor Patel and Michael Danks. Danks cannot be too happy with this. He'd like to be at the front end of the circuit. But at the front end is his friend and foe, Adam Beaumont, pulling away. But keep an eye on Rafael de Silva. He looks up on the inside and slots up on the inside of Golf Club and gets past Taylor Patel. So de Silva moving up and finds his way up in second. Young lad is pedaling hard and trying to get away from Patel at the moment in time. Can Danks possibly pull a maneuver there on Patel? As having a look there at de Silva going defensive. Rafael de Silva has got Patel and Danks up behind him. Right up behind Danks is Matthew Roach. Matthew would like to also join the party. But a fair lead there from Adam Beaumont. He's got about a 2.5 second lead now over Rafael de Silva. So Adam Beaumont ticking all the boxes. De Silva trying to stave off the attentions there of Patel and young Michael Danks. It's a grueling race. We've still got 7 laps to go. It's anybody's game. They're just not going to reel that man out front. Adam Beaumont is doing a sterling job at the moment. So they work their way down into holes. And, well, keeping an eye on that one, that de Silva goes defensive. Make sure Patel is in front of him. I think possibly Danks missing out an opportunity as Patel went wide. You tend to follow him and not look at the inside door, but that's racing. And still, de Silva leads out from Patel and Danks. Not too far behind Danks is Matthew Roach. Matthew Roach coming under fire there, but trying to keep the door firmly shut in everyone's face. There you see that big pack. Behind Roach is Christian Verheul, Rafael de Souza, and Johan Nolte and Emma Darling. They're all in it. Have a look at this high-speed chase as they go through the King down the start-finish line. And de Silva has his hands full there with Taylor Patel and Michael Danks. Look at the rest there. There's a little bit of jostling for positions as they go down into holes. And having a look at that next crowd working their way through. Have a look at that. Matthew Roach, Christian Verheul, Rafael de Souza, Johan Nolte, Emma Darling, all in there. Some fine scraps that are taking place on the circuit as they make their way down to Boss Freight Management Corner. All working their way through. A little bit of jostling for positions. And into Golf Club. Past the Rotax shop up towards the Kiosk King. Work their way through the King. You see the crowds hanging over, egging their riders on. And still, Adam Beaumont leads out. He's got 4 laps to go. Got a 3.9 second lead over Taylor Patel with Michael Danks, Rafael de Silva. And up behind them, Matthew Roach. You see that second group, Matthew Roach, Emma Darling, Johan Nolte and Rafael de Souza. So de Souza going backwards slightly there. But nonetheless, some red-hot racing coming out of all these karters out of the Micromax group at the moment. Well, your leader, Adam Beaumont, already down into Boss Freight Management Corner. And keeping an eye there on the rest of the drivers. Michael Danks once again up behind Patel. So we lost de Silva, who's gone down 2 places. He must have made some sort of mistake and afforded Patel and Danks to come through on him. So plenty happening out there at the moment. Your leader, you see him coming out of holes. See the rest of the crew going into holes there. Taylor Patel leading that group out with Michael Danks sitting up behind them. Up behind Danks sits Matthew Roach and Rafael de Silva. Young Matthew Roach doing a sterling job here. Got into his karting not too long ago and showing some fine form. There your leader, Adam Beaumont goes into boss freight management. Here comes Michael Danks tapping the back end there of Taylor Patel. Matthew Roach holding off Rafael De Silva. The whole crew go in there, and it looks like, is that De Silva squeezing through on Roach? It is. So De Silva squeezes back past Roach and finds himself back in the top 4. Is he going to be able to do something? We've got 2 laps to go. 2 laps in this lovely heat as we have a look there at holes. You see the whole stream of carts work their way around there, chasing the leader. Michael Danks is sitting up there behind Taylor Patel. He's going to try and pull the pin. Will Patel afford him a little bit of space? There's your leader going on out of the king, but here comes Patel. In picture at the moment, Aidan Beaumont leading out. Taylor Patel has got Michael Danks up behind him. Is Danks close enough to mount a challenge? I think not, but right up behind him there's Rafael De Silva and Matthew Roach. Roach having a look on the inside of the 90-degree turn, but there's no space. De Silva keeping that door firmly shut in his face. So they roll around past the Kiosk King, Matthew Roach. And Rafael De Silva having a right Royal Rumble. The last lap board comes out. Last lap board. Patel holds off Danks. And Roach and De Silva having a right Royal scrap of it up behind them. Patel. And then Danks, De Silva and Roach work their way through with your leader, Aidan Beaumont, making his way down towards Boss Freight Management Corner. The leader works his way through. Here comes Danks. He's looking for a way through. A lovely aerial shot there as they're going to Golf Club. Is there place for him? It looks like Aidan Beaumont's done enough as he works his way around. It's checkered flag time in the Micromax heat number 1. And young Aidan Beaumont will take it. He'll take the win. He'll bank it, that's for sure. And he'll be followed there by Taylor Patel and Michael Danks very closely. Followed by Rafael De Silva. And no, Emma Darling goes up into 4th. Oh, it looks like Matty Roach and Rafael made a mistake because Jan Nolter's in 5, followed by Matthew Roach. And then Christian Vial, Rafael De Souza, Santiago Frado crosses the line. We just wait for Matthew Gibbard and Matthew Shuttleworth. Well, some fantastic driving from these youngsters and young ladies. Once again, a big thank you to our sponsors, Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, ML Karting and Mojo Tires. Your streaming being proudly brought to you by DT Film Services. And I can tell you something, they're doing a sterling job. I'm sitting here with them all around me and they are buzzing like bees around a honey pot. There's so much technology surrounding the air today, it's actually quite frightening. Cameramen are all out in their posts, bringing you some fine shots as you can see there on screen. And next up we'll have the Minimaxes. They're all down there in pit lane. CRGs, Parallels, all kinds of makes of carts out there today. Out front we've got Keegan Beaumont, alongside him Travis Minge, a man from KZN. Second row we've got Caleb Odendahl, Matthew Chiwara. Third row Sabella and Thuli, Ragile Malula. Then on the fourth row Ken Schwartz and Keegan Martin. Fifth row Jordan Wadley and Georgia Lennox. And then Carl Spies and Harry Rowe, Amani Kinyoa, Adam Kaji, Darrell Goodman, Gianna Pascal, Roy Hudsenberg, Caleb Moss and Liam Kokomo. They're all ready to go out there. So lots happening.
Right. Fantastic. Well, Aidan Beaumont, in your CRG, your local boy, you made that look so easy. Congratulations. What was the trick?
Try to be as most consistent as possible and try pull a gap.
And you did that right from the beginning. What was your technique or your advice from your dad going into turn 1?
Just cover the inside line and you will win.
And that's exactly what you did. You take advice very well. The track, you enjoying this track? And the weather and the conditions?
Yeah, yesterday was a bit fun in the rain, but today is also very fun.
Okay, let's hope that your winning streak continues. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And back to the commentary box.
We've got the Minimaxes out there. Keegan Beaumont, Travis Minge, your pole sitters. Like I said, on the second row, Gauteng man Caleb Woodendal together with Matthew Chiwara. They'll start forming up pretty shortly. There we see them slow their way up on the back straight up towards Boss Freight Management Corner.
Oh, yes, we know Emma from Swartkom.
And Keegan Beaumont, brother of Ada Beaumont, will be the pole sitter, and he'll dictate the affairs as they make their way up towards the start-finish line. There they come around past the Rotax building up towards us. They'll go pretty much line astern as they make their way towards the start-finish line. Looks like we can have a couple of pit lane starters. They roll around past the kiosk. They'll split those tram lines. There they come into view. Lights are off and away we go. Racing down towards holes. And we'll try and pick up who got that whole shot as they work their way down through holes up towards the 180s. There's already jostling for positions as they go into the 180 complex. Through they come. It looks like it's could it be Beaumont? It looks like it's Keegan Beaumont as they work their way down into Golf Club. Into Golf Club, this high-speed train works its way through, comes out. We'll pick up the number, and it's the 510. It's Travis Mingay. Travis Mingay leads them out as they cross the start-finish line. 11 laps to go. Travis Mingay with Keegan Beaumont. Behind him, Caleb Woodendal, Matthew Chiwara, Ken Schwartz, Sabella Ntuli, Keegan Martin, Jordan Whaley, and Georgia Lennox with Carl Spies bringing up your top 10. And there's absolutely plenty happening there. Can they keep up with Travis Mingay? Beaumont's pretty quick. They'll be wanting to do something as they work their way down into Boss Freight Management Corner. Working their way through. Looks like there's been a couple of jostles for positions there. And Woodendal sitting down in a little bit lower spot there. He's lost out on a position. Mingay leads out. Beaumont into the lead, but can he hold on through the 180s? Beaumont fighting hard there with, and it looks like Caleb Woodendal's moved up in position as well. Keeping an eye out. Is that Woodendal? Let's move to the front. Woodendal's moved to the front. Keep an eye there at Beaumont and Woodendal. Yeah, Caleb Woodendal moves to the front. So Woodendal takes over the lead there from Keegan Beaumont. And Caleb Woodendal, a young crowd favourite, leads out with Keegan Beaumont up behind them. Will Beaumont come back at him? Have a look up on the inside, but no such space afforded, but it's tight racing. It's nose to tail stuff. Front 4-5 carts. I tell you, anybody's game here. You make this light as the errors and you're going to get eaten up alive, so to speak. And it looks like Keegan Beaumont's gone back to the front. Beaumont's back to the front now, ahead of Woodendal. They come out of the Rotax section, and it's Strives Racing. Keegan Beaumont leading out over Caleb Woodendal. Up behind Woodendal is Ken Schwartz. Schwartz has moved up to third. They cross the line. Beaumont, Woodendal, Schwartz, Mingay, Ntuli, Chiwara, top 6. And they're all pretty bunched up as they come up into the 180 complex. A lovely aerial shot there now into the 180 complex. And still Keegan Beaumont leading out. Local lad, Keegan Beaumont using home ground advantage. Makes his way down towards Boss Management Corner. Caleb Woodendal there with Ken Schwartz and Travis Mingay in pursuit. Out of Golf Club. Lovely aerial view there of the drivers. And you see the Strive Racing cart there of Keegan Beaumont leading out. Caleb Woodendal sits in second place. Ken Schwartz, Travis Mingay. Up behind him, Sabella Ntuli, Matthew Chiwara, Jordan Whaley, Georgia Lennox, Carl Spies and Keegan Martin all make up that top 10 as the leaders make their way now up into the 180 complex. Some fine racing from these youngsters. Years ahead in terms of skill, strategy and performance. And work their way back up towards Boss Freight Management Corner, and keeping an eye on Keegan Beaumont. He's trying to get away from Caleb Woodendal. Nice aerial view of the carts working their way through Golf Club. Still Keegan Beaumont leads out from Caleb Woodendal. Travis Minga has gone back to third, ahead there of Ken Schwartz. Matthew Chiwara's up to 5. 6, Jordan Whaley, Georgia Leonard, Sabella Ntuli, Keegan Martin and Carl Springs bring up your top 10 as your leaders make their way back into the 180 complex. Young Keegan Beaumont still leads out. Caleb Woodendal is not giving up. He's trying to reel him in as he makes his way up towards the Boss Freight Management Corner. You can see the hot racing coming through there, and already some of the mid-pack drivers trying to fish their way to work their way back towards the front. No quarter given here by any of these drivers whatsoever as the leaders cross the line down into turn number 1, Holes Corner, and they work their way through. So still Keegan Beaumont leads out on Caleb Woodendal. He's got a half a second lead over him into the 180 complex. They reel around all on an attacking line. No one getting pretty defensive at this stage in time. We've still got 6 laps to go. Oh, we've got a car to off. There's a car to off. Can't pick up the number. So unfortunately, again, it's the 544. I'll try and tell you who that is now. That's Sabella Ntuli. That's unfortunately left the circuit on the far side. So everything opening there. And not been able to see any change on Keegan Beaumont. Caleb Woodendal trying his utmost to reel him in. Travis Minga, a hard-fought third there at the moment, as they all make their way back into the 180 complex. Woodendal tries to creep a little bit closer to the back end there of Beaumont as they come out the 180 complex. Beaumont gets good drive up towards Boss Freight Corner. You see his head down to try and draft their way up towards the corner through the Golf Club. And Woodendal is there, thereabouts. Third place is Travis Bingay. Up behind him then Ken Schwartz. And then we've got that three-way tie with Chiwara, Wadley and Georgia Lennox. So work their way up over the line down towards Holzhoek. Have a look at that beautiful aerial shot of the lead pack as they come out. And into the first of the 180s is young Keegan Beaumont. He's only got 4 laps to go. He's still got a lot of work to do, but he's just got to keep his mind on the game and make sure that he doesn't afford Woodendal too much space. Woodendal tries his utmost to keep closer. Minga still in third. Young Travis, the son of Alistair Minga, also will be out in the DD2 Masters, but still it's Keegan Beaumont. Keegan leading out there. Caleb Woodendal trying to creep closer. Woodendal is trying his utmost as he works his way down into holes. Coming through out of holes and make their way up towards the 180 complex. So it's all happening out there. Beaumont still leading out from Woodendal. See Beaumont, the keen spirit on screen. Woodendal lifting up the vent for the radiator to cool down the motor as they work their way through Golf Club. Strive Racing. So Keegan Beaumont still leading out. And posted his personal best of a 44.2 at the moment, with Woodendal tracking him for pace. Travis Minga still holding on to third. Ken Schwartz then fourth, followed by Matthew Chiwara, Jordan Wadley and Keegan Martin. Then Carl Spies and Regili Malula come through with Darrell Goodman up in 10th ahead of Adam Kaji. Once again, doing extremely well is Keegan Beaumont. Lots of racing here between the lads and the ladies, not affording each other any space whatsoever. So Caleb Woodendal getting a little bit closer to Keegan Beaumont, who looks like he could be up on a slow marker. Make their way down towards holes. Still Keegan leads up. Can he hold on to it? He's on his final lap. So Beaumont into the 180s with Woodendal right up behind him. There's a slow marker. Beaumont would like to get back past him. Come out of the 180s and make their way down towards Boss Freight Management. And Beaumont up on the inside of the slow marker and strategically places a slow marker between himself and Woodendal and gives himself some breathing space. The checkered flag beckons now for Keegan Beaumont. Woodendal can't get past the slow marker. He's trying his everything. Checkered flag time. Keegan Beaumont takes it from Caleb Woodendal. He'll be followed by Travis Bingay, Ken Schwartz, Matthew Chiwara, Jordan Whaley, Keegan Martin, Rahila Malula, Carl Spies, Durrell Goodman, Adam Kaji, Mani Kinua, Liam Kukamu, Caleb Moss, and Roald Hartzenberg. Oh, that was a brilliant race out of the Minimax category, heat number 1. Well, for you those who have joined us at home on the live stream, welcome to Killarney International Raceway for the first of the Rotax South African Karting Nationals held here at Killarney International Raceway. And we've had some great racing up until now. Clean racing to say the least. One or two minor incidents still affording the races to carry on. So we just had the Minimaxes. And we had some fantastic racing out there throughout the class with plenty of fighting. Well, it looks like the big guns are sitting down in pit lane. That's the DD2 Masters. This is going to be a real humdinger. You ask, what is a DD2? Well, it is a geared kart. These guys have gears and they'll be out there. Nicholas Veal and Eugene Brits on the front, no surprises there. Second row, Connor Hughes and Jonathan Pieterse, who's in frame there with Connor Hughes in front of him. The man there in the green kart, Jonathan Pieterse, a very avid karter. Up alongside him there, Marco Vigesh in the 162. And then in the 104 is Alistair Mingay, the man from KZN. Right, so we're having interviews now and again here on the track. Nice picture there of Hole's corner. There's Alistair in the 104. In the 114 there's Andrew Thomas, the local lad. Up behind him, Andre Steenkamp. We move to the front here, the 101 of Nicholas Veal. He's the pole sitter. One of the best in the world, together with Eugene Brits, who sits alongside him. Connie Hughes, local lad, multiple Western Province champion. As we go through to a online interview.
Heat 1. Oh. I've got Kent Swart here, thrilling Minimax Heat 1. Kent has come off the track in 4th position after some very grueling, hair-raising, back marker passing maneuvers. Kent, are you happy with your position, how it happened, your strategy, all good for Heat 2?
I'm very happy with my performance. I'm surprised I got that good of a start. I just overtook everybody. I'm very happy.
Well, I see you've got the South African suit on. I mean, that is amazing. Did you manage to get to Dubai last year?
No, it was cancelled.
What a disappointment for you. I'm so glad that you got the suit to prove your worth, though. Your expectations today, by Heat 3, what are you hoping for?
I'm hoping to at least come like top 5 there.
Wonderful. Thanks for all your time. Thanks for chatting with us. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Right, so welcome back to Trackside Commentary and for our online viewers. And the DD2 Masters out there just warming up the tires, bedding in the brakes. And Double yellows waving there as they slow their way down to form up. And on the front row, Nicholas Vielle, Eugene Brits, Connor Hughes. It's going to be a real titanic struggle here in the DD2 Masters. Well, usually locally in the on the regional scene, we'll run the DD2 and the DD2 Masters together. Now on a national scene, they will be split because we've got some fair fields here. Jared Jordan sitting on the second row alongside Connor Hughes. On the front side there is Nicholas Vielle and Eugene Brits coming up towards the start-finish line. They will split the tram lines. There you see they come up towards us. The lights go off and we go racing. Coming down towards us. Let's see who gets the whole shot. Looks like it could be Nicholas Vielle who's got the inside line. There go. Connor Hughes, local man, moves up into P2. So local crowds will be pretty happy. Connor Hughes up into P2 as they work their way down the back straight. It's a 101 Kart. Oh, and Connor Hughes gets good drive and looks to take the lead. And Connor Hughes slots in the lead. And there's a whole gaggle of karters. Oh, we get a spinner out in the golf club. Connor Hughes gets through there. And right up behind him, Eugene Brits, probably one of the best karters in the world, getting Connor Hughes. Now Connor's going to have to bring out his A game. Brits looks up on the inside and squeezes through. Relegates Hughes to second as they work their way now out of holes back up towards the 180s. Connor Hughes, brilliant stuff from this local gentleman as he sits there up behind Eugene Brits. Well. Has the gauntlet been laid? I think so. Brits tries to get away. Hughes stays there with him. And right up there behind them, they'll try and pick up. It looks like it could be Andrew Thomas who lies in third. Indeed it is. Andrew Thomas had acquitted himself very well last year in the All-African finals. Has got local Jared Jordan up behind him. 3 Capetownians in the top 4. Brilliant stuff. Local lads using the local track knowledge to their best of their ability as they roll through holes up towards the 180 complex. Still, Eugene Brits leads out. Jonathan Peterson down in 5. And it looks like we've lost out on Nick Vielle. He won't be too happy about that, nor will some of the supporters. As Eugene Brits makes his way up towards Boss Freight Management Corner. Connie Hughes is staying there with him. And big up there to Andrew Thomas and Jared Jordan. P5, Jonathan Peterson, a man who can probably mix it up with the best, sits down in P5. Marco Vigash in 6. Up behind him, it's Andre Steenkamp, Carlo Gill, and Alistair Mingo. Spoke to Alistair this morning. He said he wasn't getting quite the purchase, got a new chassis, and it's not flexing well enough for him. I'm sure it'll all come together eventually. So up front, still there, Eugene Brits with Connie Hughes sitting right there with him. There is nothing in it. Maybe 200th of a second. Andrew Thomas, brilliant third place there from him. Strapping young lad, wants to try and shed a couple of kilos to get him a bit quicker, but I tell you what, acquitting himself very well done in P3 as he sits up behind Connie Hughes. Jared Jordan up there with him. Jonathan Peterson trying to keep closer. You see Jordan in picture as they make their way up over the start finish line down towards holes, into holes. Still Brits leading out with Hughes there with him. Thomas sway over third. Jared Jordan, Jonathan Peterson up behind him, Marco Vigash, Nicholas Vielle, Carlo Gill, and Alistair Mingo. Out of the second of the 180. Brits still leading out. Hughes hanging on for dear life in second and acquitting himself very well. Can Brits get away? He is extremely quick. I've watched this man around the country and trust me folks, he knows how to pedal. Brits leading out there with Hughes. And look at that bunch up. Look at Peterson. Peterson moving up behind Jared Jordan. Andrew Thomas is fighting that car, trying to stay ahead of Jordan. Jordan's got other ideas as they make their way down towards holes. Jordan steps out and slots up into P3. But Jared Jordan moves up to P3 and Andrew Thomas down to P4. And here comes Jonathan Peterson. He makes it look so easy, just slides up into P4. And trust me folks, he's an absolute demon on the brakes, is this lad. He knows what he's doing. Brits now pulling away from Hughes. Hughes still holds second. Jared Jordan trying to close down the back of Connie Hughes. There you see is Jonathan Peterson. There's Brits leading out from Hughes. Then up behind him, Jared Jordan, Jonathan Peterson. then Marcus Vigash. And one of the quicker men on circuit at the moment is Nicholas Veal down in 7th place. He wants to try and make up a couple of points. So we'll keep an eye on that now as they work their way in towards the 180s. Brits leads over Hughes. Hughes tracking him for pace to come out the second 180. And Brits takes a tight line, works his way through. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And here comes Brits. Hughes sits right there with him. Tell you what, Connor Hughes driving an absolute brilliant race here, sitting up behind Eugene Brits. And Jared Jordan acquitting himself well in P3. Jonathan Pitzer trying to close down on the back of Jared Jordan, but still a little bit of work to do there. As they cross the line, they've got 8 laps to go. Some personal bests coming out of Connor Hughes and Jared Jordan at the moment as they chase up on the back of Eugene Brits. I'll tell you something, Brits is a world-class driver, and he's definitely not been able to shake off the likes of Connor Hughes, which puts a feather in Connor Hughes' cap. He's absolutely blistering pace. So it looks like the 171 of Carlo Gill has retired as Brits still leads out. Jared Jordan fighting hard there with Jonathan Pedersen trying to close down on the back of him as they make their way down into holes. Brilliant stuff coming out of Connor Hughes as he still sits right up behind Eugene Brits. Brilliant drives here from the local lads. Coming through, there's a drone shot, there's Brits, there's Hughes, there's Jordan, there's Pedersen. Up behind Pedersen, Andrew Thomas, who at one stage was in 3rd, finds himself down in 5th. Keep an eye there on Connor Hughes, doing a sterling job as they come out of past the Rotax shop and up past the Kiosk King, still sitting up behind Eugene Brits. This is a sterling race coming out of the local lads. I can tell you something for nothing here in the DD2 Masters. Proudly sponsored by Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, EML Karting and Mojo Tires. And man, are those Mojo Tires working overtime at the moment. Well, Brits leads out, Hughes is second. Can you script this stuff? I think not, it's not possible. They make their way up the back straight, up towards the Bosfreight corner. Hughes is right there with Brits. He's pressing him hard as they go down into the golf club section, work their way through. Brits still holding out, Hughes tracking him for pace. It's a solid race at the moment. The front two pulling away ever so slightly there from 3rd place man Jared Jordan. Jonathan Pedersen hasn't encroached on Jordan's pace as yet. Still a bit of distance. Andrew Thomas leads out there over Marco Vigash. Marco, I'm sure, would like to creep a bit closer to Andrew Thomas as they work their way through the 180 Horseshoe Complex. It's the left-hander and then the right-hander down the back straight. Once again down to Bosfreight corner. Keep an eye on Brits. He's watching those dials. He's watching the temperature as Hughes sits right. Look how close Connor Hughes gets in the golf club section. And through the gearbox they go. Work the way. Connor Hughes is close. But look at Brits get away. Brits gets away just at that correct moment, just to stay ahead there of Hughes. But Hughes is absolutely right all over him. I tell you what, it's any man's game this, and you don't want to place a bet here, ladies and gentlemen, because you know what? I don't know whether even money is. Watch them come out, the second 180 down the back straight. Brits leading out. Oh, Hughes gets a little bit sideways, does a bit of rally cross, but manages to keep it together. I think it might have been a bit of wake-up call for him. He's been pressing those tyres hard. Now, will that give Brits the opportunity to get away now as Hughes sits there with him? Hughes is unfazed, looks like he's coming back. You can see he lost a bit of touch there with Brits. That's when he ran off, but he managed to collect it. Still Jared Jordan doing a fine job there in P3 with Jonathan Pedersen, Andrew Thomas, Marco Vigash. Up behind them, Nicholas Veal down in 7th. Alistair Minga ahead there of Andre Steenkamp is down in 9th. Well, Hughes has collected himself and he's back on the back end there of Eugene Brits. And we don't have too many laps, we've got about 3 laps to go. Hughes has got his head down. Oh man, what's that body language coming out of Connor Hughes? Right up behind Eugene Brits. I think Connor Hughes is hungry for a win here. But if it's up to Brits, he's not going to afford him that opportunity. And they work their way past the Kiosk King down over the start-finish line. And this is where Brits is pretty strong, working his way down into holes. There the aerial shot shows you. Brits very quick there. Hughes now having a look up on the inside. No space. Brits covers his line as they work their way through the 180. And at this moment in time, Brits not going defensive. He's attacking the circuit at every opportunity as he works his way out of the second 180 down the back straight down towards Bosfrey corner. This is where Hughes is quick. This is where he collects the back end of Brits down into Golf Club. You see him right up behind Eugene Brits. The last lap board's coming out. Brits will get the last lap board. As Hughes fights that car to stay there in touch with Eugene Brits. Beautiful aerial shot there of Killarney International Raceway. And Hughes has a look at Brits. A big look. But Brits just covered his line as they go down into the 180s. So Eugene Brits leads out over Connie Hughes. Can Brits hold out? I think he's done enough. He puts the pedal down and Hughes comes straight back at him. Jared Jordan and Jonathan Pitts are still in third and fourth respectively. Down into Golf Club for the final time as the checkered flag beckons. Eugene Brits leading out Connie Hughes right up his tail there. This is remarkable stuff coming out of Connie Hughes. But Eugene Brits uses all that talent and brings it home in P1 ahead of Connie Hughes, Jared Jordan, Jonathan Peterson. Next up will be Andrew Thomas, followed by Marco Vigesh and Nicholas Veal, then Alistair Mingo. Brilliant stuff out of the DD2 Masters. Tell you what, this is some class racing. And my hat goes off to local lads, Connie Hughes and Jared Jordan, for some fine form in this race. Yes, they have home ground advantage, but still, nonetheless, doing a sterling job. Oh, brilliant karting out there. I think next up we'll see the normal DD2 seniors. Just had the Masters. On screen you see them in pit lane readying themselves for their outing. But what a race. A lovely battle there between Eugene Brits and Connie Hughes. Some fine form coming out of the Capetonians. Well, that's what a national does. It brings out your best. So as you see on screen, the DD2s, Heat 1, the DD2s now roll out onto the circuit. They'll get their proverbial 2 warm-up laps. And this event, proudly filmed by DT Film Services, together with the sponsors of Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, EMO Karting, and Mojo Tires. So the DD2s, local lads Sebastian Boyd and Joey Ulst lock out the front row. Up behind them, Brandon Smith and Carl Visser. Third row, Nico Zafiris, Jamie Smith. Fourth row, Divan Brock and Kian Grottis. The fifth row, Nicholas Spanianos and Brent Walden. And the sixth row, Michael Jordan and Rafe Taylor. So they're just on their final warm-up lap before we get this race underway. It's going to be a crackerjack 15-lapper. I think we'll see a good fight up front. I don't want to say too much until the race commences. Now they'll start lining up there. You see them line up down the back straight, going down into Bosfrey corner, down into Golf Club. Keep an eye on the front runner, Sebastian Boyd. He's on the white and red Burrell kart. And then on the Norris kart is Joseph Wills. He's got the gold helmet. Second row, Brandon Smith and Carl Visser. Young Carl Visser, also an avid karter, and a man who's progressed into bigger things. Right, so they roll around. They will split those tram lines. We're going to keep an eye on the lights. Lights go out and racing we go. Make their way down into holes. Oh, and it looks like Ulst gets a bit of a bump there on the outside of Boyd, but has Brandon Smith gone through? I think Brandon Smith slotted through. Or no, it's not. It's Carl Visser. Carl Visser gets the lead as we have an aerial shot. And Visser, a very, very nimble young lad, will make his way down towards Boss Freight corner. Absolutely flying down there with Boyd there in second. They work their way through Golf Club. Have a look at that high-speed train as they come through. They work their way through the gearbox, up through the Kiosk King. And Brandon Smith sits there in P3. Up over the line they go, still Visser leading out. Down into holes. They work their way through holes. Visser's got Boyd up behind him. Into the 180s. Boyd has a look up on the inside and slots through on Visser. So Boyd moves back up into P1. Having a look-see where they are. Joseph Ulse is down in 6. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get back up to the front. And right up there ahead of Joseph Ulse is Nico Zafiris, who can equip himself very well. But the front 6 are all nose to tail as they lead their way past the Kiosk King. Take that left and right hand sweep down towards the start finish line. Cross the line. Still Visser leads out. Boyd back to the front. Boyd's ahead of Visser, then Brandon Smith. Jamie Smith 4, Nico Zafiris and Joseph Ulse. A little bit of a change up there. It looks like Smith. Oh, and there's a bit of argy-bargy going through. And it looks like Boyd got a bit ruffled there. Have a look, see what happened. Trying to get an eye there. Looks like there's been a coming together, and Boyd is totally out of the picture. Or is he not? No, he's back to the front. He leads out. And Smith, then Joseph Ulse moves back up to third. Keep an eye on Joey Ulse. He is extremely quick. The reigning South African DD2 champion is Joseph Ulse, and he'll want to work his way through. The man that got badly ruffled up was Brent Walden. So he's still out there. But still, Sebastian Boyd leads up as they make their way down the back straight. And sitting up behind him, Brandon Smith and Joseph Ulse. Ulse all over the back end of Smith. Can Smith fair him off? There you see on picture. Second and third, Brandon Smith, Joseph Ulse. And the rest of the field working their way through. There's Nico Zafiris, Divan Brock and Kian Grottis all working their way through as we make our way down towards holes. We've still got 11 laps to go. Boyd currently doing a 40.7 seconds. One of the quickest men on the circuit. As you see Smith trying to hold off, and up on the inside goes Joseph Ulse. Ulse moves up into second after being down in 6 a lap ago. Has worked his way back up into second place and now chasing down on the back of Sebastian Boyd. Joseph Ulse is extremely quick, folks, as they come out of the Golf Club section. They work their way past the Kiosk King. In fourth place there, Carl Visser, who was leading out earlier, but had a little bit of a shunt down in holes. He's managed to claw his way back up into fourth. So what can he do? As Boyd still leads out over Ulse. Can Ulse reel him in? Ulse there with the gold helmet, riding the Norris Kart, up behind Boyd in the Brill Art, as they make their way out of the 180 complex, down the back straight, up towards Boss Freight corner. And the front 4, 5, 6 cars starting to get spread out. Down into Golf Club as the leaders come out of Golf Club, making their way down towards the Kiosk King. Through the King section, down the main straight goes your leader, Sebastian Boyd, into holes. Works his way out of holes. There, your aerial shot. You see the leaders into the 180s. And closing up there on the back of Smith is Carl Visser. He's feeling a bit racy. And he's hoping that he can collect Brandon Smith and get 1 foot on the podium. So, they make their way down towards Boss Freight once again. And still Boyd leading out. But I can tell you something for nothing, that Joey Ulse is closing that gap down quite considerably. And he's biding his time. Brandon Smith holding off Carl Visser. Up behind Visser, Jamie Smith in the 33 cart. Then it's the 70 cart of Nico Zafiris, followed by Divan Brock, Kian Grottis, and Nicholas Spanianis. That's your top 10. The leader once again into the 180 complex. There's Smith with Visser chasing him as they go into the 180s. Coming out the 180s, there is Boyd, followed by Ulse. Boyd let's look over his shoulders, wondering where Ulse is. Well, my man, Ulse is coming for you. And that's just one of those things you're going to have to accept. So they go through the past the Rotax shop, and still Boyd has got his foot firmly stuck down on the floorboard, and the front two are pulling away there from Smith, who's been hounded by Visser together with Jamie Smith. Up behind him, Nico Zafiris and Divan Brock will lead us across the line. 7 laps to go into the 180s. Check out Ulster's closing down on the back of Boyd. Joseph Ulster, a very, very smooth karter and very quick indeed, is reeling in the back of Sebastian Boyd. Boyd goes down into Golf Club. And I can tell you that Ulster's right behind him. Well, are we going to see a change up for the lead here now as Joseph Ulster sits right up behind Boyd. There's Smith together with Visser up behind him. Going to holes, still no change up there, but Joseph Ulster is right behind Sebastian Boyd. These two guys know each other oh so well, and they are so used to racing against each other. They come out the 180s, make their way up towards the Bosfreight corner. Heads down as they go in, and you can see Joseph Ulster sitting right up behind Sebastian Boyd. A little way further back, Brandon Smith got Carl Visser and Jamie Smith there behind him. And oh, look at Carl Visser all over the back end of Brandon Smith. Not close enough to mount a challenge. As they go into holes, they work their way out of holes. And here's your leaders into the 180 section. Joseph Ulster sitting right there now with Sebastian Boyd. Boyd must be thinking to himself, what can I do to keep this man at bay? Well, I reckon keep your head down and pedal as hard as you can, my man. That's about all you can do. Joseph Ulster sitting right up on the back end there of Sebastian Boyd. The front two broken away there from Brandon Smith. It's Brandon Smith, Carl Visser, and Jamie Smith, all in a lovely tussle as they work their way down towards Holzhoek. You can see the leaders breaking away, the two Capetonians, Sebastian Boyd and Joey Ulster. Lovely stuff coming from them. There's Smith, Visser and Smith embroiled in a right royal battle for third place. We've still got 4 laps to go. Boyd makes his way down towards Bosfreight corner, followed there by Ulster. Then it's Brandon Smith, Carl Visser, Jamie Smith. Look at that high speed that they carry into that golf club horseshoe there, and work their way out, back down past the Rotax building, past the kiosking, as the leaders cross the line. It's still Boyd leading out. Boyd still leads out. Ulster's right there with him, so expect anything in the very near future as they work their way out of the 180s. There you can see Ulster right up behind Boyd, and I hate to say this, but ready to pounce. And Boyd goes defensive. Ulster looks to go around his outside. Ulster looks at a switchback. Ulster slides through, and Boyd comes back. It is brilliant stuff through the golf club, side by side stuff, and Boyd comes out on top. Well, it was this way, that way. They never touched each other. They were actually drifting through golf club as they worked their way through. We still got 2 laps to go. Brilliant stuff going through holes. And I can tell you that Ulster's made his intentions known. And Sebastian Boyd reckons, well, if that's the case, I'm going totally defensive, but I'm definitely going to hang back on my pace. Ulster now sitting right up behind him. They make their way once again back down towards Bosfreight corner. Boyd goes defensive, and Ulster up on the inside. Boyd once again covers his line. They go through golf club. Boyd is throwing the book down here. He's trying to keep Ulster at bay. They're going to get their last lap board. So they still got a fine lap to go as they cross the line. The last lap board is out. Down into holes they go. Boyd leads out over Ulster. Well. The gloves are off. Guns are blazing, and they're down into the 180s. As Boyd staves off the attention of Joseph Ulster. Sebi Boyd comes out of the second 180. He's got to go down the back straight for the final time in this heat. He looks over his shoulder, gets his head down, and he attacks the circuit. He attacks the circuit and keeps Ulster behind him. Down into a golf club. Boyd holds out over Ulster. Comes out. The checkered flag is beckoning. Has Boyd done enough to keep Ulster at bay? Work your way past the kiosking. The checkered flag is beckoning, and it's going to go to Sebastian Boyd. Boyd takes it from Ulster. Third place is going to go to Brandon Smith, ahead of Carl Visser. Jamie Smith is waiting for the rest of the field to come through. Nicholas Zafirius, Stephen Brock, Kian Grottis, Rafe Taylor, and Nicholas Spanianos. And they just wait for Michael Jordan and Brent Walden to come through, and they make their way past the kiosk. Well. Was that not a fantastic race or what? Brilliant stuff coming out there of the DD2s. And showing us that we've got some of the best in the world driving here at the moment. And the racing, well, top draw stuff here at Capetown. We expect nothing less. It's a beautiful city, we've got a beautiful track, and some of the best drivers in the country, if not the world, entertaining us here in the DD2 shifter class. So, the lineup, you can see there on your screen, the points score there. Who came where? Boy taking the lead from Joey Ills, Brandon Smith, Carl Visser and Jamie Smith leading out the top 5. And this broadcast proudly brought to you by DT Form Services, together with Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, Inner Karting and Mojo Tires. Right, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Welcome back to Killarney International Raceway for heat number 2 of all the classes here at the Rotax Championships, round number 1 of the South African Rotax finals. And first up will be our Bambinos in heat number 2. The first one, Noah Cronje taking it from Brody Darling and Liam Wharton and Ronaldo Kuhn. And let's have a look, see how heat number 2 will pan out. Some great racing here today, clean racing. Chatting to a couple of the folk here at our short lunchtime interval. And everyone is saying that how happy they were with the racing as our Bambinos take to the circuit. They'll get a warm-up lap. They have a pace kart. And we'll soon have the race underway. Well, young Noah Cronje, son of Mark Cronje, famous South African rally driver, and also world rallycross driver. He's really come to the fore here, and has shown the youngsters the way around the circuit. Let's see if he's going to have it all his own way today. Heat number 2 up, and all eyes on third place man Liam Wharton, the Capetownian. See if he can upset the apple cart, but he's still got to contend with the likes of Brody Darling and Ronaldo Kuhn. Right, so the pace car taking them through the 180 complex. To the viewers that have joined us on the live stream, hearty welcome to you. Thank you for joining us and affording us the space on your screen. The coverage proudly brought to you by DT Film Services and our sponsors Rotax, XPS, Vertex Auto, EMR Karting and Mojo Tires. As they roll around down into the golf club section. There isn't a golf club there, it's just the corner that looks like the head of a golf club. And they bring it around, pace kart taking them through. And once the pace kart takes them into the lines of the tram lines, the lights will go off and we'll get the racing underway. Well, everyone chomping at the bit there. Look at them, all ready to rumble as they make their way now up towards the tram lines, ready to get the show on the road. Then your picture now coming up towards us. There the pace kart brings them. The lights off and away they go. Let's have a look, see who gets the whole shot down into turn number 1. Trying to pick up with that kart. He's now as they roll their way up towards the 180s. There they go. It's the 77. It looks like Ronaldo Kuhn that's got a great start. He's ahead of Cronje. So Kuhn had a great start there and he rolls out in front, comes out of the 180s, hangs a left and a right and brings them up towards Boss Straight corner. There you probably see the 77 with a 24 there of no Cronje up behind him. Cronje looks up on the inside. Cronje slots through. Looks like he's gone to first. Cronje up to first. Well, he did it in the first round. Now he's doing it again. In third place, young Liam Wharton. Wharton just a little bit further back. He needs to get a bit closer. Looks like he could have Darling up behind him now as they make their way over the line. It's Cronje, it's Darling, it's Wharton, it's Kuhn. So Darling getting a good run up the inside. Mahoney is in 5th and Tunes in 6th. Macaulay 7th, Stain 8th. Boss of 9 and Volategi down in 10. Well, they roll out and keep an eye there on No Cronje. He holds out over Brody Darling. Darling sat behind him in the first heat. What can they do now? There's the 46 of Liam Wharton. He's up on the inside. Wharton looks like he's holding still on to 3rd with Ronaldo Kuhn up there behind him. Too much looking around. You don't want to look around. You want to keep your head down and make your way towards the front. Michael Mahoney down in 5 as Noah Cronje leads out. Already we have a look-see there at Liam Wharton going defensive as they go down into holes. They roll around, make their way up towards the 180 complex. Into the 180s. Cronje has got Darling up behind him. Wharton sits there in 3rd, a close 3rd at that. There's 5 karts in the front section there, down to Mahoney. Cronje keeps his head down as they make their way up towards the Bosfreight corner. Totally defensive there. And Wharton coming in strong. Wharton's looking up on the inside. Oh, he just backs out of it at the last moment. Had he punched it through, he might have taken back second place. So they work their way through the golf club. And Wharton is feeling a bit racy. He's got Kun right there with him. Look at that battle there for second place. Kun goes up on the inside at Dowling. Wharton around the outside. Somebody's going a bit slow. Not picking up on that cart. But look at Noah Cronje. He said, bye-bye guys, I'm checking out. Another cart runs off the circuit. So we've lost a couple of carters. I'm not sure who it is. There's Wharton. And it looks like we could have lost both Kun and possibly... Who else would we have lost? We've definitely lost Kun's out of the picture. So Liam Wharton has got Michael Mahoney with him, and they're trying to chase down Noah Cronje. That's the one of the 61 cards. I'm not sure who that is. Can't pick it up so nicely, but anyhow, never mind that. As the race goes on, it's Liam Wharton having a big battle there with Michael Mahoney as they go past the Kiosk King. There's a beautiful aerial shot there as they make their way down towards the start-finish line. Cronje goes through in first place. Then it's Wharton, then it's Mahoney. The front runners are breaking away quite seriously as they make their way into the 180s. There we see the scrap between Wharton and Mahoney. Mahoney would like to get through on Wharton. Wharton might have other ideas. They've got their heads down. They're racing. They're at full tilt, 11 tenths. Not hanging back at all as these young Bambino carters. Wharton goes towards the inside, Mahoney around the outside. There's your leader. Well. Noah Cronje leading out. There we see on screen Liam Wharton, Michael Mahoney at it. Hammer and tongs as they work their way past the Kiosk King. Hang a left and a right, so high speed left and right. Use the whole road to your advantage. And Wharton taking a tight inside line, affording Mahoney the outside. Can Mahoney go around the outside? No, Wharton keeps that door firmly shut in his face, down in holes. 180, right-hander. Through the kink, down towards the 180s. And Michael Mahoney is feeling very racy up behind Liam Wharton. In the meantime, your leader making his way down towards Bosfreight is Noah Cronje. Noah Cronje, there is in picture coming up towards the Bosfreight corner. Liam Wharton holding out there on Michael Mahoney. Brilliant stuff. Lovely pictures here from the drone up above the circuit. You see it's packed chock-a-block and everyone enjoying some fine racing as we watch Liam Wharton with Michael Mahoney right up behind him, rubbing his racing, sitting right there with him. Wharton goes inside, Mahoney outside. Wharton holds the line as they make their way down towards holes. Covers his line and then he works his way around the corner. Excellent footage here from the cameraman as the drivers go down into the 180. Wharton battling it out there with Michael Mahoney as your leader picks up one of the slow carts. That's Noah Cronje, who's currently leading out. Cronje up on the inside of one of the slow carters. Looks like Benjamin Gibbard that he gets through on there. And keep the eye on this tussle for second place. Liam Wharton just forcing Michael Mahoney wide down into the golf club section past the Rotax shop. And a big shout out to our sponsors, Rotax, XPS, Vertex Auto, Email Karting and Mojo Tires, for bringing us this fantastic battle and this moment between the Bambino class. Now Cronje goes through. Here comes second and third. It's Liam Wharton, Michael Mahoney. Quite a way back is your fourth place man Ronaldo Kun with Zach Boshoff and Adrian Stein. So the front runners have really upped the ante and are really pulling away. So now have a look there at Liam Wharton coming up against one of the slow markers. He's going to have to choose his line wisely. He doesn't want Michael Mahoney to get through. Here's your leader, No Cronier. And it looks like, oh, well, having a look there at Michael Mahoney. He was having some ideas, but he couldn't get through. Slow Carter holding him up as Noah Cronier gets away. It's the number 3 at the end. I'm not quite sure that was. One of the Carters holding him up. Checkered flag is out. And Noah Cronier takes it there from Liam Wharton and Michael Mahoney. Brilliant stuff. Quick race. Wow. Shows you when you're having fun, time flies. But Noah Cronier making it 2 out of 2. You'll be pretty amped to that. Brilliant stuff coming out of Noah Cronier. Liam Wharton holding off Michael Mahoney. Liam Wharton is pretty happy about that. Some of the slow carts still finishing off. Well, that was the second heat of the Bambinos. No Cronier makes it 2 out of 2 from Liam Wharton, Michael Mahoney, Ronaldo Kuhn, Zach Boshoff, Adrian Stein, Carter Cedras, Kopela Matleki, Zach McCauley, and Amalema Mafana. Right, so then pit lane is our next class. It's our junior maxes. They're sitting down there in pit lane. I think look at the pictures there. Lando Norris Kart, the Gazoo Racing Academy, Toyota Academy. Nice to see them coming on board with the Toyota Academy. A couple of Gazoo Racing karts out there. Nice shot there of Holes Corner. Having a look there towards the south side of the circuit. See the start finish gantry there on your right hand side. Table Mountain just off to the right. Look at Tigerberg Hills there on your left. The main clubhouse there in the middle of the picture.
Right, we have with us a champ. We've got Heat 2 of the Bambino class. We've got Noah Cronier. He's come off, he's led from the start the whole way around. It was a long race, but you had it under control.
Yeah.
So tell us about your race, your strategy, what worked?
It was keeping my head down and focus on myself and don't look behind me.
I think that your coach, is your coach your dad?
Yes.
Okay, I think he knows what he's talking about. It works. You're in a fantastic position now. You're doing really well in this race day. Are you aiming to do the same in Heat 3?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sure we'll see you on the podium then. Well done, Noah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And those are the Bambinos. It's so sweet. We're going to go back up to commentary.
Right, so next up the heat number 2, the Junior Max category. On pole position, 2 local lads, Josh Smith and Reese Curzon. Second row, Sahad Variawa and Eric Haystack. Third row, Casey Enzer Smith and Vian Boshoff. Fourth row, Dylan Watkins, Jaden Curzon. Fifth row, Nicholas Vastanis and Divya Naidu from KZN. So they're just out there busy warming up. A good crowd turnout here today at round number 1 of the South African Rotax Nationals. And a lovely number of entries, 106 all in all, if my information serves me correctly. So just showing that karting is alive and well here in South Africa, especially down in Capetown. Should be a blistering start out of the juniors. There is no edge given here as the drone takes off into the air to bring us coverage. Set up here in the commentary box, watching the live feed that you're seeing at home. And the karts now working their way through the Rotax bend here, making their way towards the kiosk. The front row up on the inside, Joshua Smith on his outside, Reese Curzon. Second row, Sahad Variawa and Eric Haystack. Oh, this is going to be a real humdinger. as they work their way around up towards the tram lines. Work their way through the tram lines. Keep our eyes on the lights. The lights are on, lights are off, and away they go. Make their way down into turn number 1. Into turn 1 they go. It looks like Smith has the whole shot. Smith into the whole shot there. He's got Reese Curzon up behind him. Make their way into the 180s. Joshua Smith leads out. Reese Curzon sits in second. Looks like Saad Variawa's there in third. Out they come. Smith and Norris. Makes his way up towards Bosfreight. Oh, it's a high-speed chase here on the front end of the field as they're breaking away from the rest of the drivers. Smith holds out. Well, he's had a pole start before and did pretty well, but he went about 7 laps down, lost his way ever so slightly. Let's see what he can do this time. So he makes his way down into Hole's corner. Into Hole's he goes. Right up behind him there, it's going to be Reese Curzon, who sits right there with him. Third place, Saad Variawa. Jada Curzon in fourth. Dylan Watkins in 5. Into the 180s. Right up behind Smith, there's Reese Curzon. Curzon sits up behind him. Curzon steps out as they make their way. Curzon's up on the inside and Curzon goes to first. Curzon goes into first place and relegates Smith down to second as they roll out. Third place, Saad Variawa from the Gazoo Racing team. Sits there behind Smith. He's going to start giving him a headache, and Smith's going to have his P's and Q's in check. Variawa looks up on the inside and he's got it good, and Saad Variawa moves up to second, and Smith goes down to fourth place as Jaden Curzon also sticks his nose in there. So Smith, who had the pole setter, finds himself down in fourth place. I'm going to show you, he's definitely not going to be happy with that, and after all, it is his birthday weekend. So coming up towards us, front place man, Reese Curzon. Saad Variawa in the Gazoo Racing Kart sits up behind him. The front 4 are nose to tail as they work their way through the golf club section, past the Rotax shop, make their way down towards the kiosk bend. Saad Variawa is all over the back of Curzon. Will Variawa step out for a challenge? He does, he goes up, and Variawa takes the lead. And Curzon goes totally wide and loses to... Unbelievable stuff. Curzon from first to fourth in one foul swoop, and now Smith challenging there for second place, looking for a way through on Curzon. Saad Variawa leading out. Gazoo Racing, and it looks like Smith's gone through to second now, with Curzon back up into third. Saad Variawa from Gazoo Racing leads out, makes his way down towards Holes. He's got Smith and Curzon, and Casey Enzer Smith also up there. Jaden Curzon into the lead. No, it can't be Curzon. He's out there. But Saad Variawa leads out. Where's Jaden Curzon taking the lead? Curzon has taken the lead. So Jaden Curzon leads out. Indeed, he does. Variawa down in second. Josh Smith third. Curzon 4. Casey Enzer Smith 5. Jaden Curzon runs out in P1. Variawa second. Smith third. Casey Enzer Smith up into fourth. Reese Curzon down in 5 into the 180s. Junior Max. Brilliant stuff coming out of these youngsters as they work their way out of the 180s down the back straight, back up towards the Bosfreight corner. Curzon, Variawa, Smith, Enzer Smith, Curzon. It's your top 5. And I'm sure everyone is in it to win it. So they make their way back past the Rotax shop, past the Kiosk King. Curzon fighting hard. Good up front, Curzon, Variawa. Curzon guards his line. Variawa gets closer. Smith's got Casey Enzer Smith crawling all over the back of him. Back through the 180s. Once again, Jaden Curzon leading out. Saad Variawa sitting in second place. Variawa looks to have a look. Little bit of tire touching, but Curzon holds his line. Saad Variawa down in the golf club, trying to have a look there. Jaden Curzon, and this has bunched them up quite considerably. So it's Quirson, Variawa, Smith, Inza Smith and Quirson, top 5. That battle is on. So they make their way over the start-finish line, down into holes. We've still got 8 laps to go. Anyone's game, down into the 180s. Quirson still leading out. Variawa sits there with him. Quirson holding sway there over Variawa. Can he get through? Sits up behind him, drafting him up towards Bosfreight corner. Smith's gone backwards from 3rd to 5th. Enza Smith's gone to 3rd. Quirson has gone through. Smith made a mistake. Well, Smith had pole position and he's not doing himself any favors. 2 Gazoo Racing Toyotas in 2nd and 3rd now. The Karts, and they're not Toyota Karts, they're just sponsored by Gazoo Racing Toyota. And still Quirson. Variawa goes through, and so too does Enza Smith. Well, just talking about them, and look at them, bang, they sit in front. Brilliant stuff through the 180s. Variawa leads out now over Enza Smith. Quirson in 3rd. Then it's Quirson and Smith. The front 5 have broken away. The next group of drivers is Vian Bosov, Rezalivi, Divyan Naidu, and Nicholas Vistanis and Eric Haystack. Absolutely no slouches. This shows you the caliber of racing at the moment as they cross the line now with 6 laps to go. And going through is Enza Smith on Variawa. Casey Enza Smith in holes takes the lead up towards the 180s. Casey Enza Smith leads out over side Variawa. 3rd place is Jaden Quirson, who's coming under attack there from Reese Quirson, and up behind him is Josh Smith. I tell you what, you make one little mistake here and 2-3 cars will chomp you up at the same time. Down into Golf Club they go. Work their way out of Golf Club past Rotax. And bringing their way through. It's still that man, Casey Enza Smith, that leads out over side Variawa. Then it's Jaden Quirson who's coming under attack from Reese Quirson. And I think Reese has got through. Reese Quirson moves up to 3rd position. And so too does Smith. So Jaden Quirson now relegated down to 5. Smith sitting there with Quirson. But still the 2 Gazoo Racing carts sit up front. Casey Enza Smith and Saad Variawa. So watching there, Casey Enza Smith together with Saad Variawa. Reese Quirson getting a bit closer to Variawa. Will he pull the pin? We've got 5 laps to go. 5 laps. Still anyone's game. Smith takes a wide line. Quirson gets through on Smith as they work their way now back into the 180s. And still, we have a look-see there. It's Casey Enza Smith, Saad Variawa, Reese Quirson, Jaden Quirson, Josh Smith, Vian Bosov, Riza Levy, Divyan Naidu, Nicholas Vistanis and Eric Haystack. Quirson piling on the pressure there onto the back of Variawa. Can he make a break here? Going down towards holes. And Quirson gets blocked out there by Variawa. Quirson up on the inside of it. Variawa goes wide. Variawa loses it down in holes. Variawa off in holes. And brings his way back onto the circuit. And we'll have to try and regain a little bit of respectability in his heat there. Casey Enza Smith still leading out with Reese Quirson 9 second. Joshua Smith up behind Jaden Quirson. Can Smith get through? Smith sits there with Quirson. And Smith up on the inside of the golf club. What a maneuver there coming out of Joshua Smith as he goes up inside of Jaden Quirson. Brilliant, brilliant maneuver there. And now he's just going to hold out on him with 5 laps to go. Quirson comes back at Smith, looks up on the inside. And Quirson back up on the inside of Smith. Smith pulled that beautiful maneuver down in golf club. But still, it's Casey Enza Smith leading out. Enza Smith leading out there from Reese Quirson. Then it's Jaden Quirson and Josh Smith or nose tail. Not too far back as the likes of Vian Bosov, Reza Levy, Divyan Naidu and Nicholas Vistanis. As they all work their way now up towards Bosfreight corner, down into Golf Club. Once again, Smith has a look there at Quirson, but Quirson closes the line on him. And Smith is all over the back of Quirson like a cheap suit there. Last lap board comes out for the drivers. Who's going to pull the pin here now? Smith sits in Goosen there, takes a tighter line. That's where the dice is at the moment. It's for third place. Smith up on the inside, and he gets through on Goosen. Smith gets through on Goosen and goes up to third place. So Enzo Smith leading out over Reese Goosen. Josh Smith goes defensive, keeps Jaden Goosen behind him with Vian Boshoff in close attendance. Here comes your leader now up towards the flag. It's going to be that man Casey Enzo Smith, who's going to go towards the line with Reese Goosen in second place. Checkered flag. And who's going to take third? It's going to be Smith. Smith takes third place. Brilliant stuff there. So Casey Enzo Smith, Reese Goosen, Josh Smith, Jaden Goosen, Reza Levy, Vian Boshoff, Divian Naidoo, Nicholas Vistanos, Eric Haystek and Ashton Repsol comes home in 10th place. Is your top 10. Well, if you ever wanted better racing than this, I don't think you'll get it. Brilliant stuff coming out of the Junior Maxes here down in Capetown at the first round of the South African Rotax Nationals. And next up we're going to have our Senior Maxes, and I think that will even be just as good. So great stuff there from the local lads, Reese Goosen, Josh Smith and Reza Levy finding themselves in the top 10. It's good to see. The viewers down there, you'll see in pit lane, Senior Maxes all lining up their Charles Visser. Behind them, Ethan Steer. A lot of the national upcountry boys also in between there. The second heat. They've got 3 heats today, ladies and gentlemen. So for the viewers at home, you will be afforded the 9 heat 2, but you will be afforded another heat, so 3 heats. And after that, we'll go into the prize giving. So as you can see, look at all the rubber laid down on the tar there on the outside of the corner. That all peels off the tires. They just screech into the corners. And that is one place you don't want to take the corners on that loose rubber, because you'll find yourself in the dirt. Just rumble off. Nice view there of the Hol's corner. And all the drivers and the pit crew chatting away, getting themselves ready for their second heat of the day. Right, so big shout out going to the DT Film Services for bringing you this live streaming. And our sponsors, Rotax Max, EMR Karting, Mojo, Vortex Engines. Great to have everyone on board. XPS as well.
Thank you. Right, I've got here Jaden Goosen. This is the Junior Max. These guys are 13 to 16 years old. They're doing the same times, 41 deads, that the DD2s are doing, because they're lighter. And it's just insane, the driving and the racecraft that you guys have at such an early age. Jaden, what a race. I mean, the top 5 were amazing, and you were in it. There were lots of overtakes. It was a very exciting race, and you came second overall. Awesome. So what worked for you? How did you find that?
Well, the second session we found the setup now before the first one, so that was pretty good, but we're still not that good on pace, so we still need to find a bit more stuff on the kart.
So as a driver, you're doing all you can, but the kart is just letting you down. Is it in the tight stuff in the 180s or on the straight?
Mostly on the 180s and at Golf Club, but yeah, that's the only 2 corners that we're struggling with the kart right now.
Okay, so, well, I wish I could struggle with my kart like you struggle with yours and come in second in a national. That's fantastic, but you are on the up and up. It's a great improvement, and all the best for Heat 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so welcome back to our viewers, and out there on the circuit is heat number 2 of the Senior Max final. Front row, 2 local lads, Tate Bishop and Matthew Wadley. Second row, Troy Snyman and Andrew Rackstraw. Third row, Charles Visser and Musa Kaji. Fourth row, Ethan Steer and Karabalo Malamela as they come up towards the line. Gonna wait for the lights to go off. The lights go off and away we go racing. Who's gonna get that hole shot as they make their way down into holes? And having a look, see. Oh, some of the drivers having a bit of a wide line into holes. And they're working their way through. Is it Bishop that holds the hole shot? We'll have to wait and see as they come out of the 180s. Looks like Bishop, but it's too close for comfort. They go down there. It looks like Stayman and Visser gets his nose in there. And Visser fighting there in Golf Club, but not getting much through there. Lots of dust there. Some of the karters run a bit wide. And looks like Tate Bishop is out there. Troy Sneyman together with Visser. Visser looking up on the inside. And Visser goes to second. Charl Visser gets through. Tate Bishop leads out with Charl Visser. Troy Sneyman third. Working their way through the 180 complex. Tate Bishop, Angry Racing leads out. Up behind him, Charl Visser in second place. Sneyman's out there. And, battles are plenty. Matthew Wadley right up behind Visser. Oh, and someone runs a bit wide. Didn't pick up that cart. It's the 230 cart of... trying to pick it up. Gio Hartman that ran wide. But Gio's back on circuit. And they're working their way down. And looks like Visser trying to go around the outside of Bishop. So they work their way out of the 180s. The 180s still Tate Bishop leading out. Bishop and Visser. Sneyman's in there as well. This is very close. Too close for comfort. Great drive coming out of Matthew Wadley there in P4. And he's ready to pounce anytime soon as they work their way out of the golf club past the Rotax shop. And Visser keeping Sneyman at bay. And this might just give Bishop a chance to get away. Bishop makes his way down into holes. Bishop, Visser. Visser holding out there with Troy Sneyman up behind him. Tate Bishop's aware that Charl Visser's right up behind him. Can he keep him at bay? Work their way through the 180s. Up they make their way now. You see the drone picked footage now as they make their way up to the Boss Freight Management corner. It's a sharp right-hander down into Golf Club. Into Golf Club goes Tate Bishop, Charl Visser right there with him. So do Troy Sneyman. Then Matthew Wadley. Up behind Wadley is Karabo Malamela. Capetonians doing fantastically well as they lead up. Tate Bishop, Charl Visser, Troy Sneyman. Visser has a look. Bishop keeps the door closed, but Visser's right there with Bishop. Visser looks up in the air. Bishop comes back at Visser. Visser went through, but Bishop came back at him, just slid his way in there. Drifted it in, to use the correct term, as they work their way back out of the 180s. Back down towards Boss Freight corner. Tate Bishop, Charl Visser, Troy Sneyman, Matthew Wadley, and Karabo Malamela. That's your top five. They work their way out. And the top five, too close for comfort. It's anyone's game as they work their way through. The leaders make their way down towards holes. Tate Bishop still leads out over Charl Visser. Is there going to be any challenge here into the 180s? Bishop goes late on the brakes into the 180s, keeps Visser at bay. They've got a slow marker coming up in the not too distant future. They make their way out into the right-hander down the back straight as Bishop leads up. South African Senior Max Champion with Charl Visser right up behind him. Visser and Troy Sneyman. Matthew Wadley and Malamelo sitting right there with him. This is great stuff coming out of the Senior Maxes as they work their way past the Rotax shop, past the kiosking. Into the right-hander, making their way back down towards holes. Into holes they go. Your leader, Tate Bishop, Charl Visser, Troy Sneyman, Matthew Wadley, Malamelo sitting up there behind him. And Bishop gets it all out of shape, climbing the dirt, trying to get past the slow markers. He was getting held up. Has to go slightly defensive in the 180s to keep Visser at bay. So too Sneyman, Wadley, and Malamelo making their way up towards the Boss Freight Management corner. Visser looking to go around the outside of Bishop, and he does it. He does it. Visser got great drive and managed to get past Bishop. So now Visser goes to the front, and Bishop is the meat in his sandwich with Visser and Sneyman. Now, will Bishop come back at him? as they make their way down towards holes. Bishop will be very late on the brakes, but Fiss is up for the job as he holds out. Comes Fisser, here comes Bishop. Bishop slides in, Snyman, Wadley, Malamela. Up behind Malamela, it's Musakaji, Ethan Steer. Then John Renell and Andrew Rexall. But the leaders now making their way up towards Phosphate corner, and Fisser tries to break away as they go down into Golf Club. There you see Charles Fisser leading out, comes through the kink. Charles Fisser is ahead there of Tate Bishop, Troy Snyman, Matthew Wadley, Karabo Malamela. They cross the line, make their way towards holes. Into holes they go. Late on the brakes, Bishop up, right up behind Charles Fisser, trying to work his way through. Fisser semi-defensive there because he knows Bishop and Snyman are lurking in the shadows. Snyman sits right there. Matthew Wadley trying to have a go there at Snyman. So there are fights aplenty here, and I'm sure you that no one's giving each other any inch whatsoever here. One little mistake and you're going to be lunch. That's the bottom line. So yeah, they come down past the Kiosk King, and Fisser leads out over Bishop. Charles Fisser feeling racy as he makes his way past the start-finish line down into holes. Into holes they go. And still pretty much line astern. The front four are absolutely hurtling around the circuit. Into the 180 complex goes Fisser with Bishop up behind him. You don't want to make a move if you're the likes of Tate Bishop, because they make a wrong move, Snyman comes in. Otherwise you just lose out on Fisser. So here they go down. Line astern stuff into Golf Club. Still Charles Fisser leads out. Tate Bishop, Troy Snyman all over the back end there of Tate Bishop. Tate, last year's South African Senior Max champion, still fends off the likes of Troy Snyman, probably one of his nearest competitors, but in the meantime, Charles Fisser's getting away. Bishop goes slightly defensive, keeps the likes of Troy Snyman up behind him with Matthew Wadley and Malamela also sitting there. Bishop goes slightly defensive, brings Wadley out. Snyman tries to break up on the inside of Bishop. Bishop gets it up, but it looks like it's gone through, and Wadley gets through. Wadley gets through to them, and Wadley goes to second. A quick wake-up call there. Matthew Wadley and Malamela get through there, and Bishop with Snyman losing out there, going down to 6. And Matthew Wadley is rubbing his hands together in glee and saying, "Thank you for opening up that door. I'll take second place gladly." And Malamela also gets through there. So Karabo Malamela moves up into third with Tate Bishop 4, Musakaji 5, Troy Snyman 6, Ethan Steer 7. So Charles Fisser leads out, but Matthew Wadley goes up into second place from 4th, and he's going to get his head down and he's going to beat this one to the end. He's only got 4 laps to go. Into Golf Club, there you see Charles Fisser, then Matthew Wadley, then Karabo Malamela, then Tate Bishop up behind him, Musakaji, Troy Snyman, Ethan Steer, and Andy Rexall. As they make their way into holes. And Matthew Wadley now trying to get away there from Malamela, with Bishop closing down, and Troy Snyman goes up on the inside of Musakaji in going to the 180s. Having a look there at Matthew Wadley, he's trying his damnedest to get away from the rest of the pack. He'll try and go and catch Charles Fisser, but the pack is closing up quickly on Wadley. He's got the pace, he's been with them all afternoon. Charles Fisser almost looks to the sun with that tinted visor of his, and works his way down into holes with Wadley bringing the pack along with Karabo Malamela, Tate Bishop, Troy Snyman, Musakaji, Ethan Steer, Andy Rexall, Jean Renell, and Oloratu Sakudu. There's a lovely battle going on, and has Snyman gone through on Bishop? I think Snyman just went through on Bishop. Have a look, see. Yep, he has. And Bishop's got issues. He's defending more than he's driving. He's everybody all over him. Has he done his tires? As Fisser leads out, here comes Wadley, Malamela, Snyman, Bishop. Up behind Bishop there, Musakaji, the Ethan Steer, and Andy Rexall. Last lap board comes out for the second heat of the day. for the senior maxes. And, well, I don't think Charles Visser is going to be reeled in anytime soon as he goes into the 180 complex. Great drive from Charles Visser here. Got his way to the front and then just decided, well, I'll break away. I'll use what pace I have. He looks over his shoulder and sees, no, it's only Wadley down the road. I don't think he'll catch me as he makes his way down into Golf Club. Charles Visser, Matthew Wadley, Karabo, Malamela. Or is that, no, it looks like it could be Troy Stayman that's got through. So Visser crosses the line. Wadley second, Stayman third, Malamela 4, Bishop 5, Musakaji 6, Ethan Steer 7th. Then the rest of the field to come through, Andrew Rackstraw, Jean Renel and Olaraja Zakudu make up your top 10. So that was a fascinating race. Lots of chopping and changing. And Visser puts his hand in the air and says, thank you very much. I would too. Great drive from a young lad. I think Matthew Wadley will be quite happy with his second place, especially in a national. I think one of his best outings yet. So well done to that young lad. And well, the senior maxes always presenting us with some fine entertainment. We had a lot of chopping and changing there as into the junior maxes, but the senior maxes, some great driving. And I must compliment the drivers, some very clean driving, here and there the odd nudge, but not the end of the world. So brilliant stuff from all of them. And we're going to see a lot more of that during the day. We're going to move on to our next race, which is the Micro Max Heat number 2. On pole position, Matthew Roach, Aidan Beaumont. The second row, Rafael de Souza and Jan Nolte. On the third row, Rafael de Silva and Christian Verheul. On the fourth row, Michael Danks and Emma Dowling. On the fifth row, Taylor Patel, Santiago Frada, with Franco Gibbard and Matthew Shuttleworth bringing up the rear. So today's broadcast is brought to you by Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, EMO Karting and Mojo Tyres. As we see the Micromax out there, busy on their warm-up lap. Having a little bit of intermittent power issues here today. Nothing that's uncommon to Capetown or anywhere in the country. And the Kart is busy warming up. So it's all happening out there. As the young Micromaxers on their final warm-up lap. Well, if you just joined us, welcome to the first round of the South African Rotax Karting Championships. Mike Side, Francois Butler, joined here with by DT Film Services, or bringing you the live stream, proudly sponsored by Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, EMO Karting and Mojo Tyres. And as ever, thirsty work, quick swig of water, just to get the throat unparched. And the drivers will slow themselves up going down into Golf Club as they ready themselves for the start of their second race of the day, heat number 2. Right, so on the front row, Matthew Roach and Aidan Beaumont. Spoke to Dad Brett Roach during the luncheon interval. He's as proud as a peacock as young Matthew rolls around there with young Aidan Beaumont alongside him. They're a little bit quick up to the tram lines. We're watching the lights, and the lights go off for Amiga Racing. Off they go, down into holes. It looks like Beaumont gets the whole shot ahead there of Matty Roach as they make their way up towards the 180s. Young Beaumont, Roach sits there. It looks like it could be De Souza up behind them. Beaumont leading out. Come through the 180s and make their way up towards Bosfreight corner. And Roach has got a very keen man up on the inside. Oh, they collide and the man goes off. And that looked like Rafael de Souza that went off. He's gone careering. Might be able to bring himself back. He does bring himself back. He crossed over onto the tyre there of Matty Roach and unsettled himself and ran off. The rest of the guys. Oh, we got a bit of a coming together here by the and a red flag. We've got a red flag situation. Well, too many incidents and accidents, as they say. And who thought we would get here but our first red flag of the day. So they'll probably have to reform and get the race going again. As we just wait for the rest of the karters to make their way around the circuit. Get up to the start-finish line, get under starters' orders, and they'll get one more warm-up lap and then carry on with their race. So, whilst the carts just making their way around the start-finish line, a couple of the dads and mechanics run up to go and have a look, see what's happening. Up and go racing once again. All the dads and the mechanics are there to see that everything's okay.
And what is
Right, so all the karts down on the line there, out of the Micromax category. The steward's just sorting it out. See who stands where and how we're going to start, and what's going to happen. It looks like one or two of the karts had a little bit of knocks, and it's getting sorted out down the line. Well, we've had a fantastic day's racing so far, the viewers that have joined us. And I reckon that we're still going to have a lot more action here at Killarney International Raceway, the first round of the Rotax South African Nationals. I still foresee lots of action. Here we see the start line, the northern section of the circuit there, and the container depot. And everyone just sorting their karts out. Well, the young drivers sitting down there won't be too happy with the fact that they've been slowed up, because now your tires get cold, your brakes get cold, the engine's getting cold. Now you've got to start all over. So they're just waiting to hear from the clerk of the course as to what the way forward will be before we get everything underway. All the drivers get called up to one of these COCs, or assistant COCs. They'll probably get read a little bit of the riot act before they get the show on the road again. Well, rules are rules, and I suppose we have to adhere to rules. Well, some great racing we've had here so far today, and some of the best names in South African karting, if not in world karting, taking place here today. And the participation has definitely not gone unnoticed. because we've had some very, very fine challenges here today. Some of the local lads, the Western Province and Western Cape lads, also bringing their best games to the fore and showing up some of the national competitors here in sunny Cape Town. Well, beautiful weather, the sun is out. It's a little bit of a northwesterly blowing. I thought it came up the southeast, but I'm looking at the flags, they've turned, so it's a bit of a northwester, which means we'll be getting some cooler weather in the not too distant future. And let's go down to Lisa for some interviews.
Right, I've got two senior max drivers here from KZN, all the way from KZN. We've got Jandre Nell and Odie Lee. These guys are racecraft geniuses to be keeping up with the middle pack here at Killarney and Capetown. Guys, how's your weekend been so far?
It's been pretty good, qualifying went really well. And then we tried a different setup, putting the seat says on to maximize grip in the back end. And then it didn't work out that well, so we went back with it this heat and it was looking better.
Okay, so heat 2 better than heat 1?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so heat 3, any other adjustments that need to be made?
Heat 3, I think we're definitely going to make some front end changes and then it should be good.
Okay, all the best, Jandre. Odie, how are you feeling about your race today?
Heat 1 was nice, had a nice duel with Jandre and an absolute scent. But Heat 2, I don't want to be the one to complain, but my rib guard came loose and it just like affected my arms and I couldn't really move and I got very tired quickly, so yeah.
Well, listen, this is not for sissies. We are burning more calories in 30 minutes of jogging, being in a cart for one session. You guys have been added free practice, 7 sessions on Friday, 7 sessions on Thursday, and now we've got practice qualies and 3 heats. So your ribs are just saying, please give me a break, yeah?
Yeah, they're absolutely shattered right now. I just need, but you know, got to push on. One more heat, I'm absolutely pumped. You know, last heat wasn't very good, so I want to do better next heat, and hopefully, you know, come out on top in the midfield.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations, all the best for heat 3, Odie. We're rooting for you. Okay. Thank you. And back to the commentary.
All right, for our viewers there, some fantastic interviews there by Lisa Wingo with some of the young drivers and, well, still the Micromaxes down on the start line. It looks they'll start getting back into their carts. Some stern words coming out of the clock of the course quarters, and they know what's expected of them. Oh, keep an eye. It's actually quite fun to watch these youngsters doing all their little antics, warm-ups, getting the gloves together, making sure they're ready. Last minute fuel being ditched into the tanks there by some of the mechanics. Carts being checked for possible problematic areas. So I'm just going to pop away for a quick ad break. We'll be back shortly. Right, so welcome back to the viewers. As it looks like we're going to have a single file start. The karters all being placed in their respective positions. So single file start. Good way to go when you don't really want to have too much jostling for positions. They'll roll around the circuit, they get one warm-up lap, and then they will start under single file orders. So it's good to see. I haven't seen this employed in quite a while. Usually see a lot of the dirt oval side of the world when there's been a problematic start. They chuck everyone into single file and then start in single file. So Matthew Roach, Adam Beaumont, Rafael de Souza, Johan Nolter, Rafael de Silva, Christian Vial, Michael Danks, Emma Darling, Taylor Patel, Santiago Frado, Franco Gibbard and Matthew Shuttleworth, all in this one and all hoping to bring out the best. Nice shot there of the FTW building down on the far side of the circuit. On the start-finish line, you see everyone lined up in the middle. All the dads and the mechanics standing around trying to spur on their chargers and wish them well. Right, looks like we're about to get the proceedings underway as the last little folk clear the circuit. And the karts roll off the start line. Quick warm-up lap and they're going to get racing underway. So it's heat number 2 of the Micromax. We had a little bit of coming together and how's your father? But they managed to sort that one out and they make their way around the circuit before we get the race under the way. And looks like we're going to have a full 12-lap race. So work their way through. They're in order with Roach, Beaumont, De Souza and Nolter, your front 4. And they just need to slow it down as they make their way down into Bosfreight corner. Let the rest of the field catch up. Work your way past the Rotax shop. Slow it down just ever so slightly down as they bring their way through. And coming up towards the start-finish line. We'll keep an eye on the lights. The lights go off and we go racing. Down towards holes. Keep an eye there on Matty Roach. He would have had the whole shot. He was at the front of the pile and he works his way through up towards the 180s. Roach leads. Beaumont there in second. Nolter third. Roach reveling in this opportunity to lead out of field. Can he keep the likes of Rafael de Souza, Beaumont and Nolter and de Souza up behind him as our drone takes off to get some drone photography coming out there past the Rotax shop. It's going to be Matty Roach. Up behind him is Beaumont. Up over the line they go. It looks like Rafael de Silva. It looks like Adam Beaumont got penalised the back of the field. So it's Rafael de Souza sits up there in second place. So Matty Roach still leading out into the 180s. Works his way through. Hits the right-hander down the back straight up towards Bosfreight Management. Now up on the inside. It's Adam Beaumont that sits there. Adam Beaumont takes the lead, 676. I was going to say, I recognize the cards. So Adam Beaumont out front of Matty Roach. That's Beaumont leads out. Matty Roach in second. 636 of Johan Nolter's in third. Rafael de Silva in fourth. The timing frame a little bit out of sync there. And coming through, looks like Beaumont's transponder might not be working as he leads out. So possibly had a bump somewhere and has dislodged his transponder. So his transponder not working, but definitely Adam Beaumont leading out. Beaumont in the front, Roach second. Roach gets his head down as he tries to stay up front there with Beaumont. Third place is Johan Nolter. Then Rafael de Silva, then de Souza, then Vial, then Danks. Danks would like to be a lot higher up. But still Adam Beaumont leading out. I don't think Beaumont's transponder is registering. Unfortunate. But visibly he is on the circuit and he is leading out. That has been confirmed by virtue of his number. So young Aidan Beaumont makes his way out of the 180s. Down the back straight. And Matthew Roach has got a bit of trouble. Stays middle of the road. Doesn't allow for Nolter to come through. In the meantime, Beaumont's getting away. Roach needs to put foot down to the metal to try and stay there with him. But in third place, Johan Nolter, Rafael de Silva and Rafael de Souza all there, all in it to win it. Beaumont leading out. Beaumont makes his way up towards the 180s. Closes in. And Matthew Roach trying to keep the door shut there. Takes a defensive line and works out. Keeps looking over his shoulder. You spend a lot of time looking over your shoulder there. You need to look ahead of you as he sees what's going on. He runs the middle of the road, defends his line, and Johan Nolter getting a little bit frustrated, wants to get away through there. But Matty Roach wants to hold on to that second place. Well, he's quick. He's not hanging around, that's for sure. But as he holds up Nolter, it brings De Silva into the picture. And Rafael De Silva is going to be pretty quick as well. He showed early on today that he's got what it takes. So they work their way out of holes now. Out of holes up towards the 180s. And your race lead at the moment, Aidan Beaumont. Second, Matthew Roach. There we go. Up on the inside goes De Silva on Nolter. And I said earlier on, keep an eye on De Silva. He's been pretty quick all day. So he just shows us as he works through the 180s and puts himself in third place. And now Matty Roach going to have his hands full because De Silva is not going to hang around. De Silva's hanging up on the inside. He wants to have a late break, and he does. He takes second place from Matt Roach. So De Silva moves up into second. And in the meantime, Aidan Beaumont's down the road in first place. But I think De Silva's feeling racy, and he might go and look for Beaumont as he pulls away from Matt Roach. As the leader makes his way down into holes. There's your leader coming out of holes at the moment. And there's De Silva with Matthew Roach. And, well, going into the 180s, I think that Beaumont should try and put the pin down and get away, because I think De Silva's going to come looking for him, quite frankly. I think that's what we need. You see the shot of young Aidan Beaumont, your current race leader, as he makes his way down into Golf Club. And he's followed there by Rafael De Silva, Matthew Roach and Rafael De Souza. Beaumont's got a fair lead, but whether he's going to maintain that lead is to be seen. De Silva gets on the gas and moves off early. Matthew Roach sits out there in third place. Up behind him, Rafael De Souza. De Souza looking up on the inside. But Roach closes up early and doesn't afford him the space to get through. So we just keep an eye on that one there. There we go. And, well, Matty Roach has got his hands full there with Rafael De Souza up behind him. Rafael De Silva is trying to chase down your leader there, Aidan Beaumont. Beaumont leads out. And Roach just taking that middle of the road there, keeping De Souza up behind him. And he's not too fretted about De Souza behind him, but De Souza this way, that way, trying to find a way through all the time now as they're up towards the start-finish line. Cross the line, they've got 4 laps to go. 4 laps left in it. Beaumont still leads out from De Silva. Roach takes a wider line. De Souza has a look, but there's no space. And coming through there, you see Aidan Beaumont leading out. Takes the right hand sway and works his way down to Osfreight Corner, down into Golf Club. Into Golf Club he goes. And De Silva up behind him, then Roach, then De Souza. The front 4 broken away from the rest of the field as they go past the Rotax shop. And, well, not affording anyone to allow them to come closer. Some good names down the line there. Johan Nolter, Taylor Patel, Emma Darling, Christian Vial. De Souza's gone down a bit. And Michael Danks down in 9th. He'd like to be a lot higher up. Why he's lingering down there in 9th position, only he will know. We should see him high up the field, but that is the nature of the beast. It's kart racing. So, it's just one of those things. Well, the Silver is up the road. Matthew Roach has now got Jan Nolte up behind him. So we lost to Souza a little way down the line. So Jan Nolte there now pushing. And going to see if he can work his way through. Nolte has a look there at Roach. Roach closes the door on him. And this is a lovely squabble. Up behind them there, 3 carts. Taylor Patel, Emma Darling and Christian Verheul. All in it. Nice to see more of the Toyota Academy carters out there. And working their way through now into the 180 complex is your leader, Aidan Beaumont. Second place man, Rafael de Silva. Third place man, Matthew Roach and Johan Nolte. Coming out of the 180s. Your leader already making his way down towards Boss Freight corner is Aidan Beaumont. Then it's Rafael de Silva. Here comes Maddie Roach keeping Johan Nolte at bay. Not too far back is that scrap with Taylor Patel, Emma Darling, Christian Verheul and Michael Danks. Danks starting to up the ante. Trying to work a bit of respectability back into his race as we see the leader make their way down. And the last lap board goes out for the leaders. Aidan Beaumont leads out with Rafael de Silva second, Matthew Roach third, Johan Nolte, Taylor Patel, Christian Verheul, Emma Darling, Michael Danks, Rafael de Souza and Santiago Frado making up your top 10. As your leader works through the final 180, makes his way down towards Boss Freight corner, is a young Aidan Beaumont from Strive Racing. It's that right-hander, goes down late on the brakes into the Golf Club corner, works his way around. A beautiful aerial shot there from our drone from DT Film Services. And coming up now towards the kiosk kink is young Aidan Beaumont. He'll take this checkered flag with both hands and bank it, that's for sure. Checkered flag time. Aidan Beaumont, Rafael de Silva, Matthew Roach, Johan Nolte. Oh, Johan Nolte gets a vote of Roach, Taylor Patel, Christian Verheul, Emma Darling, Michael Danks, Raf de Souza, and Santiago Frado, followed by Shuttleworth and Gibbard. Well, some fine racing brought to you there from Rotax, XPS, Vertex, Auto, Emma Karting, and Mojo Tyres. That was the second heat of the Micromax, so good to have them out there. You see Killarney looking, karting circuit looking quite full. Must have a lot of folk here today. And great production here by DT Film Services, bringing you some live coverage. So your viewers will see down the Minimax rolling out of the pit lane onto the circuit. They'll go and get their warm-up lap for their second heat of the day. And on pole position we've got young Caleb Woodendal together with Keegan Beaumont. Second row Travis Mingay with Maddie Chawara. Third row we've got Jordan Wadley and Adam Karji. Fourth row Keegan Martin and Ragila Malula. Fifth row Ken Schwartz and Georgia Lennox. Sixth row Amani Kenyawa and Carl Spiss. And still a good couple of carters to follow. We've got more than 19, almost 20 entrants in this heat. The carts just out on circuit, just warming up before they get their little show on the road. So if they can keep it nice and neat and all under control. I'm just going to break here quickly for an outside interview.
Thank you. I've got Rafael de Silva. My goodness, you've had a mixed race day today. Heat 1, there was an oopsie down in Golf Club and there was all sorts of things going on. Heat 2, there was a red flag and you landed up coming second. Second Heat 1, second Heat 2. Am I getting it right, Rafael?
Heat one, I don't know what the position was. Heat 2 was second. Heat 3, I want to try get a pole position.
Okay, so depending on your times now for this heat, It's going to determine your position on the grid for the final heats of the day, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, Raphael, you've been around for a long time. How many years have you been karting?
Almost 4 years. So it's like 3 years. 2019, my Uncle Ronnie's birthday. I got my first kart. Then 2020, 2021, and then this year.
Okay.
So it's almost 4 years.
Almost 4 years. And through lockdown, you've persevered. Rafael de Silva, you're a champ, you're a star. Congratulations on your second position. All the best for Heat 3.
Thank you.
Right, so Caleb Woodinall leads out, makes his way down towards Boss Freight Corner, down into Golf Club. Work their way around, out of Golf Club, up towards us. It looks like it's young Beaumont that sits up behind him there. Then it is Medi Chihuahua. They work their way through, up over the start-finish line, across the line. Caleb Woodinall, Keegan Beaumont, Matthew Chihuahua, Jordan Whaley, Travis Mingay, Keegan Martin, Ken Schwartz, and Georgia Lennox make up your top 8. And having a look at Beaumont, he's fighting there with Woodinall. Woodinall goes defensive, and this could slow up the whole bunch and create a lot of jostling. Keep an eye there on Keegan Beaumont as he chases down on the back of Caleb Woodinall. Now the field spreads out ever so slightly. Woodinall out front with Beaumont all over him like a cheap suit. And right up there behind him, Matthew Chihuahua. This young lad also no slouch in a kart. Keep an eye on him. It's a lovely high-speed train of about 10 karts that work their way down towards holes. And still Woodinall leads out. Beaumont sits there right with him. Woodinall goes slightly defensive up on the inside, middle of the road. Beaumont hanging in with him. Chihuahua there in third. They roll out to the second 180. Woodinall runs wide, takes with him Beaumont as they work their way out down the back straight, down towards Boss Freight Corner. And Beaumont up on the inside, and Beaumont goes to the lead. Takes the lead there from Caleb Woodinall. He lined him up going down into Golf Club and executed it perfectly, and now takes the lead. And looks like he might have been held up and is trying to get away from Woodinall. Look there as he pulls a little gap there over Caleb Woodinall, works his way down towards holes. A beautiful shot there. Into holes they go. And Keegan Beaumont pulling out some fine times here on the lap scoring at the moment as he works his way around down into the first of the 180. He's attacking the circuit. He's not holding back. He's not going defensive either. He wants to get away from Caleb Woodinall. Woodinall tries to reel him in as they exit down the back straight, down towards Boss Freight Corner. They all get their heads down as they're chasing hard. In third place there is Matthew Chihuahua. Up behind Chihuahua, Jordan Wadley and Travis Mingay. So you put a foot wrong here, someone's going to pile the pressure on you, that's for sure. As they work their way now past the Kiosk King. The left and the right hander up over the line, they go down towards holes. They've got 8 laps to go. And still out front is Keegan Beaumont, trying to pull away there from Caleb Woodinall. Woodinall holds sway there over Matthew Chihuahua, followed by Jordan Wadley, Travis Mingay and Ken Schwartz. High-speed chase as they work their way out the right-hander down the back straight up towards Boss Freight Corner. And keep an eye on Beaumont. Body language says, I'm trying to get away. Caleb Woodinall's body language says, I'm trying to reel you in. I don't need to be sandwiched. Matthew Chihuahua, he's just riding his race. And right up behind him is Jordan Wadley and Travis Mingay. Beautiful aerial shot there for the viewers at home as they cross the line and into Holzhoek. Work their way around the corner. And Beaumont really hard pressed to get away there from Caleb Woodinall. Having a look here is a lovely scrap here behind Matthew Chihuahua as he holds off the likes of Wadley. And they make their way through the second 180 into the right-hander down the back straight. Beaumont makes his way up towards Boss Freight Corner, followed by Woodinall, then Chihuahua. Behind Chihuahua, it's Wadley and Mingay. Right, they cross the line. They'll have 7 laps to go. A nice tight race to see. A nice crowd of folk out here today supporting us at Killarney International Raceway for round 1 of this Rotax Challenge. Proudly brought to you by Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, EMEC Karting, and Mojo Tires. Chihuahua into the 180s. Got Wadley right there behind him. Still Beaumont leading out over Oerendal. Oerendal tried to reel him in. Beaumont doesn't want to be opposed. Makes his way down towards Boss Management corner. And, well, still about a second, 1 second gap over Caleb Oerendal. That's enough to give Beaumont a little bit of breathing space as he goes through the Kiosk King. Chihuahua on the other hand's got his hands full, the likes of Jordan Wadley and Travis Binga up behind him. Whether he can shake them off or not to be seen. And they've still got 5 laps to go. So still anything can happen. But in the meantime, young Keegan Beaumont reckons it's time to check out and leave Caleb Oerendal in second place. However, Caleb Oerendal's got other races and says, you know what, I'm actually trying to reel you in. But nonetheless, they work their way through the 180s, and Beaumont makes his way down towards Boyd Boss Freight Management corner into Golf Club, and reels his way around. So Keegan Beaumont still leading up over Caleb Oerendal. Matthew Chihuahua followed by Wadley, and then Minge. Up behind Minge, it's Georgia Lennox, young lady ahead of Ken Schwartz, Ragilis Spice Malula, Amani Kinua, Keegan Martin is your top 10. Beaumont looking very racy. Young lads really come up in leaps and bounds over the last year, and showing that he's got what it takes to lead out front. And he's definitely got some quality opposition, the likes of Caleb Oerendal up behind him. Caleb absolutely no slouch out of the northern regions, the man from Gauteng. So it's all happening out there as we see them leading out of Golf Club here past the Rotax shop, up past the Kiosk King, and the Strive Racing cart of Keegan Beaumont leads out. Across the line, and he's got 3 laps left in it. 3 hard laps. Concentration levels are at the absolute best. And trust me folks, in karting, you cannot afford to blink an eye because someone will be there to attack you. Not physically, but on the track. And even eye there on Keegan Beaumont, you see that head poised dead still as he looks where he's going. Drops his head now as he attacks the circuit up towards Boyd Boss Management corner, down into Golf Club. You see Oerendal is about a second, about 1.2 seconds up there behind him. Matthew Chihuahua still fitting off Wadley and Minge. Across the line now, they have 2 more laps to go in heat number 2. Still got a third heat to do again later today. But you know what? I can get heat under 2 under the belt. Gives me a good 2-hour break before I get out on the circuit again. So young Keegan Beaumont pedaling hard. Comes out of the 180s, pitches it into the right hand. He'll go up onto the curb, uses the whole curb to his advantage. There you can see up behind him Caleb Oerendal chasing hard, trying to close him down. Then it's still Matthew Chihuahua holding sway over Jordan Wadley and Travis Minge. There they all roll out of Golf Club past the Rotax building into the left and right hand sweep, which you know is better known as Kiosk King, up over the start finish line and down towards holes. Oh, and there's a little bit of a scuffling going on there. Don't get confused by all the bikes. It's just the track day out on the main circuit. Our focus is on the inside on the kart circuit. So, there we go. Still Keegan Beaumont leading out. Comes out down the back straight. Up towards Boss Management corner. When he comes over the line, it'll be his last lap. He'll get the last lap board. Or possibly the checkered flag. I reckon he'll get the checkered flag. I'm just checking what the flag marshal says. Yeah. Checkered flag time for young Keegan Beaumont, who brings it home ahead of Caleb Oerendal, Matthew Chihuahua, Jordan Wadley, Travis Minge, Georgia Lennox, Raigile Balula, Ken Schwartz, Amani Kinula, Keegan Martin, Adam Kaji, Sabella Ntuli, Liam Kukumur, Harry Rowe, Durrell Goodman, Gianna Pascal, and it looks like that's pretty much it. So it's a pedestrian race coming out of the Mini Maxes, but pretty much everyone finding themselves placed pretty early, and settling down and maintaining their places as they work their way around the circuit. Rolled out suburb, Caleb Moss bringing it over. Well, that was the Mini Maxes, just a short verbal break, and we'll be back with you shortly. Right, so next up we have the DD2 Masters, heat number 2. On pole position, local man Connie Hughes. Alongside him, Nicholas Verheul. Second row, Eugene Brits and Marco Vigesh. Nice to see Marco up in the second row. Third row, Jonathan Peterson together with Jared Jordan. The fourth row, we got Andrew Thomas and Alistair Mingay. And on the fifth row, Andre Steenkamp and Carlo Gill, 2 local lads. So, all to be done out there in the Masters. The Masters, as far as I know, over 35s. And the gentlemen out on circuit, warming up their karts. Just getting some heat in those tyres and bedding in those brakes. Connie Hughes must be absolutely relishing this opportunity to have pole position. And he's in some great company with Nicholas Verheul, Eugene Brits sitting around him. I tell you something, this is really doing wonders for his championship to be up there with him. And he's having a great day of it. I spoke to him at the lunchtime and he expressed that he's very happy with the tyres. The kart is in fantastic form. So is he. And he's got his mojo. Let's hope he just keeps it together and makes the local crowd happy. And himself for that matter. So they come out of the 180s, they'll start forming up. So, Cape Town man, Connie Hughes has pole position together with Nicholas Verheul. Second row, Eugene Brits and Marco Vigesh. Jonathan Peter, Jared Jordan, Andrew Thomas, Alistair Mingay, Andre Steenkamp and Carlo Gill. 10 karts in it and I reckon we're up for a good race as they bring it around past the Rotax building. Well, Eugene Brits won the first heat ahead there of Connie Hughes. What are we going to have in the second heat? They enter the tram lines. We watch the lights. Lights off and away we go. Who's going to get down into the whole shot? It's going to be Connie Hughes. Connor takes the whole shot, works his way down towards the 180s. Someone on his inside. It looks like it could be Verheul and Brits. Brits around the outside. But Connor stands his ground, keeps Brits second. It looks like Nick Verheul's gone through. That's the only problem starting at pole position. You either get it right or you don't. Nicholas Verheul is out front. Eugene Brits in third and Connie Hughes is the meat in the sandwich. Don't let Nick Verheul get away. Connie Hughes has got to get on the gas nice and early and chase down Nicholas Verheul. Eugene Brits is going to be breathing down his neck at all stages. Eugene Brits slides up and goes to second ahead there of Connie Hughes. Poor Connor is getting mugged from every quarter. He had such a good first heat. Jonathan Peterson gets through on Marco Vigesh. And now here the experienced drivers are bringing their A game to the fore. Connie Hughes doesn't want to get one more down. He wants to stay on the podium. He currently has got podium points, but Jonathan Peterson flies in there. The man's always late on the brakes as they go into Golf Club. And Nick Verheul's getting away there from Eugene Brits. Nick Verheul is pulling away there from Eugene Brits and has got a sizable lead. So can they reel him in? Jared Jordan up on the inside there of Andrew Thomas. Here comes Peterson. Peterson up on the inside. And Marco Vigesh is all over the back end. Poor Connie Hughes is going back at an alarming rate. And I can assure you this is doing his mojo no good whatsoever. Not talking about his tyres, I'm talking about the personal mojo as they make their way up into Boyd Boss Corner, down into Golf Club. Nicholas Verheul leads out. Eugene Brits, Jonathan Peterson, Connie Hughes, Marco Vigesh, Jared Jordan, Andrew Thomas. They work their way down towards holes. Still that man, Nick Veal, up towards the 180s already. Nick Veal has really stamped his authority down here. Eugene Brits in second. Jonathan Peters for third. Connor Hughes fourth. Connor just needs to compose himself and just find a bit of rhythm and possibly chase down on the back end of Peterson. Marco Vigas, excuse me, Marco Vigas finding himself down in fourth. Or fifth, I should say, behind Connor. Jared Jordan and Andrew Thomas are in there as well as they make their way past the kiosk down towards the start-finish line. And they cross the line, they've got 11 laps to go. 11 grueling laps. As your leaders now already work their way into the 180s. Nick Veal leading out over Eugene Brits. And Jonathan Peterson third there with Connor Hughes sitting up behind him. Connor now starting to attack the back end of Peterson. There's your leader, Nick Veal, trying to get away there from Eugene Brits, who gets his head down for a change. Jonathan Peterson with Connor Hughes up behind him. Peterson keeping a tight line. Hughes looking for a way through as they come out through the Bogs Bend past the Rotax building. Now into the Kiosk King. Work their way around up towards the start-finish line. Wheel across the line, followed by Brits down into turn, which we actually turn one, which is holes. Into holes, work their way through the King up towards the 180s. Hughes starting to attack the back end of Peterson. Marco Vigas has got Jared Jordan up behind him and Andrew Thomas. And Jonathan Peterson leads out that whole gaggle of carters because down the road is Nick Veal and he's been pursued there by Eugene Brits down into Golf Club. You see how their front runners have pulled away from the rest of the pack there. And Nick Veal doesn't want to be opposed. He's still got 10 laps to go. And Connor Hughes would like to attack the back end there of Jonathan Peters now as they work through the Kiosk King down towards the start-finish line and into holes. Down into holes they go. And once again, you have a look there at Connor Hughes looking at the back end of Jonathan Peters. Comes in hard, but Peters very late in the brakes. Doesn't afford Hughes any overtaking opportunity. Now they work their way out the 180. They hang a left, then a right, then make their way down towards Boss Freight, where already Nick Veal and Eugene Brits are in. Jonathan Peters slowing up there. Connor Hughes right up there behind him. Trying his damnedest to get through, but not finding any way through. Up behind Connor Hughes, Marco Vigas, Jared Jordan and Andrew Thomas all pushing hard. Now suddenly looks like Connor Hughes finds a little bit of pace. Chases the back end of Jonathan Peters. He looks up on the inside and Connor Hughes slides back to third. Connor Hughes showing some of his form now as he attacks the back end of Jonathan Peters and gets through into third place. It's quite a distance between second place man Eugene Brits with Nick Veal making his way up towards Boss Freight corner. And, well, a sizable gap there between Hughes and Brits of about 3.5 seconds. So it's a mountain to climb. And Nick Veal has got about a 1.2 second lead over Eugene Brits. So almost about a 5 second gap between first and third, which makes for a lot of hard work. They have to come out of Connor Hughes. But Connor pulls away a little bit from Jonathan Peters. And have a look, see what he can do. Might be found a little bit of rhythm now that he can come back into third place. And there you see Nick Veal, Eugene Brits, and a little way back there you see Connor Hughes trying to work his way back. And we've only got 7 laps left in this one. 7 laps to go. Connor Hughes trying to get away from Jonathan Peters. Up behind him, Marco Vigas doing extremely well. Marco looked like he's closing up on the back end of Jonathan Peterson. So see if we can perhaps attack him during the course of the proceedings as they make their way into the first of the 180s. There you see Peterson, and then you see Marco Vigas, Jared Jordan, Andrew Thomas. And having a look at Nick Veal, it looks like Eugene Brits is getting a little bit closer. Eugene Brits closing down on the back of Nick Veal as they go into Golf Club. Connor Hughes going through there with Jonathan Peterson, and Eugene Brits is closing. He's closing on the back of Nick Veal, and I don't think you should take anything away from Eugene Brits. He's going to try and get towards Nick Veal and try and get past him. There you see Connie Hughes, and there you see Jonathan Peterson, Marco Vegas, Jared Jordan, Andrew Thomas in picture. They work their way around. Jonathan Peterson trying to stay close to Connie Hughes. Hughes trying to get away. He wants to chase these two lads, but they are flying. And that's Nick Veal and Eugene Brits, especially Eugene, one of the quickest men out in the circuit. Marco Vegas posting some great times of a 41.4. So he's on some fine form. But keep an eye on Brits. Brits is closing down on Veal. And Veal is going to have his hands full pretty short because Eugene Brits is coming at him with anger. And trust me, it's well managed anger, because Brits is now right up on the back end of Nick Veal. Eugene Brits in the white suit there behind Nick Veal. And can he get past him? Connie Hughes doing pretty well down in P3. Brits sitting there with Veal looking for a way through. He got 4 laps to go. Will Veal pull the pin? Will Brits pull the pin and get past Veal, or will Veal stay where he is and try and fend off the attack? They crossed the line. They got 3 laps to go. 3 laps in heat number 2 of the DD2 Masters. As they work their way up towards the 180s, Connie Hughes gets away from Jonathan Peterson. Jonathan Peterson trying to stave off the attentions there of young Marco Vegas. And still Nick Veal holding sway there over Eugene Brits. Peters and Veal marking his line there, not allowing Brits to get through. But I think Brits is now pretty close to pulling the pin. And they cross the line. They'll have 2 laps to go. Is Brits is going to track him for pace? Or Brits looks up on the inside. No space. No space, says Nick Veal. I'm still in front, and this is where I'd like to stay. And sort of a semi-defensive approach from Nick Veal, running middle of the road, not affording Eugene any space to get through as they make their way down the back straight. Once again up towards Bosfreight corner. Nick Veal with Eugene Brits right there with him. Can Eugene get through? Veal holds tight, keeps it nice and tidy. Takes good clean lines, works his way past the Kiosk King, hangs a left and a right, and crosses the line, gets the last lap board on their final lap. Now Nick Veal knows he's got his hands full. Is Brits going to come for him? He doesn't even go defensive, he attacks the circuit. And that's the true signs of a real competitor. No blocking, just pure flat out racing. And he reckons the best form of defense is to attack. You know what, I'm all with that, Nick Veal. That's the way it works. And he goes down into Golf Club with Eugene Brits right up behind him. Brits sits right there behind Nick Veal. Veal works his way through. Up past the Kiosk King. Hangs a left, then a right. And the checkered flag beckons. Veal crosses the line with Brits in close attendance. 3rd place will go to Connie Hughes. 4th place, Jonathan Peterson, followed by Marco Vegas, Jared Jordan, Andrew Thomas. We'll just wait for Carla Gill, Alistair Minga, and Andre Steenkamp to come through. So that was heat number 2 for the DDM, or the DD2 Masters, sorry. With Nick Veal taking line honours from Eugene Brits. Local lad Connie Hughes doing exceptionally well in P3. Jonathan Peterson in 4. Local lad Marco Vegas, Jared Jordan, Andrew Thomas, Carlo Gill, all coming through down to 8th place. KZN man Alistair Minga down in 9th. Followed there by Andre Steenkamp, a local lad. So next up, it's time for the DD2 Seniors. Well, a beautiful afternoon here at Killarney International Raceway. Some fine racing. And we have to thank our sponsors, Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, Email Karting, and Mojo Tires for bringing this lovely event to your screens, together with DTM Film Services. It's really been a fine afternoon so far, morning and afternoon. And we're ready into the second heat, so we've only got one more heat left in each category. So lots of fine action still to happen today. And while we see the DD2s out on circuit, they're busy warming up their karts. Some good action out of the first heat. We saw the likes of Sebastian Boyd and Joseph Ulls running out front. Let's see how they do in the second heat. They'll have the first warm-up lap. They'll go and line up and get the show on the road.
GD2 Masters with Nick Verheul. He's managed to pip Eugene Brits on first heat. We'll talk about first heat, Nick. But second heat, he's come off in pole. Much better race, hey?
Yeah, no, I enjoyed that one. I was actually expecting a bit more of a fight from Connor. He's very fast. He's doing extremely well this weekend. Got to watch out for him in the next one.
Yeah.
I had a...
And Connor being a local, he knows this track, he could drive it blindfolded.
Yeah, in the first race he surprised me there. Got me off guard. Didn't expect that. Hats off to him. Great move. This race he started on pole. I thought first 180 I have to go because he's apparently so fast here that I need to, if I'm in his toe, I'm not going to pass him. I'm just going to hang on to him. So I thought I'm going to do it in the 180s. And he left the door open for me, come through, and it was easy game after that. Yeah. And it looked like Eugene might have struggled to get past him a little bit as well, which gave me a bit of a gap. So I could relax a little bit and just keep the energy in there. It's very physical out there at the moment. The arms are pumped.
Right, so welcome back.
He actually caught back up to me, and then I knew I had to start pushing again.
Yeah. Eugene was all over your bumper the last couple of laps, but wasn't looking strong enough to dive.
No, it's very evenly matched. It's fantastic. I'm enjoying it a lot. Yeah.
How important is pole position for Heat 3?
I don't think it's important. As long as you're in the top 3-4, you're in for a shot.
Okay. And the wind is playing havoc out there?
Yeah, no, you don't notice the wind. I don't notice the wind, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks for your time, Nick. All the best for Heat 3. Okay. And
they work their way now out of Kiosk Kink. Jamie Smith's got Carl Visser up behind him. And they work their way up towards the line, up over the start-finish line they go. And Visser looking up on the inside of Smith. No space. Not able to get through. Up towards the 180s they go. And still it's Ulls leading out over Jamie Smith, Carl Visser, Brandon Smith. And Joseph Ulls already pulling up there behind Brandon Smith. Front five, a high-speed train. Keep an eye on Ulls. He'll want to work his way through. He wants to be in front. He doesn't want to be anywhere at the back. So we see how this one pans out. Jamie Smith pushing hard up behind Sebastian Boyd. Joseph Ulls sitting up behind Brandon Smith. Jamie pushing there behind Sebastian Boyd. Carl Visser, the meat in the sandwich. He sits there in P3. Work their way through the 180s. Still Boyd leading out. Jamie Smith sits in second. Carl Visser, Brandon Smith, Joseph Ulls. Heads down as they go down to Boss Freight Corner, down into Golf Club. High speed activity. Everyone trying to stay ahead of their fellow competitors. And they work their way past the Kiosk King into the main straight. Make their way down towards holes once again. And still, it's that man, Sebastian Boyd, leading out over Jamie Smith, Carl Visser, Brandon Smith, Joey Ulls, Rafe Taylor, Devon Brock, Nicky Zaviras, Kian Grottis, and Nicholas Panianos in the top 10. They're followed by Michael Jordan and Brent Walden. So still, it's that man, Sebastian Boyd, leading out. Jamie Smith, Carl Visser, Brandon Smith and Joseph Ulz as they work their way now once again into Golf Club. Ulz has a look there and gets through on Brandon Smith down in Golf Club. And you got to know what you're doing in Golf Club to overtake, because it's such a short space. And now Ulz is going in search of the front three. Down into the 180s. It's still Sebastian Boyd, Jamie Smith and Carl Visser. But have a look there. Where is Joseph Ulz already? Closing up on the back end of Carl Visser. Let me tell you, those front three are no slouches. But Joseph Ulz, when he puts his mind to something, is going to come and look for you. And looking is what he's doing out of Golf Club. There you go, your front 3, 4. So you can see where Joseph Ulz is. And Ulz working his way through. Last year's South African champion. And he doesn't want to take it lying down. He's got a lot to prove to maintain that championship. So Joseph Ulz sits down in P4 up behind Carl Visser. And Jamie Smith in second behind the leader Sebastian Boyd, who goes into the 180s. Boyd at this stage not been able to break away, as he's basically tracked by the next three karters up behind him. Make their way now into Boss Boyd management corner. And Brandon Smith has lost track with him as the front four break away. Still, it's Sebastian Boyd leading out. Jamie Smith second. Carl Visser is in third, with Joseph Ulz in fourth. Ulz closes up behind Visser. That's his next victim as far as he's concerned, as they come down into the 180s. Up on the inside of Carl Visser goes Joseph Ulz. Visser tries to come back at him, but it's in vain because Ulz has got through. And now he's going in search of Jamie Smith. This lad is definitely a fine karter, Joseph Ulz. He chases down towards the back end of Jamie Smith. Carl Visser trying to come back there at Joey Ulz. Ulz, in the meantime, has got other ideas. He just wants to go and chase down the back of Smith. Well, that might do Carl Visser a favor. They're going to stick it out there with Ulz and possibly find his way through. But coming through here, look how Ulz is closing down the back of Jamie Smith, with Sebastian Boyd still leading out into the 180s. Nice aerial shot of the drivers. And Boyd gets on the gas now, breaks a little bit away there from Jamie Smith as he makes his way down into Golf Club. Work their way out of Golf Club up towards Rotax shop, now in towards the King. And Joey Ulz is down in third place, ahead there of Carl Visser. And getting away ever so slightly, chasing the back end of Jamie Smith. And we've still got 6 laps to go. This is anyone's race. Sebastian Boyd still holds up. Into the first of the 180s, takes the Brittleard cart. Number 69 Brittleard cart there of Sebastian Boyd. Holds out, brings it around. Second of the Brittleards there is Jamie Smith, the number 33 cart. Then it's Carl Visser. No, not the last. Joey Ulz. He's in the Norris cart. And is he quick? Quick he is. As now he gets up to the back end of Jamie Smith. And like I say, if Joseph Ulz wants to do something and he puts his mind to it, he's going to do it. So he's going to try and close up on the back end. Look at the speed he brings out of the corner. And he's just up alongside Smith and just bullets past him. Blindingly quick stuff coming out of Joey Ulz. And this is the reason why he is the current reigning champion. Joseph Ulz chasing now on the back of Sebastian Boyd. Boyd gets his head down and flies down towards Boss Corner. Ulz there with Jamie Smith. Jamie didn't even see that coming. From a long way back, he sized up Jamie Smith, made his mind up and got through. Was Joseph Ulz. And he's not doing some of the quickest times in the circuit, although he is quick. But it's just his driving style is so much different. Now he's chasing down on the back of Sebastian Boyd. And he's leaving Jamie Smith behind him and Carl Visser. Ulz just in a class of his own, chasing down Seb Boyd, his main rival in this class. So we've got 4 laps to go. Can Boyd do enough to keep Ulz behind him? What is to be seen? It's a good question. I'm not a betting man. I definitely wouldn't put my money down on this one. We said it in the last race. They were going, oh, and Smith gets a little bit wide and wild, and it brings Visser right into the picture. Just a little lapse in concentration there from Jamie Smith, and Carl Visser was right there with him. They come through, Smith and Visser, and Carl Visser might have had a micro opportunity to get through on Jamie Smith. But Smith's gathered his composure and decides he'll go racing again as we watch Sebastian Boyd come down into Golf Club there with Joseph Wills in close proximity. 3 laps left in it. 3 laps to go. As they cross the line on the left. 2 laps to go. Seb Boyd. And in picture, Jamie Smith and Carl Visser with the 2 leaders going down into holes. Leaders now making their way down towards the 180s. And there you see Joseph Wills right up behind Sebastian Boyd. Can Boyd stay ahead of Wills? Boyd's on a fly. He makes his way down towards Boss Freight Management Corner. Into the Boss Freight Management Corner he goes to Joseph Wills behind him. Jamie Smith, Carl Visser. All the way back, Brandon Smith. They've broken away from the rest of the field. The next man up is Nico Zafiris. So Boyd through down towards the holes corner with the last lap board coming out. So Boyd's got 1 more lap to do. He needs to hold out over Joseph Wills, and Wills is right there with him. Wills looks up on the inside, he slides in, and Joseph Wills goes to the front. A clean maneuver, he just backed it in. And I think he's going to take it to the checkered flag. He came from all the way from the back of the field and carved his way through the field. And Joseph Wills shows his expertise as he just backed it in there past. He saw the slightest of gaps and just put his way through. And I don't think that Boyd can come back at him. A masterful class here from Joseph Wills, followed by Sebastian Boyd, Jamie Smith, and then Carl Visser, followed by Brandon Smith. Next up should be Nico Zafiris. Then Kian Grottes comes through ahead of Rafe Taylor, then Nico Zafiris, then Devon Brock, Nicholas Panianos, Michael Jordan, and Brent Walden. Well, that was a fantastic race out of the DD2, and hats off to young Joseph Wills, who took it from the back and brought it all the way to the front, showing why he is currently the SA champion. Right, so you see down in pit lane, Bambinos are getting ready for heat number 3. Time flies when you're having fun. Bambinos, there's Mark Cornier with young Noah Cornier down in pit lane. And young Noah looking to try and make it 3 out of 3 for the day. So backing like that, why not? Well, our pole position, we've got Liam Wharton together with Ronaldo Kuhn on the second row, Noah Cornier and Brody Darling. Third row, Michael Mahoney and Zach McCauley. Fourth row, Capello, Morakegi and Carter Cedric. Young Carter Cedric, also a newcomer, doing fantastically well. P8. Fifth row, Zach Boshoff and Adrian Stein. Then Benjamin Gibbard and Caleb Lingefeld. Omolemo Mfana, Jaden van der Merwe, Diego and Tunis, and Yakin Gamaldin. Well, heat number 3, that should bring up some fantastic racing. And, well, the big question is, can Noah Cornier, sitting on the second row, make it 3 out of 3? Liam Wharton, he might have other ideas. So to Ronaldo Kuhn and Brody Darling, and Michael Mahoney for that matter, as they lead out onto the circuit.
Right, I'm here with Joseph Wills. It's not often I interview one of the drivers twice in a day. There's so many to get through, but I just had to grab you, Joseph Wills. This was a ride. You cannot be happier. That from 4th to 1st, what was your grid position for Heat 2?
For Heat 2, we actually had to start from the back of the grid. So, as I said, the kart was amazing. And this time, we were able to hook it up properly. And I think it was justice for what happened in Heat 1 to us. And it just proves that certain things don't make a difference. I cannot thank my team enough, and my father especially. An amazing setup, and also Ricky Perdigao, amazing kart. I couldn't have asked for anything better. It was literally on rails.
Absolutely, and local is lekker. You were eating this track up. To come from last to 1st, I only watched the last 6 laps, and you were absolutely on fire. There's nothing left to say except more of the same for Heat 3. Congratulations, you're my driver of the day.
Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Let's hope we can replicate in Heat 3. Thank you.
Welcome.
Young Liam Wharton relishing the opportunity to be on the front row of the grid. Alongside him, Ronaldo Kuhn, who's going to give no quarter whatsoever. On the second row up on the inside, Noah Cronje with Brody Darling on his outside. Michael Mahoney, Zach McCauley there on the third row. They're about to split the tram lines. We're about to go racing. Lights go off and away they go. Liam Wharton gets a crackerjack start as he makes his way down towards holes. Into holes they go. They work their way out of holes now, bringing up into the 180s. And Liam Wharton's in the front there. Noah Cronje already up into second place. Man, has this man got the bit between his teeth today. Whatever he had in his coffee this morning, I definitely want some. Can Liam Wharton stay ahead of Noah Cronje? Liam Wharton, Noah Cronje, Ronaldo Kuhn, that's your front three. Wharton coming up towards... and Cronje just blows by Wharton and takes the lead once again. And is he going to be able to stop? He stopped today. Having a look there. 67 of Carter Cedras. Way back on the track there. But Noah Cronje has got Liam Wharton and Ronaldo Kuhn right up behind him there as they cross the line. They cross the line, the left, 7 laps to go. They make their way down and Wharton has a look up on the inside. He has a look at Cronje, but Cronje is too quick. Down there, look at their front three. They're absolutely nose to tail. And Wharton once again has a look at Cronje. Cronje goes a little bit defensive. Wharton has Kuhn right there with him. They go into the 180s. Cronje, Wharton, Kuhn. Up behind Kuhn, it's Darling. And Namolategi, Zach McCauley, and Michael Mahoney. They're all in there. They make their way out of the last, the 180, down the back straight up towards Boss Freight corner. And Kuhn has a good drive. Kuhn's going up on the inside of Wharton, and Kuhn moves up into second place. Kuhn moves into second place. Oh, the looks there. The 66 car of Diego Antunes is stuck here in front of the commentary box. He doesn't seem to have any power. But Noah Cronje, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely hauling around the circuit. Ronaldo Kuhn's in second, followed by Liam Wharton and Brody Darling. Do they have any retort for this man, Noah Cronje? Liam Wharton trying to get past Kuhn. Kuhn goes defensive. But Wharton sits there in third place. Kuhn in second. Darling in fourth. Well, Cronje absolutely flying. Brilliant stuff here from the young lad from Gauteng as he makes his way up towards Boyd Boss corner. 6 laps to go. Wharton up on the inside. Oh, and he hangs back ever so slightly, just press a little bit, lad. You could have got through there on Kuhn, but nonetheless, still sit there. Kuhn trying to close down on the back there of Cronje. It's a tall order. Young Noah Cronje has got the bit between his teeth and he's decided, I'm getting out of here. He's trying to check out. Beautiful form going through the kink there down towards holes. Wharton up on the inside, slightly defensive. Kuhn still in second, Wharton third, Brody Darling in fourth. Bapelo Motalegi in third. It's fantastic dicing between these young lads in the Bambino class. Noah Cronje has definitely got his race face on. Ronaldo Kuhn sitting there in second place. Liam Wharton in third. Wharton wants to get through. Now he drafts him a little bit. Comes up on the inside. Can he get drive? It looks like he's got good drive going down towards Boss, and Darling goes through. And Kuhn gets relegated from second to fourth in one foul swoop. Wharton, much better pace out of him going down into Golf Club. Now he's going to go look for Cronier, but he's got Darling behind him. Someone's got to chat to this Wharton lad. Keeps telling him to stop looking over his shoulder. I know it's good for racing, but still, look ahead of you. Now, have a look at this. Darling up alongside Wharton. Wharton's on the outside, and he's going to get forced wide by Darling, and if he's not be careful, Kun might get through. So Darling gets through. Now Wharton trying to come back at Darling. Darling goes slowly, somewhat defensive. But here comes Wharton up on the inside and back to second, Liam Wharton. Oh man, this is great driving. You cannot script this kind of stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent coming out of the youngsters, the Bambino class. We have got 4 laps to go. Still no Cronier leading out. Liam Wharton sits up in second place. Up behind him there it's Brody Darling and young Ronaldo Kun. Kun gets through on Darling. Darling takes a wide line going there into Golf Club and it affords Kun the space. Still Wharton there in second. In first still young Noah Cronier. Noah Cronier leading out. Up behind him Liam Wharton, man from Capetown. Only Capetownian in the top 5 as they work their way through. Lots of racing out there at the moment. And Noah Cronier and Liam Wharton still out in front. Cronier into the 180s. Wharton coming into the 180s. There you see Wharton with Darling and then Kun up behind him. But no one's able to reel in Cronier. Cronier on a brilliant form this afternoon here at Killarney International Raceway. At the first round of the South African Rotax Nationals, proudly brought to you by Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, Emir Karting and Mojo Tyres. And snapping away is Liam Wharton and gets taken both by Darling and Kun. He just hung out to dry there. And he's got a lot of work to do in this late stage of the race with only 3 laps to go. Coming up towards us. Now what is going to happen? Darling leads out over Kun. Kun looks up on the inside of Darling. There's no space. Wharton's there with him. Cronier is just down the road in front of them. He's working his way through there. Will Wharton look up on the inside here of Kun? No. Stays where he is. Darling leads out of that 3. He's in second place. A little way back there, about 2 seconds back on Cronier. Cronier still leads out. And we've got 2 laps to go in this final heat for the Bambinos. It's the final heat for the Bambinos. You need to get your foot in the podium. Liam Wharton sits further back. He can't stay in touch with Kun and Darling. He looks over his shoulder. There's nothing to see, young lad. Just look ahead of you as they go down into Golf Club. Noah Cronier. Absolute faultless performance from this young lad as he leads out. Second place, Brody Darling ahead of Ronaldo Kun. There you see them. Liam Wharton a little bit out of touch there. He's going to have to do. Now, Kun up on the inside of Darling. Let's have a look, see. Kun goes up on the inside of Darling and Kun is going to move up into second place and he does that as he goes down into holes. Brilliant, brilliant stuff there. And they're currently on their final lap. There's your leader, Noah Cronier, into the 180s. Brilliant stuff out of this young lad as he works his way into the final 180 for today. Makes his way up the back straight, up towards Boss Freight Management Corner. Having a look there, it's Kun ahead there of Brody Darling. And Liam Wharton trying to squeeze his way in there, going into Golf Club. Too tight. It's too much too late, as they would say, as they come out, and everyone cheering on young Noah Cronier as he makes his way to the flag. What a masterful drive out of this young lad today. Checkered flag beckons. Noah Cronier, 3 out of 3. He'll be followed there by, looks like, Ronaldo Kun, Brody Darling, Liam Wharton, and well, we've got to wait for the rest of the field because they're way down the road. These 4 lads just blew away from them. Next over the line is going to be Bapelo Malategi, Zach McCauley, Zach Bossoff, Michael Mahoney, Adrian Stein. Oh, Noah Cronier in picture. This lad absolutely obliterated the field today. Really, really fine display of karting from this young lad. And, well, definitely walking around in his father's footsteps, if not better, for that matter. Rest of the field comes through. And a brilliant, brilliant display from the Bambinos in their final heat of the day. Well, on screen at the moment, down in pit lane, the Junior Maxes having a look at Reza Levy there. Dad Ibrahim helping out. The youngsters getting ready for their next outing. Right, so next up. Right, so Junior Max heat number 3 on screen. Reza Levy, nice close-up shot of him. He chats there to Dad Ibrahim, and there you see the screen. The circuit, the middle of the circuit, the start-finish line. Some activity on the main circuit. A bit of a bike track there. To our viewers, nice having you with us. Right, Lisa.
Right, I've got Noah Cronier here with me. He's racing in the Bambino class. Noah, my boy, I've interviewed you before. You're a humble bloke, but when you win Heat 1 and you win Heat 2, you've got to say, I'm a champion, yeah?
Yeah.
Congratulations. Tell me about this bet that your dad's got.
My dad's got to go into the sea in Capetown Sea.
And why does he have to go into the sea, Noah?
We made a deal. I'll win Capetown race. He's got to go into the sea.
But you're from Joburg. Does he know how cold the Capetown Sea is?
Yes, we've raced here before.
Well, I think you have won 2 out of 2. It's Heat 3 to go. Oh, no. That's 3 out of 3. Sorry, I'm looking at the next lot. It's 3 out of 3. Noah, your dad is going swimming. Are you going to join him?
No, I think it's a bit cold for me. But my sister will join him.
Oh, fantastic. All right. Well, your sister's very brave and your dad is silly to bet against you. Congratulations. Well done on your championship in the first national.
Right, so it's Junior Max heat number 3 of round 1 of the South African Rotax National Championships. Out on the front row, Casey Enza Smith with Reese Curzon. Second row, Reza Levy and Nicholas Vostanis. Third row, Divian Naidu, Joshua Smith. Fourth row, Ethan Deacon and Vian Boshoff. Fifth row, Zard Variawa together with Ashton Repsalt. So they're forming up. Going down into Golf Club as they make their way through. And we're about to go racing in this third and final heats. 15 laps of absolute war in the South African Junior Max heat number 3 here at Killarney International Raceway. So they work their way around. Casey Enza Smith taking heat number 2. He sits now in pole position. Up on the second row, Reza Levy will look to get a good start and possibly pull up on the inside there of Enza Smith. And Reese Curzon sitting on the outside will want to get a great start of it too. Right, they split the tram lines. They make their way up towards the lights. Lights go off and away they go. Who's going to get the whole shot as they make their way down towards Holes Corner? In through Holes they go. Work out of Holes. Up towards the 180s, it's Casey Enza Smith. And looks like Reese Curzon's in there as well, bringing their way out of the 180s. And it is the 468 of Casey Enza Smith, followed by Reese Curzon. Curzon will like to get a little bit closer and possibly make a challenge. Reza Levy sits there in P4. And Nicholas Vostanis, followed there by young Josh Smith. They make their way up over the line. make their way down towards holes. Into holes they go. They work their way around. Real high-speed stuff out of these Junior Max karts. And into the 180s. Right up there in third place is Reza Levy. Up behind him, Nicholas Vastanis. Out front, Casey Enzer-Smith trying to get away, but here comes Reese Curzon. Curzon right there with him. Reza Levy in third. All very well-equipped karters. Some of these lads hold the lap records at these circuits, so expect nothing less out of them. Up behind Josh Schmidt, young Ethan Deacon. So there are dices aplenty, a lot of scraps, even down about 10th place. Everybody battling and jostling for positions, but out front there's also a battle royal between Casey Enzer-Smith and Reese Curzon. Curzon sitting up behind Enzer-Smith. Then it's Reza Levy. Up behind him, Nicholas Vastanis. And then it's Josh Schmidt. Up behind Josh Schmidt, it's Ethan Deacon. They work their way now out of the kiosk side of the world and make their way back up the main straight. They cross the line, they'll have 13 laps to go. 2 laps down already. 3 back, 12 laps to go. Like I say, time always flies when you're having fun. There's your leader, Casey Enzer-Smith, in the Gazoo Racing kart in front of Reese Curzon. Curzon's there. Vastanis coming under a little bit of attack there from Reza Levy. Levy's getting close. Levy's got his head down, he's chasing hard. So too is Josh Smith. And right up behind Josh, Ethan Deacon. So plenty of racing here, everyone up for it. It's the third and final heat. There's good points to be bagged in this one as they cross the line now, 11 laps to go. Up over the line, they're circulating in about 41 seconds, 41 and a half seconds these cars. And I tell you what, for a 1.2 kilometer course, it's pretty quick. So over 100 kilometers an hour almost on average as they work their way through. Now out the kink, make their way back down the back straight down towards Boss Straight Management, and Casey Enzer-Smith pulls away there from Reese Curzon in the Gazoo Racing kart down into Golf Club. They work their way out. Enzer-Smith, Curzon, as Vastanis, Levy, Smith, Deacon, Variawa, Boshoff. Vian Boshoff rather low down. I expected him to be a little bit higher up today. Down in 8th. Usually a top line contender. But obviously not having the greatest day of it for some other unknown reason. As Enzer-Smith still leads out. Reese Curzon second. And Vastanis in third, followed there by Levy and Smith and Deacon. And up behind Deacon is Variawa, then Vian Boshoff, Divian Naidu and Eric Haystack. These are some guys that led early on today, now find them down themselves as far as 10th place. It just goes to show you the competitiveness within this class, and no inches given whatsoever in these junior maxes whatsoever. So looking there, going into the 180, still Casey Enzer-Smith leading out over Reese Curzon. And Nicholas Vastanis is still there, and up behind him Reza Levy, then Joshua Smith and Ethan Deacon. Well, the front 5, 6 pretty spread out, not too close to each other. It's all a high-speed train. But Casey Enzer-Smith looks like he might have this one together this time round, as we've got 9 laps to go. When they cross the line, we'll have 8. Casey still doing well. Reese Curzon not being able to reel him in. Nicholas Vastanis still in third place. And fourth, Reza Levy with Josh Smith. Now behind Josh Smith, he's got a whole crew of Ethan Deacon, Vian Boshoff, Saad Variawa and Divian Naidu all chasing him. So he's got to be careful because up on the insides, Ethan Deacon forced him wide and he gets taken by 2, maybe 3 karts. He goes too wide into Golf Club. And yep, he goes back 4 places. Does Josh Smith. As I said, you leave the door finely open and everybody just clambers through. And they chuck in their suitcases and everything, and they're in. They take the place. So now it looks as follows. Casey Enzendsmith, Rhys Curzon, Nicholas Vastanis, Reza Levy, Vian Boshoff, Ethan Deacon, Saad Variawa, Josh Smith, and Divian Naidu, and Eric Heistek. So Smith has got a mountain to climb with all those people clambering through on, and they're absolutely no slouches whatsoever. So what's going to happen? We've got 7 laps to go. Leaders come through. Still Enzendsmith, Curzon, Vastanis, Reza Levy. I tell you what, Vian Boshoff ahead of Ethan Deacon. So Boshoff, like I said, he likes to be up front, but Ethan Deacon's come back at him. So Deacon takes 5th back from Boshoff. And a little bit of jostling for positions there in the middle of the pack. The leader's still out front, and Rhys Curzon looks like he might be getting a bit closer to Casey Enzendsmith. Nicholas Vastanis is there, Reza Levy. And having a look, Ethan Deacon holding up Vian Boshoff with Saad Variawa and Josh Smith up behind them. Lots happening as they work their way through. And there might be a change up for positions as they cross the line. Enzendsmith, Curzon, Vastanis, Levy, Variawa up to 5th. 6 is Boshoff, 7 Deacon, 8 Smith. And it's working their way into the 180s. And still, Casey Enzendsmith leads out there with Rhys Curzon, followed there. And you see the rest of the field come through there. Very tight stuff. There's your leader, Enzendsmith, going out with Rhys Curzon. And Nicholas Vastanis up there behind him. And have a look at this one. Saad Variawa together with Vian Boshoff, Ethan Deacon, Josh Smith. As your leaders go down into holes. There your leaders come out of holes. And your leader going into the 180s. That's Casey Enzendsmith, followed there by Rhys Curzon. We've got 4 laps left. Can Rhys Curzon close down on the back of Casey Enzendsmith? And Nicholas Vastanis still stuck there in 3rd place. 4th place is Reza Levy. Saad Variawa ahead of Vian Boshoff, Ethan Deacon, and Josh Smith. And Josh Smith has gone by. Divian Naidu's gone through on him. It looks like Eric Heistek's attacking him now. And having the greatest of days there. The leaders now into holes. And having a look there at Rhys Curzon. He's a little bit closer to Casey Enzendsmith. He's got about 2.5 laps to go. Is he going to try some sort of maneuver and try and take a race for the day? Enzendsmith, over on the other hand, has got other ideas. They make their way down towards Boss Freight Management Corner. Down into Golf Club. Curzon is close. Nicholas Vastanis riding a good race down in 3rd. Going through the kink, down towards the start finish line. Cross the line now, they've got 2 laps left. Curzon stays there with Enzendsmith. Casey Enzendsmith really riding some fine race today. Curzon right there with him. Rhys Curzon sitting there with him, with Nicholas Vastanis there. This time Enzendsmith gets a great drive out of the second 180. Up towards Boss Corner. Curzon tries to stay there with him. When cross the line, they'll have 1 lap to go. Well, they'll start their penultimate lap. There's your final lap board coming out as they cross the line on their final lap. Now, will Rhys Curzon try anything? Or can he reel in Casey Enzendsmith for that matter? Smith attacking the circuit hard. Curzon there with him. Curzon trying to close him down. Now Curzon sits there with him. He's got to get good drive coming out of the 180, otherwise he's got no chance. And Enzendsmith gets a good drive. Curzon sits there with him. Curzon's driving hard. Curzon looks up on the inside. Can he try something in Golf Club? I don't think so, because Enzendsmith covers his lines. Great driving there by Casey Enzendsmith as he works his way through the kink. He's going towards the checkered flag, and he's going to take it. Casey Enzendsmith takes it from Rhys Curzon and Nicholas Vastanis. We followed there by Reza Levy and Vian Boshoff, Saad Variawa, Divian Naidu, Ethan Deacon, Oliver Roach, it looks like we've lost out on Josh Smith somewhere along the line. Did not pick that up. So Josh Smith down in 12th position, making oodles of mistakes. Not doing himself any favours in terms of the championship. So it reads as the winner, Casey Enzer Smith, followed by Reese Curzon, Nicholas Vastanis, Riza Levy, Vian Bosov, Saad Variawa, Divian Naidu, Ethan Deacon, Oliver Roach, Jaden Curzon, Ashton Repsol, Joshua Smith, Jude Stewart, John Wilson, Eric Haystack, and Dylan Watkins.
Check of a race day.
Right, welcome back to the viewers as we go down for Senior Max as they roll around past the kiosk on the way to the tram lines. On the front end of the field there, Troy Steyman and Charles Visser. Second row is Musa Kaji and Tate Bishop with Matthew Wadley and Karaba Malamela. Lights off and racing. Make their way down towards holes. Who's got the whole shot? We'll have to wait and see. Looks like it could be Bishop. Tate Bishop takes the whole shot. And he's ahead there, it looks like, of Charles Visser. Bishop had a blinding start. It's got Scholl Visser behind him. Scholl Visser won the previous heat. Will Scholl come back at him? We'll have to wait and see as Tate Bishop gets his head down towards Boss Management Corner. Into Golf Club they go. There's a beautiful aerial shot of the drivers. They work their way around. Visser sits up behind Bishop. Musa Kaji in third place. Is it Steyman? Troy Steyman. Up over the line they go. Bishop, Visser, Steyman, Kaji, Malamela, Wadley, Rackstraw, Lee, Null and Spies. Into the, looks like there's a couple of jostling for positions in the 180s. Bishop's gone down to third. It looks like Steyman's gone to first, ahead of Visser. There's a slow Kart up ahead of them. All very, very quick, fine, avid karters in the Senior Max category. Likes of Troy Steyman, Scholl Visser, Tate Bishop, all in there, all in it to win it. And Visser lying in second, up behind Steyman. Steyman's got a bit of breathing space there with Visser. Visser comes back at him. They're going to have a bit of an issue with the slow karter up behind them as they go up towards the 180s. Steyman goes defensive. Visser looks up on his inside. They're mugging Steyman at the moment. He holds out, keeps them in check. Come up towards us. Steyman, Fisser looks up on the inside of Snowman and he slides in. And a glide and it goes through and Bishop takes the lead. Snowman goes totally wide off the circuit. And leading out is Tate Bishop, Charles Fisser in second place. Andrew Rackstraw goes up into third. Wow, Andy moving through the field. That was quick from Andrew Rackstraw. Finds himself now in third position. The man from GDC fame. Tate Bishop, Polar Cup driver. Charles Fisser, Polar Cup driver. And Andy Rackstraw, GDC driver. All riding in Senior Max karting. Can you believe it? As they make their way down to Boss Management Corner. Down into Golf Club. Bishop holds it tight. Fisser's right there. The front three are added. Hammer and Tongs. Fourth place, Karaba Malamela. 3 Capetonians lead up in the Senior Max category. National karters, national drivers, all in their respective formulas as they make their way down towards the 180 complex. And it looks like Musa Kaji has made a move there on Andrew Rackstraw. And still there now it's Fisser that leads out over Bishop. Bishop comes for Fisser. Fisser leads out. Tate Bishop sits there with him. It's like Musa Kaji has moved up there into third place. The front runners now starting to pull away. Fisser and Bishop. Fisser slides it in, Bishop does the same. Into the first, the 180s, they roll around into the second 180. They use the whole circuit up onto the rumble strips. Fisser works his way around. Gets his head down, so too does Bishop. Bishop tracking Fisser for pace. Musa Kaji's got Andrew Rackstraw up behind him. And there's another overtaking maneuver. Looks like Matthew Wadley's gone up. Wadley moves up into P4. Matthew Wadley was in there, and I think he's moved up. Fisser and Bishop. Then it's Musa Kaji, Matthew Wadley, Karaba Malamela, Jean Reynel, Yifan Lee. And Rackstraw's dropped down tremendously. Definitely a problem with that kart. He was up in the top 4, finds himself down in 13th position at the moment. As your leader, Charles Fisser, makes his way up towards Boss Management Corner. Followed there by Tate Bishop. Third place, Musa Kaji and Matthew Wadley. This is a great race here in the third and the final heat of the Senior Max. Got 9 laps to go. 9 laps in it. And Bishop tracking Fisser for pace. Bishop right up behind Fisser. Great drive there from Musa Kaji in third place. Matthew Wadley down in 4. They slide their way around into the first of the 180 complex. Then track their way around, come out and exit the 180s. Matthew Wadley chasing the back of Musa Kaji. Lovely racing here today. Great stuff coming out of them. Everyone doing fantastically well. Come past the commentators box here and Fisser leads out. Kaji up behind him. Matthew Wadley, Karaba Malamela, Jean Reynel, Yifan Lee, Olerod Sekudu, Roshan Goodman and Jaden Jacobs. That's your top 10. Still Bishop sits behind Fisser. 7 laps to go. These two have been at it all year already, and they have brought it into the nationals, and still the two of them continue to compete against each other. Well, pretender to the throne, Charles Fisser, is followed there by the reigning South African champion, Tate Bishop. Make their way over the start-finish line. Nice drone coverage there as they work their way down into holes. Fisser still holding sway over Bishop to the King. Make their way down that short straight up to the 180 complex. See them drifted into the corner. They work their way around, making those tyres scrubby nice and hard. Through the second 180, still Fisser leading out over Bishop. If I'm not mistaken, I think Matthew Wadley has got through. Wadley's now in third. Matt Wadley has found his way up into third position. And and that's going to do him a whole lot of good in this championship. As they work their way now out of, there we go, Matt Wadley ahead there of Musa Kaji. And Olarata Sakuda sits up there behind them. We have got 5 laps to go. A little bit of jostling positions in mid-pack there. Wadley has been passed again by Musa Kaji. So Musa has got his race face on and it says to Wadley, no, I'm coming back at you. But believe me, Matthew Wadley not going to lie down. He's going to want to come back at him at some stage or other. And he's still got 4 laps to do with it. Lovely camera shots there from the drone as Musa Kaji reads out there over Matthew Wadley, followed there by Olarata Sakudu. Sorry, Karabo Manamela, my apologies. Where that name popped into my head, I don't know. He's a little bit further down in 7th. So Wadley sitting up there behind Kaji. Can he get through? There's your leaders, Fisser and Bishop. Lovely scrap here for 3rd place. The 2 leaders get their heads down as they make their way down into Boss Management Corner, into Golf Club. Look at that drone shot there as they work their way around. And Kaji keeping Wadley at bay. So to Karabella Malamela. Malamela a little bit off the pace there. And Wadley up on the inside. Wadley goes to the inside, but hanging around the outside. Musa Kaji holding on to his position, and Bishop has got past Fisser. Tate Bishop moves to the front. So Tate Bishop leads out with 3 laps to go. Bishop gets his head down as Fisser follows him. Tate Bishop holds sway here with Joel Fisser right up behind him. Can Tate Bishop win the final heat? To the Kiosk King. Lovely aerial shot as they cross the line, make their way down towards holes. Into holes they go. Work their way around. And still Bishop leading out with Fisser there. Kaji leading out in 3rd place ahead of Wadley and Malamela. Bishop still in front with Fisser sitting right up there behind him. They get their head down, they make their way to Boss Freight Management Corner. Bishop there, then Kaji, then Wadley, then Malamela. Behind him, Genre and now Troy Stamen and Olarata Sakudu. Coming past the Kiosk King. Last lap board's about to come out for Tate Bishop. There's the last lap board. And Bishop knows what he's got to do to keep this one together as he works his way down into the 180s. Fisser goes wide, tries to go around him. Bishop closes the door on him, says to him, you stay where you are. Fisser trying everything to try and get past Tate Bishop. Bishop gets good drive out of the second 180 and makes his way down towards Boss Management Corner. Fisser sits up as they go into Golf Club. Still Kaji leads out over Wadley. They come checkered flag time for the 3rd time today. Beckons there for Tate Bishop. Bishop's going to make it in 1st. Bishop crosses the line. He gets checkered flag, followed by Fisser. Up behind him, Musa Kaji, Matthew Wadley, and Karaba Malamela, followed by Jean Renel, Troy Stamen, Olarata Sakudu, Jaden Jacobs, Andy Rackstraw, Yifan Lee, Roshan Goodman, and Ethan Steer. So the rest of the field worked their way through. Well, it was the 3rd and the final heat of the senior maxes. And trust me, folks, they did not disappoint whatsoever. Lovely to see these youngsters fighting it out like this. And they're all anything between the ages of 16 and 20 years old. So good to see them out there having oodles of fun. Well, today is brought to you by Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, EMA Karting and Mojo Tires. And currently filmed by DT Film Services from KZN. Okay, the Bambino carts can be collected by the rightful owners out of Park Fermé, the Bambinos.
an absolute crackerjack of a race day.
Right, I've got Tate Bishop here with me from the Senior Max Heat 3 winner. Congratulations, Tate. That looked like a lot of hard work for you out there.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing race. Charles and Troy had a bit of a moment in the first corner, which allowed me to take the lead from the start. Charles managed to keep consistent pace and then eventually got past me. But yeah, there was a bit of a tussle again between Charles and Troy. But yeah, for the rest of the race, me and Charles just kept it clean. Charles started to pull a little bit of a gap, but you know, just capitalizing on every little mistake. But yeah, no, I mean, it's an amazing race. We really showed the foreigners like how to race cleanly and win. You know, it's amazing.
It's nice to see in Senior Max actually, clean, clinical driving. Where do you think you had the advantage, the edge? Because you were chasing, you were hunting, and you got back that lead.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think honestly it's just keeping it consistent, you know, just doing the same thing every lap, not putting a foot wrong. And thankfully Charles made a few mistakes for my benefit, by accident obviously, and I was just able to capitalize on it and take the win.
Well, that's fantastic. Congratulations. You must be very pleased with your performance.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to go back to the commentary box.
Right, so out on circuit, Micromax heat number 3. Aidan Beaumont leads out over Michael Danks, Rafael de Silva, Christian Verheul, Taylor Patel, Emma Darling, Johan Nolte, Maddie Roach, Rafael de Souza, Santiago Frado, Matthew Shuttleworth, and work their way through the circuit. Your leaders now currently going into the 180 complex. That's Aidan Beaumont being tracked there by Michael Danks. Danks is under attack there from Taylor Patel. So Aidan Beaumont leads out. Ken Danks Patel coming out very quickly, getting good drive out of the second 180. Looks up on the inside at Danks, and Danks keeps the door firmly shut in his face. But this time it looks like Patel was trying to work his way through. Danks not affording him any opportunities as Aidan Beaumont leads out. See Beaumont there with a healthy lead there over Michael Danks and Taylor Patel. Jan Nolte and Rafael de Silva, Christian Verheul, Maddie Roach and Emma Darling cross the line. So still it's Beaumont leading out. Patel looking up on the inside at Danks, and the door wide open. Danks just leaving it flung open. And Taylor Patel able to filter through. So now Danks has got his hands full. He's got to get past Taylor Patel. And Patel is moving along quite swiftly. Up behind them, Johan Nolte and Rafael de Silva are working their way through. So a whole gaggle of karters in search of second or third place. Michael Danks has to work his way through now to try and reel in Taylor Patel. Can he do something to the likes of that as they cross the line down towards holes? Patel holds sway there over Danks, and still Aidan Beaumont leads out. Danks having a look at Patel. Not able to get through. They touch a little bit as they go through the 180s. They're pretty close, almost too close for comfort as they work their way now up the back straight. There's your leader, young Aidan Beaumont. The Strive Racing kart making his way up towards Boss Management corner. Patel looks over his shoulder, sees Danks is right there with him. Into the golf club. Lots of jostling for positions up behind them as they make their way through. They've got 9 laps to go. 9 laps left in it. Coming down into the 180 is your leader, is Aidan Beaumont. Taylor Patel holds sway there in second place over Michael Danks. Danks has got a bit of work to do if he wants to come back. Up behind them, we've got Rafael De Silva, Christian Veal, Yolden Alter, and Matthew Roach. Everybody on a high-speed train. Danks not able to get through on Patel. He's right there with him as they go down into Golf Club. Down into Golf Club, work their way around. Patel holding a tight line. Danks following suit. Sits up there behind him. Patel's got good drive through the kink. Makes his way up towards the start-finish line. Danks sits up behind him. He's coming at him at a good pace. Can he look up on the inside? No, he doesn't. Patel holds out. Patel still holding out. Goes slightly defensive. Doesn't afford Danks any space. Danks closes up, but there's no place for him to pass. And still, it's young Aidan Beaumont. Aidan Beaumont's almost checking out as he drives down into Golf Club. Patel looks over his shoulder. Danks is right there with him. Can Danks get through? There's your overhead view from the drone. And working through as they make their way through the kink. Past the kiosk and make their way up towards the start-finish line. Danks close enough. Willie, he doesn't pull out to make a maneuver as they go down into holes. So still Taylor Patel holding out. Taylor Patel still holding sway over second place over Aidan Beaumont. Beaumont is leading out. Taylor Patel. Michael Danks sitting there in P3. Danks not showing any urgency to make a move, whether he's waiting till late in the race or not, but he's sitting right on Patel. But in the meantime, Rafael De Silva is getting a little bit closer to them. So if I were him, I'd possibly make a move and try and check out. But hey, who am I to say? I'm not the race driver. And Danks is very close onto the back end there of Taylor Patel now. Will he make any move? No, he still stays there. Definitely not in a fighting mood today is Michael Danks, that's for sure. He just sits behind Taylor Patel. And have a look there behind him. Rafael De Silva and Christian Veal getting a little bit closer. Well. This could start opening up pretty shortly. And in the meanwhile, Aidan Beaumont sitting out front, unopposed. He has got a gap of about 3 seconds. So he's pretty comfortable where he's got lots of breathing space. And up behind him, though, it's going to become a 4-way tie pretty shortly. Taylor Patel goes through. Michael Danks, Rafael De Silva, Christian Veal, all set up there behind him as they make their way down towards holes. Yeah, they're coming to holes now. You see they're getting all a bit closer. So it's anybody's game there now for third place or second place, because it's Taylor Patel leading their group out. Michael Danks is just hanging around. He's not doing anything. You would expect him to do something. He's close enough to do something, but he just sits up behind Taylor Patel. Now he drops up on the inside to change his mind. Down into Golf Club. Beaumont is down the road. He's checked out. He's put on the air conditioner and the radio and decided he'll just take a leisurely drive towards the end of the race. He's still got 4 laps to go. So the rest of the field follows suit. Down into holes. Patel still leads out over Danks. This time, though, have a look at De Silva. He's right there with Danks. What is going to happen? There we go. And De Silva's up on the inside of Danks in the first 180, and he's going after Taylor Patel. So Rafael De Silva, he's got his race face on, and he's decided, you know what, I'm up for it. He's chasing up on the back end of Taylor Patel. De Silva right there with Patel. And he even has a look up on the inside of the Golf Club with Danks sitting there with him. Now, if I were Danks, knowing Patel's wants to move, I'd move up behind Danks and put pressure on Patel. But look at this. De Silva up on the inside of Patel. Is he going to make a move going into holes? No, Patel shuts the door in his face. They reel around out of holes, make their way up towards the 180s. This time De Silva has a look and boom, up on the inside of Patel. And he says, thank you very much. Danks not affording himself the right line to get through there. And Rafael de Silva has moved up into second place. You've got 2 laps left, and he's going to have to try and reel in the likes of Adam Beaumont, which I don't think he will do. But Rafael de Silva, coming from way back, has managed to work his way through. So doing a good job of it, this young Rafael de Silva. And see if he can get through. And going through there now, Rafael de Silva is still doing sterling work there, staying ahead of Taylan Patel. And having a look at this, Michael Danks has gone back another position, which means Christian Verheul has gone through. And keeping an eye there on the leader there, Aidan Beaumont. He's on his final lap. He comes out of Golf Club, makes his way through the kink. He's on the way to the start finish line. He's going to get a checkered flag. He's had a fantastic day of it as he makes his way to checkered flag. Checkered flag time. Aidan Beaumont. He'll be followed there by Rafael de Silva and Taylan Patel, Christian Verheul, Michael Danks. And then the rest of the field come through, Emma Darling and Johan Nolter. Racing there. Maxes. The Mini Maxes will be up next for their third and final heat. See the pit lane there for the viewers. They're all getting ready to go. Quite a large field, nearly 20 karts in it. So we expect good racing out of them. Another Beaumont out there, Keegan Beaumont with Travis Mingay, Keegan Martin, Jordan Wadley, Matthew Chiwara, Caleb Woodendal, Adam Kaji, Rahili Mailula, Georgia Lennox and Ken Schwartz making up your top 10. Exciting racing here today. Not any inch given by anybody. And well, we've had a couple of turn-ups for the books. So it's going to be Minimax heat number 3. And the drivers, the concentration there. The karts all getting ready. They start rolling out onto the circuit. I'll get 2 warm-up laps before we go racing. Right, so they're just working their way through the circuit down in the 180s, getting some heat in those tires, bedding in the brakes a little bit, making their way up towards the south side of the circuit at Boss Management Corner, down into Golf Club. They work their way around. One more warm-up lap before we go racing. It's been an exciting day of karting here. The racing has really been out of the top draw. And, well, I don't think anybody can complain whether you've been trackside or sitting at home in your lounge watching the online action. It's been absolutely brilliant stuff. And we've seen some real top-class racing. out of a very young competitive classes. So all happening out there now as they form up on the back straight. This coverage brought to you by DD Film Services, together with Rotax Karting, XPS, Vertex Auto, EMA Karting and Mojo Tires. Bless you, thank you. As our drone takes to the skies, they roll around out of towards the kiosk kink. They get slowed down by the marshals and they make their way up towards the tram lines to start the third and the final heat of the South African Rotax Championship Minimax heat number 3, and the lights go out and we go racing. Trying to pick up there who had got the whole shot. Could it be Travis Mingay? It looks like Beaumont goes back to the front. Looks like Mingay's there with him. Beaumont leads out. Young Keegan Beaumont. Travis Mingay right there with him. Man from KZN. Capetown leads the KZN. Make their way down into Boss Management, down into Golf Club. Into Golf Club they go. Whole array of karters. Look at that high-speed train as it works its way. Couple of jostling for positions coming out there. Looks like young Jordan Wadley fighting his way. 3 karts abreast. You got to be kidding me. But they managed to sort themselves out. Oh my word, can you believe it? Through some of the tightest aspects of the circuit, and they decide to go 3 abreast. Now 2 abreast as they work their way into holes. Some high-speed challenges coming through there. Still Keegan Beaumont leads out. Travis Mingay sits there in second place. Father Alistair looking on. He'll be pretty proud of his young charge as he sits up there in second, up behind Keegan Beaumont. Steve Beaumont, his dad, will be looking on and be pretty proud as they work their way down into Golf Club. Into Golf Club they go. Once again, you see that high-speed train. Some great driving coming out of the Minimax class here. And there's Jordan Wadley. Caleb Woodendall finds himself there. Matthew Chiwara's up there. They cross the line. And Caleb Woodendall's now worked his way up into third position. We're still a way off Beaumont and Mingay, but we've still got 10 laps to go. Keegan Beaumont working his way there. Takes a left, then a right, works his way down the back straight, down towards Boss Management corner. Travis Mingay stays with him. Caleb Woodendall leads out over Matty Chiwara and Keegan Martin. Wagile Malula sits ahead there of Jordan Wadley, Adam Kaji and Ken Swats. They'll work their way down past the kiosk on the way to the start-finish line. When they cross the line, they'll have 9 laps to go. Young Keegan Beaumont really showing them the way around. He's not going to be deciding to let up anytime soon as he leads out over Travis Mingay. They go down into the 180s. Tight right-handers. And Matty Chiwara in picture there ahead of Keegan Martin. Still Keegan Beaumont leads out. Travis Mingay second, Caleb Woodendall third. The local lad using his preferred knowledge of the circuit to his benefit as he leads out. Strive Racing's Keegan Beaumont brings it around. Travis Mingay, boy from KZN, lies in second place. Some great racing there mid-pack as they make their way down towards holes. Into holes they go. Lovely aerial footage from the drone. You still see Keegan Beaumont leading out. Travis Mingay, Caleb Woodendall getting a little bit closer to Mingay. There goes your leader, Keegan Beaumont. Keegan leads out. There's Travis Mingay right up here behind him. About half a second behind him. And pushing hard. Caleb Woodendall leads out. There's Matthew Chiwara up behind him. There's Woodendall. There's Chiwara. Up Chiwara is Keegan Martin. Rakile Malula. Beaumont still leads out. When it goes over the line, we'll have 7 laps to go on their third and final heat of the day for the Minimax. Great racing coming out of these young lads now as they work their way down into holes. Out of holes down the short straight towards the 180s. Keegan Martin doing well. Caleb Woodendall getting closer there to young Travis Bingay. Look at that mid-pack battle. All those Carters, line astern, all pushing each other. Caleb Woodendall doing well. Matthew Chiwara doing just as well, together with Keegan Martin, Guilherme Malula and Ken Schwartz. Down, they work their way out of the golf club now, past the Kiosk King, onto the main straight. Across the line, we've got 6 laps. Some brilliant aerial footage here from the drone as they work their way over the line down into holes, with your leader coming down towards the 180s. But keep an eye on Woodendall. Woodendall's closing down on the back there of Travis Bingay. Caleb Woodendall is right there behind Travis Bingay, and he brings with him a whole crowd of carts. I'm sure behind that tinted visor, the concentration coming out of Caleb Woodendall is going to be brilliant. One of the fastest men on the circuit at the moment is young Caleb Woodendall. And you can see why, because he's closed up on Travis Bingay hand over foot. So, we've still got a good couple of laps left. It could be anyone's game. 6 to be across the line will be 5. And still Beaumont leads out. Bingay under attack there from Woodendall. But behind Woodendall is a whole array of carters. Matthew Chiwara, Keegan Martin, Guilherme Malula, Ken Schwartz and Jordan Wadley are all in there. So anybody makes a mistake. But keep an eye on Woodendall. Woodendall's right behind Travis Bingay. Will he pull the pin? Bingay's aware that's got someone behind him as he just briefly looks over his right shoulder. Woodendall's there and he's crawling all over the back of him there like a cheap suit. Now Woodendall's pressing him. Woodendall's pressing him. He's going to get a bit of a draft up towards holes. Is he going to step up on the inside? No, he doesn't. Bingay holds him at bay. And still Keegan Beaumont leads up. Woodendall steps in the brake, then in the back on the accelerator. Bingay goes ever so slightly defensive, keeps Woodendall at bay. They come out of the 180s, they're going to make their way down the back straight. Bingay gets on the gas nice and early, gets good drive coming out of that final corner. Caleb Woodendall sits up there behind him. Matthew Chiwara is getting a little bit close to the back end of Woodendall. They're going to Golf Club, work their way around. There's your leader, Keegan Beaumont, makes his way past the Kiosk King, unopposed at the moment. But the battle is on. Caleb Woodendall right up behind Travis Bingay. And he's sitting there with him. He's going to make a move. Woodendall looks up on the inside. And Woodendall moves to second. Woodendall goes to second. And works their way down to the 180s. Chiwara now on the back of Bingay. Woodendall goes slightly defensive up the second 180. Works his way wide. Works his way around and makes his way down that back straight down towards Boss Freight Management corner. And there's your leader in picture, young Keegan Beaumont. Woodendall and look at Travis Bingay. Says, what do you think you can do? I can do better. And he comes back at him and regains second place. Travis Bingay shows that he's got what it takes as he gets ahead of Woodendall. KZN versus Gauteng. It's all out there. And they're leaving it all to hang out. Now, Woodendall looks up on the inside and boom, comes back at him. And going through and going off is Matty Chiwara. What he did there, I don't know, but he threw it all away. Matty Chiwara was on a good wicket and tried a little bit of a move, but it backfired on him and he went off the circuit. So still Woodendall leads out over Bingay. And Keegan Martin is now up behind him. Travis Bingay trying to draw Caleb Woodendall out to make a mistake. And looks like our last lap board's going to come out for your leader now. And Caleb Woodendall tries his hardest. Last lap board is out. It's their final lap of the day. Keegan Beaumont leads out. Caleb Woodendall ahead there of Travis Bingay, Keegan Martin, Jordan Whaley, Ken Schwartz, Guilherme Malula, Adam Kaji, Amani Kinyua, Carl Spies are your top 10. Matty Chiwara down in 11. There's your leader. Keep an eye on him, Keegan Martin. It's a faultless display from the young lad. Yellow flags waving, overtaking that area as Keegan Beaumont goes down into the golf club. Caleb Woodendall leading out over Travis Bingay. Will Travis try and come back in the final moments? I think not, because Caleb Woodendall's backed up. But have a look at this. Keegan Martin, a brilliant display from the young lad as he takes the checkered flag. Keegan Martin takes it there from Caleb Woodendal. Woodendal in second, Travis Mingay, Keegan Martin, Jordan Whaley, Ken Schwartz, Adam Kaji, Amani Kinua, Rahila Malula, Carl Spies, Matthew Chiwara, Georgia Lennox, Durrell Goodman, Sabella and Thule, Gianna Pascal, Liam Kukumur, Harry Rowe, and Roald Hartzenberg brings it home. Well. Fantastic racing out of the Minimax category. I think, matter of fact, all the categories thus far. There's only a few to go in this afternoon's racing, but I'm sure the Beaumont crew will be pretty happy with both their sons doing extremely well here this afternoon. So young Steve and Kim Beaumont will be jumping up and down with joy as they welcome their lads home after a great day's racing. And Capetown, well, at least their drivers are bringing it to the fore. Great stuff there. So we're just going to have a quick drinks break, wet the throat, and we're back with you shortly.
Jack of a race day.
Right. I have once again Keegan Beaumont with me as the winner of Heat 3 for the Minimax Rotax Challenge. Keegan, Heat 1, first place. Heat 2, first place. Heat 3, I'm getting tired of seeing your 577 at the front of the grid, but congratulations on your third win of the day. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my team, RDSA, Claudio, Tristan, and most of all my dad.
That's amazing. Why most of all your dad?
He put me in the hard graft, he helped me with my setup, helped me with my driving, and yeah, so I just want to thank him so much for that.
Okay, and it obviously all came together. Setup, conditions, tire pressures, your concentration, you got big match temperament. Congratulations. It's been a pleasure interviewing you today. We hope to see you at the next National.
Thank you. See you there.
Right, so welcome back to our viewers and trackside family. The final heat of the DD2 Masters. On the front row, Eugene Brits and Connor Hughes are about to split the tram lines and go racing. Into the tram lines they go. Lights go off and away they go. Down towards holes. And going in there, it's Eugene Brits and Nick Verhiel working their way through. Connor Hughes there in third. Jonathan Peterson with Jared Jordan down in 5. Peterson up on the inside of Connor Hughes, and Hughes is not having a good time of it. He was on the front row and he's down here almost into 4th. And Jonathan Peterson chasing the back end of Nicholas Veal. Eugene Brits leading out. Brits leads out. Nicholas Veal right up there behind him with Jonathan Peterson in third as they work their way past the kiosk king. It's the left and right handers. They make their way down towards holes. Lovely shots coming out there out of our drone. And a Veal having a look up on the inside of Brits. Brits won't have anything of it as they work their way down towards the 180s. Once again, Veal has a look. Jonathan Peterson sitting right up there behind him. Eugene Brits holds out. The front three are pretty close. They've broken away there from Connie Hughes. And the drone shows how the high speed that Eugene Brits gets his head down. Veal sits there with him. Jonathan Peterson in third. These three protagonists of TDM Masters karting have been around the country more than we care to remember, and they are really top of their game. Brits leads out. Veal pushes hard. Jonathan Peterson sits there with him. What are we going to see? This is going to turn into one of those fine final races. Peterson looks up on the inside of Veal, but there's no space. Veal crosses over his line. Still Connie Hughes sits there in fourth place. Up behind Hughes, Jared Jordan, Marco Vigesh, Andrew Thomas, Carlo Gill, Alistair Minga and Andre Steenkamp. Nothing happens there, and Peterson goes through there on Veal. So Jonathan Peterson moves up into second place and goes in search of Eugene Brits, who still leads out. Jonathan Peterson is just evil on the brakes, and that's what affords him the opportunity to get past the likes of Nick Veal. So Eugene Brits leads out. Jonathan Peterson second, Nicholas Veal third, Connie Hughes fourth. But the front three are cracking on some stupendous pace as they make their way down towards holes. In goes Brits, then Peterson, then Veal. Still Connie Hughes leads out. Jared Jordan, Marco Vigesh and Andrew Thomas as your leaders now into the 180s. Eugene Brits, Jonathan Peterson. Three brilliant masters at play here. Some of the best drivers in the world that you're currently seeing in action here as Eugene Brits makes his way down into Boss Freight Corner, down into Golf Club. Works his way through. Peterson binding his time because he's right up behind Brits, almost ready to launch some sort of an assault as he works his way through the kink up over the start finishing line. Brits gets good drive through the kink there, makes his way down towards holes and still leads out over Peterson. The drone shows you how close they are, too close for comfort at the moment as they go into the first 180. Brits holds off Peterson, Veal is there. Can Connie Hughes creep a bit closer to go and join that party? He's got about a 1.5 gap to close up. So it's a bit of work. He comes out there, you see him driving as hard as he can. And still, there you see that whole crew there with Jared Jordan, Marco Vigesh and Andrew Thomas. But out front still it's Eugene Brits with Jonathan Peterson and Nick Veal. Make their way through the kink now, up over the start finish line, up towards holes. Brits hold sway. Peterson would like to be closer. Veal as well. Line of stern stuff. No one prepared to put their neck out and say, I'll take a chance, I'll take on the leader. But you got to know what you're doing, because that man out front, Eugene Brits, one of the best drivers in South Africa in the DD2 Masters class, if not the best. Rolls it around through Golf Club, out of Golf Club, through past the Rotax shop, makes his way past the Kiosk King, and coming through. There's Connie Hughes ahead there of Jared Jordan, Marco Vigesh and Andrew Thomas. That's the whole Capetown contingent up behind the rest of the country. So going up into the 180s once again. You see that there's Connie Hughes there with Jared Jordan, Marco Vigesh and Andrew Thomas, with your leader there going out. Nice group there. Connie Hughes trying to get a little bit more rhythm there. You see the leaders going into Boyd Boss Corner. Here comes Connie Hughes, and he's trying to reel them in. He's really trying his damnedest. He's got 9 laps still to go, so anything can happen. But the 4 Capetonians are struggling at their own circuit as the front 3 are running away with it. So Eugene Brits still leading out. Jonathan Peterson, Nicholas Veal. And bring it in there is Connie Hughes with Jared Jordan, Marco Vigesh and Andrew Thomas going into the first and the second of the 180s. It looks like it could be, either my eyes are deceiving me, but Connie Hughes is pulled away from Jordan and is going in search of Nick Veal. So it looks like there's a bit of a second breath coming out of Connie Hughes as he tries to close down. Getting better purchase now perhaps on those tyres and thinking that he can go and launch some sort of an assault up front. Well, it's to wait and see. You can see visibly the gap there that Hughes has to make up to third place man Nick Veal. And I can assure you that the front three are not hanging around. They're definitely doing their utmost to stay ahead. So going around there, Connor Hughes up behind Nicholas Veal, trying to reel him in. Can he do it? Veal's there. There comes Hughes. And the Veal staying with Jonathan Peterson. Eugene Britt still leading out. And having a look there, Connor Hughes, one of the quickest men on the circuit at the moment. But Eugene Britt, by all intents and purposes, is your quickest man on the circuit with a 41.1. Having a look at Nick Veal, having a look at Jonathan Peterson. If they trip each other up, it'll afford Connor Hughes time to claw his way back. And he's not too far off the back end of Nick Veal. He is definitely getting closer. So with Peterson and Veal tripping each other up, they're slowing up, they're letting Brits get away, and they're letting Hughes claw his way back towards them. Eugene Brits has now got a bit of a half a second lead over Jonathan Peterson as they enter the golf club. And you can see Connor Hughes visibly clawing his way back towards the back end of Nick Veal. Are we up for a grandstand finish? Possibly, who knows? We've still got 6 laps to go. 2 they go. You see the shadows casting over the circuit there at the moment as the sun starts to set down in the west behind the circuit. And Veal still up there behind him. But look at Connor Hughes. He's closing down there on the back of Nick Veal. He's getting considerably closer. Up behind Connors, Jared Jordan with Marco Vigish and Andrew Thomas. The 4 Capetonians chasing the guys down from up north. Eugene Britt still leads out. Jonathan Peterson staving the attention of Nicholas Veal. But as we speak about that, Connor Hughes getting considerably closer. It's a high-speed chase. It's almost like a game of cops and robbers there for Connor Hughes. He chases down the back. Nick Veal has a look at the inside of Jonathan Peterson, but Peterson closes the door in his face. And now Connor Hughes is getting a sniff. Hughes is getting a sniff. He's up there with Veal. Brilliant stuff there from Connor Hughes as they come out the 180 complex. There's Brits, there's Peterson, there's Veal, and there's Hughes. Hughes running ever so slightly wide. Shows you that he's trying his damnedest to get closer. And he is right on the back now of Nick Veal. Will this now create something special? They are really at high speed, folks. Going around 1.2 kilometer course at 41 seconds is absolutely no slouch. Eugene Britt still leading out from the start. Connor Hughes now at the back of Nick Veal. It's not going to be easy to get past him, but now suddenly Nick will be getting this buzz in his left ear to know that there is something behind me and I am now the meat in a sandwich. Peterson looks over his shoulder. Here comes Connor Hughes. Hughes has a look up on the inside, but no, there's no space. Veal now goes protective and loses touch with Peterson. So it shows you how the dynamics of the racing change here. And Connor Hughes now sitting at the back end of Nick Veal. Veal was challenging Peterson. Now he's trying to defend Connor Hughes. They're into holes. They've got 2 laps to go. What's going to happen? Can Connor Hughes put his foot on the podium? It's up to Nicholas Veal. I think not. But anything can happen. Nothing's over till the fat lady sings. Still Eugene Britt sits out front. Eugene Britt's on his way now towards Boyd Freight Management Corner. Into the corner he goes, down in the golf club. Jonathan Peterson, Nick Veal, and Connor Hughes. They work their way through. Jared Jordan, Marco Vigish and Andrew Thomas follows suit. Up behind them, Carlo Gill, Alistair Minga and Andre Steenkamp still campaigning their race. They cross the line. The last lap board is out. It's their final lap. Final lap. Eugene Britt, Jonathan Peterson, Nick Veal, Connor Hughes, Jared Jordan, Marco Vigish, Andrew Thomas, Carlo Gill, Alistair Minga, Andre Steenkamp. Oh, and have a look at this. Have a look at this. Connor Hughes right on the back there. And have a look at that. Nick Veal goes defensive. Where do you ever see Nick Veal going defensive? But he knows Connor Hughes is coming for him. As they work their way around past the kiosking. Checkered flag time. Checkered flag time. Eugene Britt takes it from Jonathan Peterson. Nick Veal and Connor Hughes so close with Jared Jordan, Marco Vigish, Andrew Thomas. And coming past the kiosk is Carlo Gill, followed by Alistair Mingo. What an exciting race. It looked pedestrian, but trust me, the dynamics were there. Brilliant, brilliant stuff coming out of Eugene Brits today. Jonathan Peterson showing us that he's also one of the best there with Nick Veal. And our local man, Connie Hughes, showing that he's got what it takes. Brilliant stuff here out of the Masters. Well, next up will be our DD2 E3s. And, well, once again, it's going to be a Joseph Will, Sebastian Boyd, Jamie Smith, Carl Fisser, Brandon Smith scenario. Whoever's going to get in there. There they are. There's Joey Olsen picture. Up behind him, Jamie Smith in the Burlard cart. And we've got Joseph Will sitting there in the Lando Norris cart. He's in the Lando Norris outfit with that gold helmet. That's how we know Joseph Will, with the gold helmet.
Over here. Right, I have got Jonathan Peterson here with me from DD2 Masters class. Jonathan's battled today. He's from the KZN track, but he knows the Capetown track very well. John, I know you got to catch your breath, dry mouth, all that. That was exciting racing. You had Eugene Brits in front, Nick Verheul behind, and you made it stick. Well done. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, just happy to find some pace in the last heat. Yeah. We've been lacking like a tenth or two on these guys. Yeah. But yeah, well done. It was exciting, and well done to Eugene. I think he's a well-deserved winner today.
Okay, congratulations. I'm glad heat 3 was a success. Right. We're going to go back to commentary box while we wait for the others to come through the weigh-in.
Well, welcome back to heat number 3 of the DD2 seniors. And on the front row, the two protagonists both have one race under their belt. Who's going to take the third? Joseph Ulz, Sebastian Boyd. If you let Ulz go in the beginning, well, I'm afraid it's going to be a tall order to try and reel him in. Jamie Smith, Carl Fiss, and Brandon Smith, probably one of the few other protagonists and pretenders to the throne in this heat. Roll over, lights off, and away they go. And it looks like it's Joseph Ulz that's got the whole shot with Sebastian Boyd up behind him. Ulz goes defensive, keeps Boyd behind him. Oh, it's one of those races. Here we go. We know that the battle is on. Ulz will go hard, but he'll also try and go protective there as having a look, trying to see behind. It's the 33 there of Jamie Smith in second. Smith's in second. And Jamie Smith's not going to hang around. He's going to try and give a go at now at Joey Ulz. Boyd lies in third as they cross the line. But Ulz is going to be blindingly quick. He knows the track and he's got hometown advantage. Can Jamie Smith stay there with him? Boyd and then Carl Fisser. Well, let's have a look, see what happens here. And already you can see Ulz pulling away. Ulz pulls away. He's got the pace. He's one of the quickest folk around this circuit. Matter of fact, I think he holds 1 or 2 lap records here. So keep an eye on him. Jamie Smith lolls there. Then it's Boyd. Then it's Fisser. Nico Zafiris finds himself in 5th. That's not too bad for Nico as they make their way down towards holes. There's a take in the front as it looks like Boyd goes through there on Smith. So Boyd chases Ulz. The collar is on, as they would say here in Cape Town. And Ulz now is going to try and get away there from Boyd. Boyd's going to have to try and track him for pace, but Ulz has got some blindingly quick pace down into Bosfreight Management Corner. Ulz will have 2 strategies. 1, I get away. 2, I protect. But when he's in front, he's a hard man to pass. Look the way through. Jamie Smith is down to third. Boyd in second. Carl Visser 4. Nicholas Zafiris 5. Brandon Smith 6. Divan Brock 7. Kian Gradis 8. Rafe Taylor 9th. Nicholas Spanayanis down in 10th. Michael Jordan 11th. And Brent Walden down in 12th. They exit the 180s. Still, it's going to be Boyd is chasing the back end there of Uls, and as you see, Joseph Uls pulling away. Okay, Boyd really been the tall order. Jamie Smith still in third, looking very racy as they make their way down towards Uls. A beautiful shot of the circuit coming out of the drone there as they enter holes now, make their way up towards the 180 complex. And Uls is eking out a little bit of a lead there for himself over second place man Sebastian Boyd. Jamie Smith in third, Carl Visser fourth. Lovely, lovely stuff coming out of all these drivers here. They've still got 11 laps to go. High speed stuff. And Uls making the most of it as he tries to get away, and he's getting away there from Sebastian Boyd. Works his way over the line down towards holes. Is Joseph Uls. Sebastian Boyd, no retort there for the man in front in the Norris Kart, who's now pulling away from Sebastian Boyd. Jamie Smith, Carl Visser hanging in there. Up behind him, Nico Zafiris is doing extremely well down in P5. They exit the 180s and make their way down the back straight down towards Boyd Boss corner. Yes, and Sebastian Boyd's dad, Warren Boyd, that's the owner of Boyd Boss Freight Logistics. And first is still that man, Joseph Uls. And now you can see the size of the gap between him and Sebastian Boyd. And now we know why a man like Joseph Uls is the SA champion, showing that he's got what it takes in the DD2 class. Shifter class through the gears. They work their way down the back straight, down towards the Boss Freight corner, into the corner. Sebastian Boyd, Jamie Smith, Carl Visser, Nico Zafiris, Brandon Smith, Divan Brock, Kian Gradis, Rafe Taylor. They all make their way into out through the Kiosk King, down towards the main straight. And I don't think they're going to be able to reel in Joseph Uls. However, it isn't over till it's over. Joseph Uls still leading out up into the 180s. Carl Visser having a look at the back end there of Jamie Smith. Carl Visser been driving extremely well today, quitting himself very well. Local lad, younger brother of Scholl Visser, we saw in the Senior Max category. And Joseph Uls still leads out. It's all pretty much Linus turn stuff. Some of the top karters in the country currently on the circuit as they work their way through past the Kiosk King up the main straight up towards holes. We've still got 7 laps to go. 7 laps of high speed, thrilling action. Carl Visser there in the green green helmet, the blue and white outfit, sitting up behind Jamie Smith, trying his utmost to get up close for a challenge. They are scrubbing those tires in hard, working those mojos over time into those corners as they fling those karts in there. Still Joseph Uls leads out from Sebastian Boyd. Jamie Smith, Carl Visser, Nico Zafiris. Up behind Zafiris, Brandon Smith and Divan Brock. Over the line they go. They've got 6 laps. 6 laps left past the halfway mark. Real intense racing out of this DD2 class at the moment as they work their way through the 180 complex. Having a look there from the aerial shots from the drone, the lines that Joseph Uls are taking are extremely clean and high speed. So a real faultless display out of Joseph Uls at the moment, using every part of the circuit to his benefit. And as we say, always in line with the black stuff, and that's the best lines to take on the circuit. So he works his way around through holes, through the kink there up towards the 180s, and Joseph Uls still leads out. It's been much a start to finish run here, although it's not finished, but he has held out and holds sway over first position. Right, so makes his way down the back straight once more, down towards Boss Freight corner, followed there by Sebastian Boyd. Up behind him, Jamie Smith and Carl Visser, they lead up. Boyd still Boyd still in second, up behind the leader, Joseph Ulst. And Ulst doing an extremely great job here. And building up that lead now. He's starting to build up a sizable lead over Sebastian Boyd. So I think it's going to be a tall order for Boyd to try and reel him in. And possibly Boyd might just have to settle for second place. Have a look at that little dice there. Brandon Smith, Nicholas Zafiris, Devon Brock and Kian Gratis all having a lovely scrap there through the second of the 180s. All Linus turn stuff. All riding there for championship points. Coming up there and having a look at the 76 there of Devon Brock trying to get up on the inside of Nicholas Zafiris. Zafiris will have nothing of it. Your leader, Joseph Ulst, makes his way down towards Holes. He has got one healthy lead over Sebastian Boyd. Third place man there, Jamie Smith, acquitting himself very well in third place. Also driving a Burrell Art, the same there as Sebastian Boyd, and doing a fine job of it. He's had a very good day as Jamie Smith. He's always been there or thereabouts, so take nothing away from it. A great drive coming out of his quarters. But the two Capetonian men are leading out. Joseph Ulst, who's got a 1.9 second lead over Sebastian Boyd. Jamie Smith in third, Carl Visser fourth, Brandon Smith 5. Ulst goes into Holes, works way up to the 180. He's got 2 laps left in it. 2 laps for the DD2 seniors. Joey Ulst comes out the second of the 180s, hangs the left, then a right, down the back straight he goes, down towards Boss Corner. Massive lead there over Sebastian Boyd now. Close to 2.2 seconds. Works his way around. The last lap board's going to come out now for Joseph Ulst, or possibly even the checkered flag. No, last lap board. Last lap board out there now for Joseph Ulst. Final lap of the day for the DD2 seniors. And Joseph Ulst, a faultless display there. It looks like he might be the winner for the day. He'll have 2 wins out of 3. So great stuff there. Joseph Ulst through the 180s for the final time today. Works his way up towards the main straight into Boss Management Corner. Down into Golf Club. Second place is Sebastian Boyd. Third is Jamie Smith. Fourth, Carl Visser. But put your hands together for a great drive here from this man, Joey Ulst, who takes it down to the checkered flag. Through the kink for the final time. Checkered flag comes out. Joseph Ulst takes heat number 3. Sebastian Boyd, Jamie Smith, Carl Visser. Next up will be Brandon Smith, followed by Nico Zafiris, Devon Brock, Kian Gratis, Rafe Taylor, and we still wait for a couple of the other drive. Nicholas Spianis comes through, waiting for Brent Walden and Michael Jordan. Fantastic, fantastic stuff coming out of the DD2s. A brilliant, brilliant heat from them. Well, a beautiful overhead shot out there, and it's been a wonderful day's racing here at Killarney International Raceway. The drone showing Park for May there, all the carts parked in there. All the there's the Gazoo Racing, email karting, the Rotax shop there. There's your winner, Joey Ulst, going to Park for May through the weighbridge, checking that he's legal. Says thank you, and he punches the air. I would punch the air too, Joey. I'd be pretty proud of it. He rides it like a skateboard. Dad is there with him. Joe's will be proud. Dad will be proud too. Joey Ulst, the winner for the day.
absolute crackerjack of a race day. Heck of a race day.
Roman Cam.
can you hear me? Right, so we're going to start the prize giving. First of all, I want to say to all the competitors, a hearty congratulations on a very fine Rotax first round national here in Cape Town. It's been a pleasure to have all the guys from our country to come and join us. And Durban. It's funny how they're looking so dry though. Our hearts are with you, buddy. It's been it's been a tough time. Yeah, great to have the Durbanites here. Whether you're from Joburg, Pretoria, PE, East London, wherever you're from, great to have you here. Thanks for coming to spend your hard-earned cash with us. And yeah, well, you know how it is. But nonetheless, it's been a lovely event, and we're going to go on with the prize giving. I know a few of you got flights to catch and roads to hit, as they say. So we're going to start off with the Bambinos. It looks like we've got 5 trophies, so we'll start at 6 trophies. So we're going to go down at 6. Bambinos in 6th place. Put your hands together for Mr. Zach McCauley. You can say yeah. In 5th place, well done, Mr. Zach Bossoff. Fourth place, well done, Mr. Michael O'Mahony. Come, where is he? Right. And in 3rd place, well done, Ronaldo Kuhn. Tell you what, some of the finest racing coming out of the Bambino class. In 2nd place, local hero, Mr. Liam Wharton. And in 1st place, here's a lad that's got a great future ahead of him. Just started karting the other day. Put your hands together for Mr. Noah Cronje. And right, while he's carrying his 2.5-ton trophy to the top, not only has he won the day, but he's also set a new lap record at Killarney, 56.803 seconds. Right, we're going to move on to the Micromax in 6th place. It's great to have ladies racing. Well done, Emma Darling. In 5th place, and he was there and thereabouts. Well done, Mr. Johan Holter. Fourth place, local lad. We had a lot of expectations on him. Nonetheless, he came 4th for the day. Well done, Mr. Michael Danks. The 3rd place, a great drive by him today. Well done, Mr. Taylan Patel. In 2nd place, a very impressive drive from this young lad. Well done, Mr. Rafael De Silva. And does he look excited, eh? 1st place goes to a local lad. Well done, Mr. Aidan Beaumont. Right, we're going to move on to the Minimax category. In 6th place, also driving very well today. Well done, Matthew Chiwara. In 5th place, well done, Mr. Ken Swartz. And in 4th place, well done, Mr. Jordan Wadley. All the way from KZN, down in 3rd place. Well done, Travis Mingay. In 2nd place, a lad that I follow very fondly on Facebook, all the way down from Gauteng. Well done, Mr. Caleb Woodendal. And in 1st place, another one of the brothers making us proud in Cape Town. Well done, Mr. Keegan Beaumont. Right, we're going to move on to the Junior Max class. Some stiff racing in the Junior Max in 5th place. A man I'd expected to see a bit higher up, but well done, Mr. Vian Bosov. In 4th place, local lad taking a couple of penalties. Well done, Mr. Reese Quizzen. In 3rd place, one of KZN's local heroes. Well done, Mr. Divian Naidu. In 2nd place, this lad drove the wheels of the cart. Well done, Mr. Nicholas Vostanis. And in 1st place, a masterclass coming out of Mr. Casey Enzo Smith. Possibly. Six is Jaden. Not yet. Oh, that's 6. Fine. Okay, a slight faux pas, but we managed to rectify it. Is that your... That's Senior Max. Right, folks, after that little bit of deliberation, we're going to move on to the Senior Max. In 6th place, put your hands together for Mr. Troy Slayman. Not here. I'm going to move on to 5th place, local lad, Mr. Andy Rackstraw. Oh, there we go, Troy. Welcome.
position.
6.
Thank you.
Right, we move on to 4th place. Great drive today. Well done, Matthew Wadley. In 3rd place from up north, put your hands together for Musa Kaji. Well done, buddy. In 2nd place, local lad, giving the guys a bit of uphill. Well done, Mr. Scholfisser. And in 1st place, my hero. Well done, Mr. Tate Bishop. Well done, boy. Right, we're going to move on to the shifters, the DD2s. In sixth place, well done, Divan Brock. Fifth place, well done, Kian Grottis.
Well, there's Masters and a Masters as well, eh?
Right, in 4th place, well done, Mr. Carl Visser. In 3rd place, well done, Brandon Smith. In 2nd place, put your hands together for Jamie Smith. And in 1st place, coming 1st overall, local lad, well done, Sebastian Boyd.
Well done, Ted. DD2 Masters now. Yeah. Sixth place for DD2s.
Yeah, look at
DD2 Masters, okay.
So,
There's any...
one of these needed to be a
Okay, yeah.
For 6th place in junior max.
In second place, well done, Mr. Nicholas Verheul. Nick. And in first place, one of the best drivers in the world. Put your hands together for Mr. Eugene Brits. Right, Motorsport Fanatics has asked, Raymond has asked, can all the winners, all the first place drivers, please come to the front. He wants to take a first place photo. All the first place drivers. Folks, I just want to thank you for coming to Killarney for the Rotax National. To all the folk from afar, drive safely, have a lovely weekend, and don't forget next weekend is Mother's Day. So, cheers, for pleasure, Andrew, appreciate it. Guys, have a lekker weekend, and thanks for being with us.
It's going to be an absolute cracker jack of a race day.